Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Was Youngest Top Hero Ever? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. It's 4:17 on a Tuesday, and Midoriya Izuku is on his knees, crying in a Muzutafu back alley. Tears stain his cheeks, and he sobs, clutching his heart with one fist as his other hand struggles to hold him steady. His bright yellow backpack, usually light as a feather, weighs him down like a hunk of lead. His school uniform, which was supposed to be a neat and pristine black, is charred and scuffed. His red shoes are worse for wear, the laces of both being completely burnt and the left one missing the entire sole. Midoriya's a little banged up too. His ribcage throbs with the rhythm of his heartbeat, stabbing him with bolts of pain. There's a small cut on his hand, and his face looks a bit sunburnt. A cool February breeze blows through the alley, chilling him to the bone. Or it would if he could have felt any colder. The words of his idol, his #1 role model, his hero echo through his mind, bouncing around in an infinite loop of despair as the wind blows through the city. Without a quirk? I should think not. The world of heroics is a dangerous place. Pros have to be willing to risk it all, day in and day out. Trust me when I say even top heroes get injured in the line of duty. Without a good quirk to protect themselves with, us heroes could very easily die or worse. All Might's smile, formerly bright and joyful, becomes strained. I cannot condone someone quirkless running around fighting villains or dealing with natural disasters. It's just too dangerous. Then, almost as an afterthought, if you really want to save people, be a police officer. They get a lot of flack for not being pros, but it's still an important job and a much more realistic dream. Everything just hurts. His head, his heart, his throat, his back, it's all awful. Awful in more than just the fact that All Might, his hero for as long as he can remember, doesn't think he can do it. Midoriya had known all his life that most people thought his dream was foolish, or even suicidal. From his preschool teachers to his own mother, not a person he'd met believed in his dream or him, for that matter. Yet somehow, All Might's smile was enough to keep him going, to push him through every obstacle. But now, that smile, the one bright and burning with hope, is replaced by the one he'd seen moments earlier. It's trying so desperately to be happy, but it just isn't possible. Instead, it becomes sad and mournful, wishing that things were different, but stubborn in the belief that things were always going to be the same. How long has he been in this alley? Midoriya couldn't help but wonder. The sun's hanging lazily in the sky, not quite setting just yet. It's late winter, so it'll probably be an hour or two before nightfall. His tears are slowing a bit now, and his sobs aren't quite as strong. After another bit of waiting, Midoriya does his best to wipe the tears from his eyes and stands shakily. He teeters a bit once he's up, but after a moment his knees regain their strength. Tifils, well, not better, but the heartache is dulled just a tad. His insides are still swimming with grief, but he's got just enough strength to shove it all down for the moment. It feels like he might have the strength to walk home instead of just lie on the ground in some dirty alley, which is good. His mom's probably worried sick. Reminded of his mom, Midoriya reaches into his pocket and pulls out his phone. He winces as he catches his reflection and opens the camera app to get a better look. He looks like a street fighter who lost, which, based on the fact that he tried to fight back against a pair of muggers and had to be rescued, is probably a decently fair assessment. His eyes are red, too, like he just finished chopping an onion or fanning a campfire full of wet leaves. Or crying. He notices the time after a minute of studying himself. It's 4. He'd been crying for less time than he'd thought. Midoriya's phone vibrates, and a push notification pops into his screen. Sweetie, I'm seeing a report of a villain attack on your walk home. Did you make it back all right? Midoriya blinks. Well, he's not home or all right, but neither one of those are going to have a big impact on his reply. I'm almost home. I didn't even know about the attack. He gets a message telling him to hurry home and to not forget about the dirty dishes he has to wash a second later, and he turns off his phone. The villain attack should be resolved by the time he gets to wherever it is on his route back to the apartment, So Midoriya takes a big breath and starts walking out of the alley. His first step out onto the street shows him the bustling world he'd been isolated from for those life-changing. Are they life-changing? Does he really want to give up now? Part of him says yes, and that he's a fool for even thinking about it, but another defiant part urges him to push on. Moments. It's hard, so very, very hard, because everything is just the same, but also isn't in the slightest. Midoriya sort of equates the feeling with a book he read back in his first year in middle school. It was a compilation of first-hand accounts of people whose quirks came in very late. In one of them, a man unlocked his at 20, and it granted him the color perception of some random marine animal Midoriya couldn't remember. The man claimed to have cried for days, and he liked to say the moment was like being enlightened or seeing for the first time. Everything was just so clear. Midoriya didn't feel enlightened though. Sure, he might understand the world better now, but it wasn't a good thing. He wished he could go back to being a dumb, fantasy-obsessed kid again. But he couldn't. He never could. A bike zipped right past him, accompanied by the frantic ringing of a bell. The rider's backpack brushed his nose a bit. It startled Midoriya, who jumped back half a foot. He took a couple deep breaths and gave himself some hard slaps on his cheeks. He needed to focus on getting home. Then he could sulk and contemplate his life. Grabbing the straps of his backpack, Midoriya starts to walk. He gets a couple odd looks from other pedestrians, which isn't strange. His clothes look like they belong in the trash, which they do, and he's got a first or second-degree burn on his face. He's also limping slightly, but no one seems to care enough to help him out, which is par for the course with him. Midoriya noticed the distinct smell of ozone in the air around him as he rounded a corner but brushed it off. He kept walking, ducking around more corners and crossing streets absently. It's only when he's 3 meters in a crowd that he realizes that the villain attack his mom mentioned isn't over. Not by a long shot. There are barricades up, Midoriya notes. The same barricades that have separated hero and villain fights from onlookers since All Might debuted 30 years ago. There are also tons upon tons of people in the crowd. He pushes to the front of the mob. Muscle memory is a hard thing to break, but the usual excitement he feels when watching hero and villain fights is now replaced with a morbid curiosity. The scene before him is heart-wrenching if he's being honest. There's one villain, a small, skinny man with some form of electric-type quirk, and a pro-hero with an earth quirk battling in the center of the crowd. The villain is winning soundly, despite the disadvantage he has due to his opponent's quirk. His lightning-like bolts of electricity are just too powerful for the hero's walls of earth. "Come on, Quake!" a booming voice shouts from Midoriya's left. The boy's head immediately spins on a dime. There, to his left, stands Death Arms, a hero who debuted 6 years ago after graduating from Ketsubetsu High. He's not particularly powerful or skilled. Midoriya really only knows him because he's a huge nerd and has memorized every hero in his town, but he's a more combat-suited hero. If things go south, hopefully he'll rush in. It's just a shame that he'd be fried by the villain. The fight continues on for a while. The hero, Quake, keeps going despite her injuries. There's a nasty gash on her thigh that Midoriya knows will scar, along with bruised cheekbones. And those are just the ones he can see. Other heroes show up eventually, but they're all ill-suited for the fight too. Backdraft, for one, arrives with his sidekicks but sticks to keeping people out of the fight and dealing with a small fire the villain must have started earlier. A snake-themed hero, Basilisk, shows, too, but he can only yell encouragement from the sidelines. "Where's All Might?" Midoriya mutters, barely realizing he's saying anything. "He was here earlier." "All Might?" a man asks loudly from his left. Midoriya flinches at the volume. "You said All Might was here?" And just like that, the crowd starts to call out for their number one. Apparently, he'd been in Yuzurifu all day, so people know he should be around. But where is he? Midoriya keeps watching the fight for a while, taking mental notes on the styles and quirks of both sides like he usually does. It's not like he'll ever use them, but the familiarity helps a bit. The shouting continues for a long time, and Quake, apparently inexperienced in real fights, gets distracted by it. She looks away at just the wrong moment, and the villain hits her hard across the face with an electrified haymaker. Quake goes down. Midoriya's heart plummets for the second time that day. It doesn't seem like All Might will be here soon, if ever. Maybe it's his fault? If Midoriya hadn't been mugged, or maybe if he hadn't asked that stupid question, All Might would still be in the city. But now, because of him, All Might is probably all the way back to his agency in Tokyo, trying his best to put the sad little quirkless kid out of his mind. Midoriya can't help it. He starts to cry again. A hero might die today because of him, and no one's doing anything. Everyone's just standing there, waiting for All Might. Midoriya wants to shout and scream. He wants to smack Death Arms and all the other heroes for doing nothing. He wants to restart the day and avoid taking that stupid alley as a shortcut. Midoriya wouldn't remember when he started to move. Later, he'd ask his predecessor over afternoon tea. The man, skinny as a wisp and tired with age, would only offer, just as everyone in that crowd was beginning to lose hope, for a response. Midoriya might not remember when he started to move, but he would remember the moment he realized what he was doing. By this point, he's already halfway across the wrecked intersection that served as a battleground and slinging his backpack off his shoulder. The villain, who has his back turned to Midoriya and his section of the crowd, is suddenly struck by a 5-pound sack of pens, pencils, and textbooks. He spins around, momentarily forgetting about the downed hero. Midoriya, who's shaking with every fiber of his being, stands firm before the villain. "Stop!" he yells, his voice cracking. He feels a fat tear run from the corner of his eye all the way down to his chin. The villain stares for a moment, oblivious to the screams of terror from the crowd and gathered heroes. Then he smirks evilly and lights up his hands with yellow electricity. "Big mistake, kid," he says, glee evident in his voice. "It'll probably be your loss." But then, All Might is there, wearing the same clothes Midoriya saw him in earlier. The blue carpenter's jeans and white tee are both filled with rippling muscle that could pulverize a whole ward. Detroit smash. All Might bellows, throwing his right fist forward in a straight punch. The villain doesn't even get a chance to react before he crumples to the ground in a pathetic heap. The crowd of people predictably goes wild, cheering for their number one. All Might helps Quake up before shouting a hurried apology for his tardiness and leaping off into the almost sunset. Midoriya is left to deal with the aftermath. Not pretty, to say the least. The paramedics, ever dutiful, barely have enough time to patch him up before Death Arms grabs him by the arm and gives him a real tongue-lashing about risking his life and trusting the pros. Backdraft does much the same, though much more gently, and Quake gives him a pat on the shoulder and a warning not to stick his neck out like that again. Midoriya quietly wonders what their words would be like if he let it slip that he was quirkless. Would they mock him? Yell at him even more? They'd probably just treat him like a three-legged dog made of glass and walk him home to his mother. They'd probably make sure he'd never act heroic again, too. It's not like Midoriya can blame them. They're right, after all. He manages to escape the bunch of heroes and the reporters that seem to constantly hover over their every move. He's lucky he's a civilian minor, otherwise he might have been forced to give a statement. Midoriya's only 3 blocks from home when he hears it. There are footsteps behind him. It's nothing new, he knows a few classmates that live in his apartment complex, but it's almost 6 o'clock. Everyone should have been home an hour ago. "Young man." Midoriya hears from behind him. He stops walking and turns around. There he sees a man who's very tall and looks skeleton-like with his thin build and sharp facial features. "I'm sorry," Midoriya says, taking a step backwards, "but I really have to get home. My mom's probably worried sick because of the villain attack." "I know," the man interrupts. "That's fine. I won't keep you long. I'd just like to talk." Midoriya narrows his eyes, feeling slightly apprehensive and suspicious. "I gotta." The man sighs heavily, almost like he's frustrated, then grows. He shoots up at least half a foot, and his shoulders expand to stretch out his shirt. His legs balloon up, and his once sharp and jagged face rounds out. The 2 bunny-like strands of hair that once framed his face now stick right up in the air. "All Might?" Midoriya asks, his eyes clouded with wonder. All Might is all-powerful. There's no way someone who looks like that could be him. "You're an imposter." All Might frowns. "I assure you, I am all me, He lets out an awful cough and spits out a wad of blood. Sheet. He swears before a cloud of steam erupts from his body, and he's back to being skinny again. Midoriya is half tempted to offer him a tissue, but he remembers that this is an all-might imposter and probably a villain. He reaches for his phone to call anyone before the man stops him. Wait. He moved a bit closer, though he's still a respectable 6 feet away. I can prove it to you. Midoriya lowers his phone. He looks around. There's no one on the street. It's completely dead. The rational part of him wants to chuck his backpack at the man's head, but his gut is telling him that he should let the man talk. He nods. Then prove it. The man sighs. About 2 hours ago, I saved you from a mugging. Before I could leap off, you grabbed onto part of my jeans. I sort of pushed you off and let you ask a question. The man looks especially guilty, almost as though he regrets everything, but pushes on. You asked if someone like you, someone quirkless, could be a hero. I told you no. Midoriya feels himself collapse on the ground. He feels his knees bruise. It really is you. All Might nods. Yes. I trust you know not to share this with the world. Yeah, but why tell me this anyway? I'm just a hopeless hero wannabe. All Might smiles. Perhaps. But do you know what you did back there? With your backpack? Put myself in danger for no reason and almost died, Midoriya mumbles. No, not at all. But you were there right after. If I just waited, everything would have been fine. I wasn't thinking and I embarrassed myself. So you weren't thinking? I figured as much. Midoriya looks up, with confusion evident in his expression. All Might continues. You see, 4 years ago, I had a big fight with a villain. He did this to me. All Might lifts up his shirt, revealing a massive, puckered scar across the left side of his torso. I lost half of my organs because of it. There's no way that toxic chainsaw or purifier did that. All Might laughs, but it's airy and humorless. You know your stuff. I had a feeling you were a fanboy. But you're right, he agrees. Those two were strong, but they didn't have the raw power to hurt me. The fight I'm referring to has been covered up. Only the very upper brass of Hero Society know I've been hurt, and most don't know how bad. How bad is it? Midoriya asks. Aside from missing half of my organs? I can only hold onto my hero form for 5 or 6 hours a day now. Midoriya SCKS in a long breath. That's very bad, I know. All Might looked over Midoriya again, as though burning every feature into his mind. But I'm not here for your pity, or to let a random teenager in on one of the world's most important secrets. Back there, you moved to save a pro-hero whose life was about to end. You weren't thinking. I could tell just by looking at you. Believe me when I say everyone in that crowd thought you were insane, because you, a skinny middle schooler with tears in his eyes, were running right into the face of danger. But I didn't share that thought because I know that every true hero in the world has had a moment like that, where their body just moves. Midoriya starts to feel the sting of tears in his eyes for the second, or is it third, time that day. He feels his legs go weak, and he collapses on the ground, supported by his forearms. The tears start to flow freely. Young man, I came here to correct myself. I have wronged you. I now believe that you, too, can become a hero. Midoriya briefly sees his life flash before his eyes. Everything from when he first met his one and only former friend, to that fateful doctor's visit, and all the time he tried to stand up to bullies. Every word of discouragement, every time he cried himself to sleep, and every time he took a beating while being mocked. It hurt. It hurt so badly. But it was all going away and being replaced by the words he'd always longed to hear. A sob, or maybe a shriek of joy tears from his sore throat. His eyes were flooded with fresh tears, which fell to the ground in a pair of small puddles. My power is yours to inherit. What? Midoriya asks, trying to stop his sobbing. He really didn't want to cry twice in front of his hero. All Might smirks. My quirk. It can be passed on, and I'd like for you to have it. Should you accept, you'd be my successor, and I'd train you. Midoriya blinked. A transferable quirk? But how? Quirkless bodies aren't meant for quirks, and that's assuming I can receive one. He didn't even realize that he was muttering, his mind was moving too fast. But if a quirk can be passed down, can a quirk be taken? Can a quirk be modified or cloned? Where's the line when it comes to? Kid! All Might interrupted, throwing his head back and smacking his face with one palm. You're really overthinking this. I'm not gonna force this on you, but I gotta know, do you want my quirk or not? Yes. Midoriya answered immediately. He stood up. I'll be your successor. All Might nodded firmly. No hesitation, that's what I thought. He squared his shoulders and raised a hand high in the air. Tomorrow, we'll begin your training. Meet me at Dagoba Beach at 5 p.m. sharp, got it? Yes, sir. Midoriya answered. Good. Now run home, I don't want your parents to be worried. It's 5:32 on a Tuesday, Midoriya Izuku is walking home. His backpack and clothes are damaged beyond repair, and there are dried tears on his face, but his stride is determined and powerful. Step is one closer to his dream. His shoulders are set firm and his chin is up. His eyes burn with determination and grit, and the smile on his face is wide and fierce. He'll be a hero. He'll be the best hero there ever was, even if it's the last thing he'll do. Midoriya wasn't sure what he expected All Might to tell him when he got to the beach the next day, but it definitely wasn't start hauling trash. Which, to be fair, the beach was really dirty, and had been for years. If his mom was to be believed, she'd looked at him like a crazy person when he told her where he was going. It wasn't pretty. The place definitely needed to be cleaned, but he wasn't sure why it had to be him. Midoriya slips and falls face first into the sand as he remembers that, oh yeah, he was trying to pull a fridge up to the dumpster he saw by the entrance earlier. He's got rope burn on his hands now, which is but isn't too bad. Ah, finally, he hears a massive, jovial voice say from behind. Midoriya rolls over and props himself up on his elbows. There, casually sitting on the fridge like he doesn't weigh 665 pounds, Midoriya has the number memorized because he's a total nerd, is All Might. I was beginning to think that you were too stubborn for your own good. Why am I hauling trash? Midoriya settles on, sitting up and crossing his legs. All Might smiles even brighter, which shouldn't be possible, and hops off the fridge. You see, back in the early days, being a hero was all about servitude. He places one hand on the top of the fridge and pushes down, crushing it. Why, I remember my years in America. They basically treated heroes like garbage men. I mean that in the best way possible, of course, but you get the idea. So I'm doing this to get used to serving the community? Midoriya asked, rubbing his hands together to warm them up. The idea makes sense. He does want to be a hero to help people, after all. All Might picks up the crushed fridge and casually tosses it into another pile of trash. Not only that, but I miss the days when the beach was clean. I made a lot of good memories here. The fridge lands with a clang about 20 yards away, and All Might strikes a pose. Also, you're not a proper vessel for my power yet, he adds, almost like an afterthought. But I thought you said I was worthy. Midoriya cries, already feeling tears running down his face. Yeesh, kid, calm down, All Might says, pulling out his phone and snapping a couple pictures. I meant physically. Mentally, spiritually, and instinctually, you're DMN near perfect. It's just your weak body I'm worried about. Midoriya wipes his face with the sleeve of his tracksuit. What's wrong with my body? He knows he's skinny. He's been so all his life. But he's still decently strong for his age, mostly due to all the running he does on a regular basis. As it stands, if you were to use my power at 100%, you'd probably be blown to bits, All Might says, nonchalant like he's ordering the usual at his favorite restaurant. Blown to bits? Midoriya grabs his arms and pats himself down, making sure he still has all of his limbs. All Might nods seriously. Yes, that would definitely be bad. But there's an upside. He reaches into the back pocket of his pants and pulls out a thick, 3-ring binder. You can build up enough muscle with this. He tosses the binder to Midoriya, who opens it. The first page reads Aim to Pass, American Dream Plan in big, bold letters. Midoriya flips through some of the pages quickly. Wow, even my sleep is scheduled. That's what it's gonna take if you want to get into UA, All Might agrees. You do want to go to UA, right? Midoriya nods rapidly. Yes, of course. You and almost all the top heroes in Japan went there, and that's not even mentioning the free publicity from the sports festival or the top-notch education staff. There's always Shiketsu. All Might holds up one of his massive hands, stopping Midoriya. I get it, but it's gonna take a lot of work if you want to pass the entrance exam. This plan is your best bet. Then, as though they're being spied on, All Might looks around the beach and carefully approaches Midoriya. If I'm being completely honest, this is gonna be way hard. You sure you're up to it? He whispers, covering his mouth with one massive hand. Midoriya takes another look at the plan. The binder probably weighs 6 pounds, and it's filled with names of exercises he's never heard of. But that's not gonna stop him. Midoriya nods firmly. Yeah, I'll do it. It's 7:12 a.m. on a Saturday, and Yagi Toshinori is out for a drive in his truck. It's a newer vehicle, though it's modeled after a classic pickup from pre-Quirk America. A teenage Toshinori probably would have tripped over his own feet if he saw it drive by. Adult Toshinori is lucky to get behind its wheel and drive it almost every day for a half hour to and from his agency. The radio is on and, like usual, it's tuned to a local station that plays music that was popular back when he was in his 20s. The host announces the date in between songs, saying that it's now the 17th of December. Toshinori blinks in realization. The 10 months he'd outlined for his successor had gone by in a flash, and the boy had 1 week left to get the beach clean. The thought brings a smile to his face. The boy is progressing well, and he has already demonstrated that he's not the type to settle for anything less than the best. But the last time he'd checked up on young Midoriya was last month. He remembers giving the boy a hearty slap on the back and wishing him a happy Thanksgiving. But now, part of Toshinori realizes that, 1, they were in Japan, and the amount of people that celebrated Thanksgiving in Japan was probably closer to 0 than it was to 10, and 2, he'd left his successor alone cleaning up a beach unsupervised for about a month. His successor who had the habit of pushing himself too hard, even past the point of exhaustion. Toshinori can very clearly remember the time that, about 5 or so months in, Midoriya had fallen victim to his own determination and face-planted while hauling an old steel toilet. It wasn't pretty, but he'd gotten the boy patched up and given him a lecture on sticking to the schedule. It should have worked on any rational adult. But Midoriya was a teenager. Toshinori remembered when he was a teenager. More specifically, he remembered how much of an idiot he was, and that he was definitely not a rational adult. The horrid image of Midoriya laid out. On the beach, face down, covered in seaweed and bits of trash runs through his mind. With a sigh, Toshinori flips his turning signal on and changes lanes. Yeah, he really ought to check on his successor. Luckily, he's only about 30 minutes away from Dagoba Beach, so he should get there in time to catch the tail end of Midoriya's training time. Usually, the boy was done hauling trash and off the sand by 8 a.m., mostly because his middle school started at 9. But, on the weekends, like today, he usually stops at 8:30 then returns in the late afternoon to sneak in a couple more trips to the dumpster. By the time Toshinori gets to the beach, it's 7, there was a villain attack on the highway that he had to resolve, but it only took one good hit, and he was back on the road in 30 seconds flat. Stepping out of his truck, Toshinori notes that the dumpster is full again. It's not exactly a good thing, considering it was emptied on Wednesday. Midoriya was probably working too hard like he had before. Hopefully the boy wasn't passed out on the sand like he'd envisioned, or worse. Midoriya! Toshinori yells as he walks down below the seawall. Midoriya, where are you? Taking care not to slip down the steps, he makes it to the bottom. His feet rest on the soft sand. Kid, you better not. Oh, holy sheet. Last month, there was probably about 20 square yards of trash to clean up, and most of it was stacked 5, 6, or even 7 feet high. Now, every inch of the beach is absolutely spotless. The sand is pure and white, and the ocean water is a pristine blue. Waves lap onto the shore, crested with beautiful sea foam. The sun is rising, and he can hear seabirds calling. It's exactly as he remembers it being back in his youth. My God, young Midoriya. Toshinori feels himself puff up as pride and amazement fill him to the brim. He looks around again and notices a 15-foot tower of trash standing to his far left. On top of it is a screaming figure, which is probably his successor. Toshinori is proven right when he leaps to grab the boy and carries him to the ground. "Look at you," Toshinori says, shaking the boy's shoulders. Toshinori almost can't believe the transformation. Smooth, hard muscle had taken the place of skin and bone. The boy's shoulders, chest, and upper arms had grown the most, swelling a near excessive amount to broaden his build. His torso tapers in a slight V-shape, and Toshinori proudly notes the six-pack of abs that take up most of the space on his belly. Midoriya's legs have also beefed up, his thighs stretching the fabric of his track pants and his calves looking more like steel cable than flesh and bone. "I did it." The boy laughs, nearly collapsing. Toshinori steadies him. "Yes, you did. Here." He hands the boy his phone after making sure he won't collapse. On screen is a picture. "This is you, crying 10 months ago." "I'm so skinny," Midoriya says in amazement. "Yes, you certainly were," Toshinori agrees, patting the boy on the shoulder. "But now you're ready." Immediately, Midoriya straightens his back, his face serious. He looks up at his mentor. "Am I really?" "Huh." Toshinori PPS his head in confusion, his right arm already halfway to his head to grab a hair. "It's just, you put in so much time and effort into helping me. Do I really deserve your power?" There's tears streaming down the boy's face, but they're different than usual. Less like rushing rivers and more like soft rainfall. Toshinori understands his sentiment, but flagrantly disagrees. "My boy." He comforts, "I was once told that there's a difference between something given and something earned. One is left to luck, and the other is left to the individual's will. You should never get the two confused." Midoriya seems to understand and wipes his tears away with the back of his hand. He takes a deep breath and looks right into Toshinori's eyes. They're still watery and red-rimmed, but they have the same fiery determination that had quickly become his favorite part about his successor. "I'm ready." "Good." Toshinori reaches up into one of his long, bunny-like spikes of hair and pulls a single yellow strand free. He holds it out to Midoriya. "Young man, you've trained for 10 months and removed thousands of pounds of trash from this beach out of the goodness of your heart. The day that I met you, I first saw what I thought to be a delusional fool. But I was wrong. You saved that woman. You spurred me into action, inspiring me to push beyond my limits. That is why you are the one I've chosen. Midoriya Izuku, I hereby entrust my power, one for all, to you." Midoriya carefully grabs hold of the hair, which Toshinori still holds on at the other end. "Now eat this." What? Toshinori lets go of the hair. It sways in the wind, held firm by Midoriya. "For the power transfer to work, you have to ingest my DNA, that's how it is," he explains, awkwardly rubbing his neck. "Just hurry up and eat before this gets awkward." "But..." Eat. The next day, Midoriya shows up to the beach at 6 a.m. sharp. All Might had explained that it would take a day or so for the transfer to work, so it was best for him to rest up before they tried it out. Not that Midoriya had done much resting. He could barely sleep the previous night, and before that spent the entire day researching stockpile quirks and how to regulate the output of emitter types. But now was the moment of truth. The day of reckoning. The most important day of his. "Ah, young Midoriya. There you are." The voice of All Might's small form called. Midoriya always found it interesting how his mentor acted differently after changing sizes. Good morning," Midoriya replied, running down the steps to get to the beach. "Am I late?" "Not at all. I'm just early," All Might says as Midoriya comes to a stop right in front of him. They're standing about 6 or 7 feet from the tower of trash Midoriya made the other day, which he'd probably have to help drag off the beach later. But he'd have a quirk for that. Hopefully. "So, do you feel any different?" All Might asks, bouncing on the ball of his feet. "A little. My stomach's all floaty and weightless." That's just nerves. Don't worry, it'll all be fine." All Might spins around to face the open ocean and buffs up. "How about a little demonstration? First, you have to plant your feet firmly in the ground," his teacher says. I like to stagger my stance, it helps deal with the backlash better. Next, you have to stand tall. Make sure to square your shoulders and puff out your p. Finally, pull your fist back, clench your buttocks, what? And yell this from the depths of your heart. Smaz. All Might's fist shoots forward faster than Midoriya can follow. A massive boom rips through the air, momentarily rendering him deaf. The ocean is nearly split in two, a large strip of bare sand nearly a kilometer long separating two 10-foot waves appearing to keep the two mountains of water apart. Now, All Might turns around, his smile wide. Your turn. It takes a minute for the water to settle, but after it does, Midoriya stands roughly where his mentor did before. All Might himself is a couple feet back, just below the tower of trash. He's in his skinny form now and has his arms crossed. Remember to clench your butt. I know. Midoriya calls back, exasperated. Still, he mentally runs through the crash course he got earlier. He sets his stance. Is this okay? Straighten your back more, a bit more, too much. That's perfect. Midoriya takes a deep breath and shakes out his arms. He can do it. All he has to do is yell smash and clench his butt. Anyone can do that. He's got this. He PPS one arm back and takes a massive breath of air. He holds the pose for just a moment before his arm shoots forward. Smash. Nothing happens. Midoriya opens his eyes, just now realizing that they were closed. The sea is flowing like normal. There are birds gliding in the wind. What happened? Why didn't it work? Was it all for nothing? Was he going to be quirkless for the rest of his life? How stupid was he to hope? You can't just get a ka. A loud crack rips through the air, startling Midoriya. He spins around and sees All Might standing under the pile of trash, on top of which is a 100-pound fridge, which sways on the edge dangerously. The fridge starts to fall, and Midoriya moves. It doesn't occur to him that his mentor wasn't in any real danger. In fact, he doesn't even think. All Midoriya does is act. Using his new quirk for the first time, he leaps into the air, stirring up waves of both water and sand behind him with the sheer force of his kickoff. He intercepts the fridge midway, ping his fist back to punch. His arm shoots forward, striking true and pulverizing the appliance. The entire tower of trash falls due to the force, and not a single speck of dust lands on his teacher. Midoriya only has a second to think, holy shit, I did it, before he feels his stomach drop. Suddenly he's plummeting right to the ground, but All Might catches him right before he hits the sand. Midoriya can hear his master talking as they descend safely together. It's a bit hazy. His words sound like something about his buttocks and a brilliant smile, but then the man swears in English before leaping into the air himself. Don't worry, he says, I've got a friend who can patch you up. We'll be there soon. It's only after they fly over a familiar set of walls and land in the courtyard of the school of his dreams that Midoriya's adrenaline wears off along with the haze. He realizes very quickly that both of his legs and one of his arms are completely shattered, and awowfuffic, that hurts. Just hang in there, kid. Only a few more seconds. All Might mutters, breezing through the halls of U-A at top speed. Eventually he reaches the medical wing and kicks down a door. You can knock, you know. A high and airy voice comes from behind a solid wooden desk. A small woman stands up on top of her chair. Tashinori? What on God's green earth happened to that boy? All Might carefully sets Midoriya down on a nearby exam table. He tried to use one for all for the first time, and you let that happen to your successor? I didn't just let it happen. The woman, who's already gotten up from her desk, cuts All Might off with a hard smack to his left side. The man spits blood. Stop talking and let me work. All Might deflates and rapidly nods, moving out of the way. The woman carefully gets on top of a nearby stool to get a better look at Midoriya. Your recovery girl, he recognizes, finally connecting all the dots. She's his mom's favorite hero, but Midoriya secretly thinks that she only said that to keep him from dreaming about fighting villains when he was little. That I am, dearie, she says, calmly taking his mangled right arm in her hands. She looks it over for a moment before moving to study his legs. Well, as far as I can tell, all of the breaks are clean and nothing's twisted. You've dislocated your shoulder, though, so that'll have to be fixed before I heal you. Toshi. All Might coughs and sputters in surprise before rushing to the bedside. Flip the boy over to his stomach so his bad arms hanging over the side of the bed. And carefully, the youthful heroine orders. All Might quickly complies, wincing every time Midoriya lets out a groan of pain. The boy can feel all the blood in his arm rush to his broken fingers, which hurts even more. He bites his lip to muffle a curse. Now, Recovery Girl instructs, firmly grab hold of his upper arm, the part that's not broken. You big oaf, you're going to pop his shoulder back in, not break more bones. Like this? All Might asks, gingerly holding onto Midoriya's arm a couple inches below the shoulder, but still above where his flesh is purple and bruised. Yes, but firmly. Now, pull the arm down until you hear a crack. Boy, this is going to hurt, but you can scream good and loud, understand? She directs the last part of her instructions to him, and he nods firmly in response. All Might draws several deep breaths and takes his time preparing himself mentally. After what feels like forever, he finally yanks Midoriya's arm down. There's a loud and chilling crack, but it doesn't hurt as bad as he thought it would. Midoriya rolls his shoulder a bit and whines. It still hurts. Recovery Girl gives him a quick kiss on the forehead half a second later, and his limbs feel as good as new. It's ridiculously cool to watch his bones maneuver back into place, and Midoriya even thinks he can feel the healing a bit. But, despite his fascination with the quirk, he still feels exhausted after it's over. It makes sense, though, since Recovery Girl's quirk works with the recipient's energy. Despite him being healed, both Recovery Girl and All Might agree that he should be x-rayed to see if there's any lasting damage. Midoriya complies, but it's a bit weird and awkward. Considering the last time he got an x-ray, his dreams were crushed. Recovery Girl says, zooming in on different parts of the x-ray. Of Midoriya's left leg. I can tell that this one got the worst of it, though I don't know why. Midoriya, what happened when you used one for all? Midoriya looks over to All Might, who's sitting to his left with a contemplative look. She knows the whole truth. It's fine, he explains. Midoriya takes a moment to think. There was this huge pile of trash on the beach that I stacked. Looking back, it was probably a dumb thing to do, but anyways, All Might was standing under it and a piece started to fall. I couldn't just let it fall on him, so I clenched my butt and yelled, smash, and then I was falling and now I'm here. He manages to cut himself off before he rambles too much. That doesn't explain why your left leg was worse than your right, Recovery Girl comments. He stepped with his left leg first. I remember it very clearly. All Might steps in. Recovery Girl then very calmly stands from her desk and gets up from her chair. She turns around and slowly walks towards All Might, who swallows nervously. The man only has a split second to look scared before she clocks him hard over the head with her cane. Yagi Tashinori. When I said you should listen to your heart when picking your successor, I didn't mean pick a miniature version of you. A wad of blood and spit flies out of All Might's mouth at top speed. He is not a miniature version of me. He's an overly determined fanboy with a heart of gold and an overactive mind. We're completely different. Oh, so he's a cross between you and Knight, even better. I don't know if you realize, but candidates are scarce. Sure, he's not perfect, but he'll get there soon. I certainly hope I'm not interrupting anything. A cheerful voice calls from the door. Midoriya looks up and over from his feet and sees an empty door frame. Oh, my apologies. I'm quite short, so I'll have to come around, the voice says again. There's the sound of a person sipping tea, followed by a soft sigh of content. Then Midoriya hears a few short footsteps. The owner of the voice steps into view, joining Midoriya and the two heroes behind Recovery Girl's desk. Greetings. I am Netsu, principal of UA High. Am I a rat, a dog, or a bear? Who knows? Oh Migodi Uridzu. Midoriya leaps from his seat, rushing forward to shake the principal's hand. Paw. Can I have your autograph? The principal chuckles, accepting the handshake with a smile on his scarred face. Why certainly, but only if you try to get into UA. It would be an honor to train All Might's successor. Gee, good afternoon, sir. All Might greets, carefully standing and growing to his muscle form. Your fur looks especially luxurious today. Oh, stop with the flattery, Yagi. I wasn't even your principal. Netsu takes a sip of tea and lets go of Midoriya's hand. Though both you and Recovery Girl should be more careful with your arguments. You're all very lucky the medical wing is empty this early in the morning. If it was any later in the day, someone might have overheard. We wouldn't have to worry about arguments if this buffoon was more careful with his successor. Recovery Girl says sharply. Netsu takes a quick look at the X-rays on the computer. I take it the backlash was far too great for Midoriya, is it? The boy nods. For Midoriya to handle. Those breaks look bad. Why, I don't think I've ever heard of a leg breaking in over 10 pieces. I'll work with the boy on that, sir. Rest assured, by the entrance exam, he'll have it under control. All Might rushes to reassure. You better, Recovery Girl warns. If he breaks his limbs like that too many times, he could lose use of them. What? Midoriya cries, rubbing his legs rapidly. There's no need to worry, Netsu soothes. Something that severe will take multiple breaks of similar magnitude, and Yagi is already working hard to help you. Midoriya calms down a bit and sits back down in his chair. That's only a little reassuring. Here at UA, we take student safety very seriously. You'll be supervised by our top-notch staff every time you use your quirk. There's really no worry. Netsu turns from Midoriya to All Might. I take it he just received one for all today? Yes, sir. He actually first used it to save me from a piece of falling trash. My, how heroic. Netsu looks back at Midoriya, but his gaze is different now. Less overly peppy and more intensely fascinated. I can't wait until you make it into my school, Midoriya. I'd love to help shape your mind and spirit. All right, fanboy. All Might yells, striking a bodybuilder's pose with the ocean as a backdrop. Hit me with your best Detroit smash. Midoriya jumps back in shock, almost slipping on the wet sand of Dagoba Beach. But you saw what happened to me last time. If I punch you again, I'll break my arm. Ah, but here's the thing, his mentor explains. When you hit a person for the first time with this quirk, it keeps the output low, so you don't accidentally splatter someone on a wall. He takes a stance similar to that of a boxer and holds out a palm, facing it flat towards Midoriya. Now, come on. Hit me. Midoriya looks down at his hands. He tries to remember how it felt when he used one for all last time, but everything's blank other than the vague comparison of an egg in a microwave. He'll have to settle for All Might's instructions again if he wants to do it. All right if you say it's safe. His mentor nods eagerly, though waits patiently while he runs through the checklist. I just need to punch this time, so maybe if I focus on my arm, my legs will be fine? Midoriya mutters, backing up so he has room to get a running start. Once he's about 10 or so feet away, he pulls his right arm back and sprints as hard as he can. He feels one for all course through him, noticing the sheer raw power it contains for the first time, concentrated entirely in his right arm. He nearly backs out, scared that it will blow his limb to bits, but at the last second, right when his fist is about to strike All Might's palm, the power level sharply dips. Smash! A light gust of wind rushes through Midoriya's hair and open jacket. His fist is held tightly by All Might's hand. There's no pain. He doesn't even realize that he closed his eyes until he starts to open them. Midoriya pulls his arm back, looking at it in wonder. I did it, he whispers. That you did, my boy, that you did. All Might inspects his palm. That wasn't too much power, but considering you can only handle the bare minimum, it'll do for the time being. So what's my training going to look like now? Midoriya asks, eagerly shifting from foot to foot. His mood has already drastically improved. Will we get to spar? All Might laughs. No, we won't do combat training just yet. You need to get better at controlling and getting a feel for your limit first. He strolls over to the fallen pile of trash and picks out the back half of an old sedan. Practice on this every day that I'm not here before and after you do your regular trash cleaning, taking care to regulate the power. Once all of the junk is gone, I'll get you into a real gym. What about the rest of today and when you are here? You'll practice on me, of course. Now, take another hit so you get a better feel for your level. All Might holds out one of his hands again. You may have completed the first step, but you've got a long road ahead of you. Midoriya nods, determined. I promise I'll keep working hard. That's what I like to hear. Now hit me. Detroit Smash. A week goes by, with Midoriya's spirit the highest it's been in years. Something about having a quirk, itching under his skin, ready to activate makes him feel as light as a feather. People at school were as usual, but now that the year is wrapping up they've all just seemed to forget about the quiet, quirkless third year. Midoriya went home every night that week and practiced turning one for all on and off in his room for hours. It was hard at first, but he does it so often that it now only takes a couple seconds to flip on in a limb. Regulating the power is another story, however. All Might had once mentioned offhandedly that, in his prime, he could generate enough force to affect the weather patterns in an area 4 times the size of Manhattan. And on top of that, All Might's 100% was probably somewhere around his 70 or 80%, if his mentor was to be believed. He still practices them. At first, it takes intense concentration, and Midoriya very nearly levels his apartment complex on accident. His limit is around 5% by his estimate, so he mostly focuses on keeping it at or below that level. By Saturday, he's got a good enough handle on it to make sure he won't accidentally hurt himself, though the output tends to fluctuate from anywhere between 2 and 5%. His training on the beach continues, with All Might showing up on Monday and Thursday. He supervises Midoriya as he hauls bigger and bigger pieces of trash away, and coaches him on how to properly throw a punch. It's Saturday now, though, and Midoriya is happily sitting on the last piece of trash left on the beach. It's an old engine block, rusted over and brown. It's probably staining his pants, but he doesn't care. The next step is coming. Midoriya closes his eyes, taking in the rays of the setting sun and the crisp sea breeze with a bright smile. School the previous day was really easy, and he got to take notes on a hero fight on the walk home. What's more was the fact that it was Gang Orca he got to see. The man had stopped a bank robbery with amazing efficiency, and Midoriya got to see the rare event that was a water-based hero fighting on land. A soft patter of footsteps on the sand behind him interrupts his thoughts. Midoriya looks over his shoulder. "Oh, hi, All Might," he greets, waving even though his mentor is only 2 feet away. "Good evening, young Midoriya. I take it that's the last piece?" All Might's bundled up in a long cream trench coat with a violet scarf around his neck. "Yeah. I got everything but this one in the dumpster a couple minutes ago." Midoriya stands, brushing rust off his pants. All Might looks thoughtfully out to sea for a moment. He closes his eyes and sighs. "We're sparing today. Just get that engine block in the back of my truck and we can start." Midoriya quickly complies, leaping over the seawall with 5% one for all channeled into his legs. He kind of botches the leap back, but he can't bring himself to care. He's going to learn how to fight from All Might. Right? Since this is your first real practice match, we'll go easy. All Might grows to his hero form. "Don't be intimidated by my stature or my reputation. Right now, I am your teacher." It's hard not to be, but Midoriya nods anyway. "So, do we just, start?" "Real fights don't have starting guns," All Might says. "So is that an?" All Might cuts him off with a quick swipe to his head, which Midoriya barely ducks. "Keep on your toes, Yuhi." They spar until sundown, and Midoriya gets more than a couple bruises, but he couldn't be happier. Toshinori looks up at the moon. It shines brightly, lighting up the sea and casting long, narrow shadows on the world. It's full tonight, he notes. Something about the moon has always made him more thoughtful. Or maybe it was the stars surrounding it, though this close to the city, there were no stars. The man taps his thigh gently with his hand, which is bathed in moonlight. He has to be honest with himself now, or he'll never be a good teacher. Young Midoriya's progress is too slow. The boy learns quickly and practices diligently. He hangs off every word Toshinori says, almost taking it like gospel. He even smiles when he fights, bright and fierce. But he's far too stiff. Every attack is telegraphed seconds in advance, and the time in between moves is way great. He's missing something, but Toshinori can't figure out what for the life of him. That's why Toshinori is holding his phone in his hands as he sits in his truck after another night of training. He's shaking too, which does little to help his state. There's 5.5 weeks before the UE entrance exam, and he knows his successor doesn't have the technical skills to get enough robot kills to get in. Shiketsu is also an option, but they're very cutthroat, and Midoriya wouldn't be at his best there. Of course, there's a solution to the problem. Toshinori knows this well. It's actually pretty simple if he's honest, which he always tries to be. But at the same time, it's also so difficult. With a deep breath, Toshinori selects a contact and hits the call button. While it rings, he thinks, will he be ignored? Sent a voicemail? Will his teacher even care? The person on the other end finally picks up with a confused, hello. Hello. Is this Sorahiko? There's a pause. Who is this? It's All Might. Who? All Might. Toshinori? Yes. It's me. Why are you calling me Toshinori? The voice is still soft and confused, and he can practically see the innocent old man facade his teacher is wearing. I found my successor and I need your help. The line goes very quiet for a while. Then, why didn't you lead with that, you big oaf? And what do you need my help for? I'm an old man. Toshinori winces. I'm not a good teacher, you can say that again. And so I need you to give the boy some pointers. Just 2 days. What Toshinori doesn't say is that spending more than 48 hours in the same city as Gran Torino would be hell. But the brat better be worth it. It's the second week of January, and Midoriya is very, very confused. Wait, so you don't want to be my teacher anymore? No, that's not what I mean. All Might spits a wad of blood into the sand. I just like for you to see someone else briefly. Learning from just one person isn't good. And it's not like I'm throwing you to the street, the man's my former teacher. He wavers a bit at the end and his legs start to shake, which confuses Midoriya even more, and even adds a tinge of worry. Just how scary is this guy? He half mutters. All Might looks at him with a serious expression. There's fear in his eyes. Very. Midoriya swallows. His mouth feels dry for some reason. So, where do I meet this guy? Here's the address. It's an old building I rented out to be your gym. We'll use it after Gran Torino's done with you. He hands Midoriya a small slip of paper. Do I just show up tomorrow after school? Midoriya asks, focusing more on the sheet of paper than All Might. Yes. And good luck, kid. Gran takes no prisoners. The building Gran Torino is waiting in is an old one. It was about 3 stories tall and made of red and black brick. The roof was flat and had what looked like an old jungle gym made of pipes on top. The windows were boarded up, and the fire escape on the side was rusted. A crude wooden sign that read Gym Midoriya was hung over the heavy metal door. Carefully turning the handle and pushing in, Midoriya entered. The lights were off, and he clumsily waved his hand over the wall. Eventually, he found a switch, and the lights flicked on. Taking a look around, Midoriya noticed that the room was filled with workout equipment and boxes. The building was probably one of those restaurant-apartment hybrids before it was sold because there was also a counter in the far end and a staircase leading up. Hello. Midoriya calls, carefully taking off his backpack and setting it on a nearby bench. I'm looking for a person named Gran Torino? Are they here? There's a small sign sitting on top of the counter. Midoriya approaches it, feeling slightly unsafe. Upstairs, he reads out loud. Toshi says you're great, but we'll see about that. GT. He quickly grabs his backpack again before climbing up the staircase. It's narrow and creaky, which doesn't help his nerves. Once he gets to the top, he fumbles for another light switch and nearly jumps out of his skin when the room lights up. Oh my God, he's dead. There's the body of an old man, laying on the floor in a pool of blood and what looks like entrails. Midoriya drops his backpack. Oh God, what do I do? I should call. I'm not dead, the old man exclaims, pushing up. I just took a fall while carrying some sausages. Midoriya looks around the room. It's probably 20 feet tall, and all cold, gray stone, with lots of protruding slabs of concrete. There's some pillars that go from floor to ceiling, and table-like rectangles of varying height. Why would Gran Torino be making sausages in here? Say, kid, who are you? Gran Torino walks over and starts to poke at his backpack with his cane. I'm Midoriya, he says. The man is very clearly senile, which kind of makes sense. He taught All Might, so Midoriya knew he'd be old from the get-go. But this is almost too much. Toshinori? Gran Torino asks. Midoriya, the boy corrects. Toshinori, what are you doing here? I said my name is Midoriya. The boy sighs. Then the old man bends over and starts digging through his backpack. Wait, you can't just dig through my stuff. But then, almost at the flick of a switch, Gran Torino changes. You've got good workout clothes and wrist weights. You came prepared for this. He's suddenly gruff and serious, inspecting Midoriya's green track pants and gray sweatshirt with a critical eye. Can you stop? It's not like you can just look through my bag. Midoriya tries to stop him. Sure I can. Now, why don't you fire off a one-for-all smash at me? Gran Torino says after throwing the set of gym clothes Midoriya brought onto a nearby hunk of concrete. I what? Right now? But I'm not even warmed up. Warmed up? I'll get you warmed up after you show me how you fight. Gran Torino gets into a loose fighting stance a couple feet away from him. Any day now. Midoriya bows his head in acceptance. All right, he says, tapping into one for all and ping his left arm back. He rushes forward and swings his arm at 5%, aiming down so he hits Gran Torino across the face. But he only hits solid air. Oh, that's pathetic. You're so stiff and awkward. Toshinori wasn't kidding, Gran Torino berates, casually resting on a lumpy section of the wall. Get your butt changed. I can already tell that I've got a lot to teach. We're gonna be here a while. Midoriya changes at top speed and quickly re-enters the training room. He doesn't even get the chance to ask a question before Gran Torino slams into his back, drilling him to the floor. Keep on your toes, kid. Did Toshinori teach you nothing? The older man pushes back off, and Midoriya stands. Gran Torino very clearly relies on speed in his fighting style, and Midoriya can tell by his movements that the room is perfect for him. Narrowly ducking an attack, Midoriya leaps to put his back to a pillar. If Gran Torino attacks chaotically, then limiting his options should help. Hey, you're not dumb. That's good. Gran Torino slams a fist into Midoriya's ribs, who didn't even see him coming, but not good enough. Midoriya quickly recovers, pushing up in time to take a kick to the thigh. Gran Torino continues to bounce around the room, diving in for a hit every now and then. As time goes by, it becomes clearer and clearer that there's a pattern. Left, right, left, right above, behind, front, left, right above. Midoriya mutters, biding his time. Finally, after a couple more minutes of being hit, the moment shows itself. Gran Torino pushes off the ceiling, and Midoriya throws himself to the ground, rolling to his back. At the last second, he pushes up with one hand and throws a punch directly at Gran Torino's head. The man simply tilts to one side before giving his student an uppercut. Good eye, but you can't always sit and wait for the right moment. Gran Torino lands on the ground in front of Midoriya. Real fights don't always have perfect moments, and natural disasters never do. Biding a time like you did is a good skill, but overuse will get you killed. I understand, Midoriya says, kicking at the floor in disappointment. Wipe that look off your face. You did good for a newbie. Better than All Might, anyways. At least you didn't puke your guts out. All Might did what? I'll tell you later. For now, I'm gonna eat some dinner. You're welcome to join me, or you can practice on those pipes on the roof. Just be careful, I don't want to scrape you off the pavement. Midoriya chooses to go up to the roof for more practice. It's a no-brainer, really. He needs more practice. All the other kids taking the entrance exam have had at least 11 years to get used to their quirks, but he's only had one for all since December. The exam's in 5 weeks, so he needs every bit of practice. The roof of the building is wide and shrouded by a 4-foot-tall stone wall. The bulk of the floor space is taken up by the 10-foot jungle gym in the middle, but there's also a punching bag in one corner and another corner styled like a boxing ring. The jungle gym on the roof looks old, but a quick shake shows that the welds and metal are both strong. The design is old and would probably give his mother a heart attack. The shapes the pipes make are all inconsistent and off-kilter, crisscrossing every which way. It's clearly made for someone his size, too, which is odd. Maybe it's so he can work on his flexibility? Grabbing onto a pipe, Midoriya climbs up the jungle gym. He feels himself slipping and quickly activates his quirk. He overshoots the next pipe and has to use his left leg to kick back up. It continues like that for a while, with him maneuvering all over the pipes, sometimes going scarily fast. At one point, he even swings a full circle around a particularly high pipe before landing on the ground. That was pretty good, but your admiration for All Might is like shackles. It'll only slow you down. Midoriya looks up to see Gran Torino, who's standing with a plate of steaming pastries. Midoriya says, unsure of how to respond. His admiration for All Might was what made it possible for him to keep going, and now that was a bad thing? Don't think too hard about it. Come on, let's get some more practice in before you gotta go home. The sparring after that goes a little better. Midoriya tries to mimic Gran Torino for a bit, but he quickly realizes that the focus needed to channel one for all first to his legs, then to his arms, then back again is way too difficult for him to achieve. In fact, the focus needed to repeatedly turn the quirk on and off is way too much for him. Towards the end of the practice session, Midoriya just settles on keeping the power in his arms at 5%. It goes well until he loses concentration and accidentally hits with what feels like 7 or 8%. It's not too bad, but Gran Torino still sends him home a whole half hour early because, you've messed up once like that and it'll just get worse the more you practice. Come back first thing tomorrow morning. That night after dinner, Midoriya takes a shower. His mom raised a fuss about the bruises and cuts that Gran Torino gave him, but he brushed her off. He needed to think. The water was hot and steamy, fogging up the mirror and making the tile floor slightly wet. Slipping in, Midoriya lets the water hit his head before it trails down his body. His hair's a pain to wash, so he only bothers every other day. He washes his face next and his body. Once he's done, he rinses off the soap that was all over his body. All over his body. Why was that thought sticking with him? He's showered like this forever, heck, everyone has. It's the most efficient way of cleaning yourself. What else were you supposed to do? Wash one arm at a time? Midoriya quickly gets out of the shower and dries off. Ignoring the fact that there's still some soap on his face, he activates one for all, but this time it's different. Instead of just one or both arms, or even his legs, Midoriya lets a steady level of 5% flow through his body. It's tough, but not uncomfortable. He can move like this. I've got it. Midoriya jumps, and promptly hits his head on the ceiling of the bathroom. He landed on the floor with a thump and scampered back up. Honey, are you all right? His mom yells from the kitchen. Yeah, I'm all right. Just slipped and fell. Midoriya replies, hurriedly putting on his pajamas. Are you sure? His mom calls again. She sounds worried and there's footsteps coming down the hall. Yeah, I'm sure. It's nothing bad. Midoriya opens the bathroom door to see his mom standing right outside. The floor was wet, so... Sweetie, his mom says gently. Her eyes are already watering. Last year, when you said you wanted to bulk up, I was happy. Those meals aren't cheap, but that was okay. You were doing so much better. She sniffs and wipes away a tear. But now, you're gone from 5 in the morning until 10 at night. It's just, I'm worried. And today you even came home with bruises. Oh, Mom. Midoriya says because what else can he? He hasn't told her anything about what he's doing or why. He's done nothing but give her the bare minimum and expected everything back. Please, Izuku, baby, just tell me what's going on. I don't know if I can take much more of this. Midoriya tries to say, but he falters. It's nothing bad, I promise. He tries again, looking at the floor. It's just hard to share. But I'll try. Just let me think for a moment. His mom nods slightly before walking off to the living room, and Midoriya slowly sits down in the ground. He rests his head in his hands. Why is this so hard? Having a quirk is a great thing and all he's ever wanted. Telling his mom should be easy. But it's not. Every time he thinks about it, he sees that face. Oh, Izuku, I'm so sorry. The memory runs on repeat through his mind. It hurts every time, stabbing him through the heart. He tries to mouth the words and practice what he'll say, but all he can see are those tear-filled eyes. But he has to do this. Pushing off the floor, Midoriya slinks into his room and grabs a grip trainer. It's the heaviest one he's got, so he can barely close it on a good day. Walking out to the living room, he envisions that awful memory merging with the grip trainer. Mom, he says, standing just inside the living room. His mom looks up from her tissue. Have a quirk. Midoriya channels a small stream of one for all into his hand and squeezes the grip trainer as hard as he can. It snaps in two before falling to the floor. The memory goes with it. The both of them cry hard late into the night, forgiving and apologizing over and over again. Toshinori smiles as he locks the door of his pickup. A swift breeze blows through his hair as he walks up the steps to Gym Midoriya. Gran Torino's 2 days were up, and now Toshinori would see how well they worked. Knowing Gran, young Midoriya was probably beat until he figured something out, which, while a bit inhumane, was probably necessary. Yurare only accepted the best of the best, after all. Pulling out his key and reaching for the doorknob, Toshinori realizes that the front door is ajar. He furrows his eyebrows. Midoriya isn't due at the gym for another 10 minutes. Looking over his shoulder and stepping inside, Toshinori grows to his hero form and closes the door behind him. Better to be safe than sorry. The first floor looks intact, though there are some weights in the wrong places. Midoriya probably worked out some since he saw him last. Toshinori would have to teach the boy to keep the weight area tidy. The door to the basement, which is really just a 7x7x7 hole in the ground, is open, which is even more worrying. Nothing's in there yet, and the door had been locked tight. Toshinori had plans for an office or file room down there to keep track of the boy's progress, which may never come into fruition if there's an intruder problem. Typical hero protocol stated that in a situation like this, the person searching the house should go from floor to floor, bottom to top, so Toshinori makes for the basement. The steps are very creaky and barely able to support his weight, but Toshinori still makes it down and stops. What on earth? The basement had been turned into a makeshift bedroom, with a space heater, a soft Persian rug, and a twin-sized bed that was drowning in blankets. There's even a small dresser and a fridge, though both were empty. The walls are partially painted a dark gray from the ground to about 4 feet up, like some kind of hobbit wanted to remodel. Was somebody squatting in Gym Midoriya? Or was the boy himself living here now? Both were equally worrying. A loud thump 2 floors up shakes Toshinori from his thoughts. Someone is definitely here. He races up the 2 floors of stairs and runs right into the cement floor. There, Toshinori sees a pair of blurs, one yellow and one green, chasing each other midair. One seems to take notice of him and makes a turn right in his direction. In a split second, All Might, the world symbol of peace, is flat on his back, coughing blood. "You're late," a gruff voice reprimands. "The boy and I were just getting warmed up." "Gran." Toshinori wheezes, slimming down and sitting up. "You're still here, you're still here?" He shoots to his feet, hurriedly brushing off any dust from his shirt. Gran Torino scoffs. "You say that like it's a bad thing, you overgrown Z." He turns around and cups his hands around his mouth. "Kid, stop for a moment and say hi to your idiot teacher." The green blur, which hadn't stopped bouncing around the room, stopped. It landed on the floor in a sloppy roll and straightened out. There, dressed in a worn-out Bronze Age All Might hoodie and a pair of sweats, was young Midoriya. "Hi, All Might." The boy waves cheerfully. "Now get back to work." "That roll was awful," Gran Torino orders, turning around and ignoring a bright, "Yes, sir." Toshinori took a moment to pick his jaw off of the floor. He learned all of that in 2 days? Yep. He's not perfect yet, but between you, me, and whatever UA has up their sleeve, that boy's gonna be a real monster one day. Gran Torino sneaks a glance over his shoulder. He almost looks impressed, which is horrifying. "Wait," Toshinori swallows, "between you and me?" He quotes, fearing the answer. I figured why not," Toshinori feels his heart palpate at his teacher's words. I've got nothing better to do, and the boy's kinda great, just don't tell him I said that. But what about your hero duties? This city is really dull, and you'll be leaving your old post a man down. Peach, that part of the country's as sleepy as a nursing home, just like this one. Not to mention there's plenty of pros, Gran Torino argues. Besides, bullet trains exist if I need to get somewhere, and I get a senior discount. Toshinori, unfortunately, can't find a fault in the man's logic and wearily looks up to his successor for a distraction. The boy does a twirl midair, followed by a somersault, and lands with a roll. Then, he pushes up and leaps to the ceiling. He bounces off of it and ricochets off a set of pillars. Oi, quit showboating! Gran Torino yells. I told you to build good habits for real fights, not practice showing off for girls. Sorry, Gran. Midoriya apologies, slowing down. Toshinori idly wonders how fine his control over the power is. It's so fun. I've never moved this fast before. He does a barrel roll and nearly faceplants into a wall. Whoops. Gran Torino sighs heavily. I suppose I can't fault him. I was the same way when I could use my quirk freely. Luckily, I grew out of it. Yes, sometimes I forget he's only 15, Toshinori agrees. He works so hard and is very mature. At least, when it comes to thinking like a pro. Come to think of it, has he shown you his notebooks yet? No, he hasn't. What are they, full of autographs? Yes and no, Toshinori says, looking away from Midoriya. I think they started as a way for him to show his adoration for heroes. You know how kids are these days. Hey, All Might Gran? Can I get some help? Midoriya asks from afar. He's ignored. Boy, do I ever. I'm old as dirt, and I still get ankle biters bugging me while I'm on patrol just 'cause I've got a cape. Wasn't like that back in the day, not at all. All Might? Midoriya asks again, sounding much more worried. Yeah. But young Midoriya's notebooks are full of insightful entries on heroics as a whole. Costume design, super moves, catchphrases, fighting styles, quirk laws, rescue protocols. The boy's a fanatic. All Might help. Midoriya shouts shakily. Toshinori and Gran Torino look up and around but see nothing. They look on the floor. Still nothing. I'm up here. Midoriya says. Weakly. Toshinori looks up. There, in the middle of the room, hovering 15 feet above the floor, is Midoriya. What on earth? Toshinori mutters. Beside him, Gran Torino says roughly the same, albeit much more vulgarly. I can't, Midoriya shoots off to the left before stopping suddenly. Control. He shoots up and then down, stopping with the soles of his shoes a half-inch from the cement. Myself. Then, Midoriya's eyes roll back, becoming a milky white, and he collapses to the floor, unconscious. He scratches his head and opens his eyes, but he's assaulted by a blinding, multicolored beam of light. He quickly covers his face with one hand and sits up. He opens his eyes again, slowly this time. It takes a while, but eventually he's able to see through all the colors. The first thing he notices is that he's on a beach. The white sand is a comforting, familiar ground to lay on. The second thing he notices is the sky. It's different. There are still stars, but they're faint and tiny. There's no moon, and the vast majority of wherever he is dominated by 8 spheres. The one furthest to the right is the smallest. It glows a soft white, like the North Star. The second is almost twice as big as the first, shining a beautiful cobalt blue. It's relatively close to the first, and the two seem to bleed into each other. The third is a lush ruby red. It's far from the second, and bigger too. The fourth is close to the third, glowing a harsh acid green. It's the same size as the third. The fifth is a warm orange and close to the fourth. It's bigger too, but not by much. The sixth is a soft lavender. It's bigger than the fifth but shines nearly as bright. The seventh is purple, too, though a rich, royal-looking one. It's comforting and shines the second brightest. The eighth is by far the biggest. It's a bright gold and dwarfs the others by a mile. Still, it's not brash like the fourth. Feels hopeful. I see you've made it here. Congrats. It took me years. You must be special. Midoriya scampers away, startled by the voice in his ear. What? The voice laughs. I'm not going to hurt you. You're safe here, can't you feel it? I can, Midoriya agrees. Where are you? I'm here, the voice says from behind. Midoriya whirls around to see, a woman? Not what you were expecting? She pps her head. No. Midoriya defends, it's just, who are you? The woman looks like a pro hero. She's tall and muscular with a white cape, yellow pants and boots, a black bodysuit, and a red sash that's tied around her waist. Her hair is put up in a messy ponytail, and her eyes are a bright, intelligent gray. There's a beauty mark on the left side of her chin, and her smile is soft and fond. Me? I'm the 7th, she says. It's nice to meet you, 9th. You can call me Nana. 7th? 9th? Wait, does this have to do with One for All? Midoriya scratches his head. What even is this? A hallucination? A fever dream? Ask Toshinori about it later, but right now, I have a job to do, Nana says. Then she shoots into the air and over to Midoriya. My float is a great quirk. When I was still alive, I used it to save many people. As she spoke, the beach started to glow a bright white, and everything began to fade. Wait, you're going too fast, Midoriya says, trying to grab hold of Nana. He barely gets half a finger on her cape. There's no time, kid, you're waking up, Nana hushes. Anyways, it's a lot stronger than it used to be. You can thank Toshinori for that. When I was in my prime, I could only suspend myself and move slowly in one direction. Now you could probably use it to fly. Fly? What are you talking about? Midoriya shouts. Everything's starting to get really hazy, and he's losing his balance. Fly, kid. I mean really fly. Like a bird, but better, Nana says a bit impatiently. Anyways, wear a helmet when you practice and find out what triggers it for you. Bye, 9th. And good luck. Everything fades to black, and he wakes. The first thing Midoriya feels is a large, calloused hand repeatedly smacking him in the face. Kid, a voice shouts, Midoriya, wake up. You can't just slap the boy, you justice-obsessed oaf. He could have a concussion, another, slightly angry-sounding voice says. Midoriya cracks open one green eye and tries to sit up. He falls back down with a huff. What happened? He asks. You tell us, kid, Gran Torino says. You've been out for 10 minutes. Yes, All Might agrees. I'd like to know why you were floating like my master. He lets out a soft curse as Gran Torino snacks him with his cane and tells him to be more patient. Your master? Midoriya asks, rubbing his eyes and propping himself up on his elbows. Wait, I had a vision. A vision? All Might questions, shifting away and ping his head to one side. He looks thoughtful. Yeah, there was this beach and 8 suns and a woman, Midoriya lists. I think her name was Nana, and she told me to wear a helmet and something about triggers. Kid, slow down. Gran Torino stops him, looking about 10 years older than he did just a second earlier. Start from the beginning and go slow. Midoriya nods and stands up before recounting what he saw in the vision. Some things are a bit fuzzy, but he can remember perfectly how the stars felt and looked, along with the woman. Her words aren't as clear, but a few stick. Nana, float, 7th, helmet. And that's all you remember? All Might asks, leaning against a hunk of concrete. He looks like he desperately wants to push for more, but doesn't. Yeah, I think so, Midoriya says, fiddling with the strings of his hoodie. Do you know what this means, All Might? His mentor regards him for a long moment, looking thoughtful. About the visions? My master only mentioned them once offhandedly and didn't go into detail. All Might looks Midoriya deep in the eye. But I have had one. The day I got this. He taps his left side and flinches. Who is she? Midoriya asks. The woman, I mean. Shimura Nana, Gran Torino answers. The 7th wielder of One for All. 7th. Midoriya mutters. Is this normal? No, everything about this getting more quirks, visions is actually quite spooky, All Might answers hollowly, but considering the origins of One for All. It's not exactly a surprise, Gran Torino finishes. What are you guys talking about? Origins? What even is one for all? Midoriya rapid fires. All Might and Gran Torino exchange glances. They nod. It's better if we sit down for this. Let's go downstairs. The older one says. It takes some time for his mentor to gather his thoughts, but the contemplative expression disappears from his face. Young Midoriya, you know that one for all can be passed down? Midoriya nods. And you know that you're the ninth. Another nod. All Might takes a deep breath. It all starts with two brothers at the dawn of an era. You see, after the luminescent baby, people everywhere started to get powers of all kinds. At first, nothing really changed. There just weren't enough people with quirks around to shake things up. But after the years went by, more and more children were born with abilities. 20 years after that first quirked baby was when things really started to change. There were riots, protests, battles in the streets, massacres. Those without quirks started to fear and were consumed by it. Had it not been for quirks, humanity would be vacationing among the stars, Midoriya quotes. I read that in a textbook once. Gran Torino grunts. The war started pretty quickly after they passed quirk laws. Those with abilities either saw themselves as betters being oppressed or as cursed. They fought back or endured the hate. But one man rose to unify the quirked. All for one, All Might says softly. He covers his left side with one palm. He started and led several revolutionary groups, gaining many followers with his ability, which he shared a name with. With his power he could give and take quirks. Midoriya feels his lips move, mouthing a swear his mother would have fainted at. Yes, All Might agrees, it's very concerning. But this man, All for One, had a frail younger brother. He was quirkless but had a strong sense of justice. He tried to stop his older brother, but was defeated. Whether it was out of pity or a move to force his brother to submit, All for One forced a quirk onto his sibling, Gran Torino continues. It was a stockpiler that allowed the user to build up mass amounts of power and use it to make their body stronger. But the younger brother, as it turned out, wasn't so quirkless. Midoriya's head snaps to look at All Might. Yes, the younger brother had the ability to pass down quirks. It's rather useless on its own, but once it merged with the stockpiler, it made something new. Midoriya breathes, one for all. And that's the origin of this power of ours. All Might finishes, something born of evil, but changed by the heart of a hero to destroy its creator. The three of them sit in silence for a moment. The air is thick with emotion, worry and fear being most prevalent in Midoriya. This All for One, is he still around? What happened to the other holders? Are we safe? The boy asks. All the previous users were killed by All for One, except Toshinori, Gran Torino speaks, gazing at his cane thoughtfully. The BSDRD's gone now, thanks to ye old symbol of peace. All Might smiles sadly. I beat him, but at a cost. He's the one that forced me to take this form. Midoriya tries to imagine what that fight must have been like. Faster than the eye can see, he decides. Fast, but at the same time drawn out and brutal, something that should be in a history book or made into a movie. Just imagining what someone could do with hundreds of years of quirks gives him shivers. So what now? Midoriya asks. What's the point of this power if its objective is complete? I may have finished off All for One like the power was meant to, All Might says, but the world's not safe. I'm weak now, and I'll probably have to retire in the next 5 years or so. But the world will still need a symbol. This power it's not meant to eliminate anymore, but instead, it's meant to make the world safe and keep it happy. You're the next me. I trust that you'll fill my shoes well, Midoriya Izuku. They sit like that for a while, Midoriya in amazement, All Might in contemplation, and Gran Torino in memory. But then Midoriya realizes something. So I probably have 8 quirks? Not 8, Gran Torino corrects. Toshinori was quirkless, so 7 at most, if you count one for all. We don't know much about any of the users but Nana, but we'll work on that. Then, after a pause, if you ask me, the first couple probably didn't have quirks. Midoriya must look absolutely distraught, because All Might rushes to comfort. It's not that big of a deal. I never showed any signs of the quirks of the previous users. You might only get float, or maybe this was a one-time thing. It'll be fine. The physical enhancement aspect will be plenty for you to take my place as the symbol of peace. It's just kind of a lot to handle since I've never had a quirk before, but I'm sure I'll manage with you too. But what will people say if I suddenly show off more than one quirk? Will they think I'm with All for One? No, he's dead, but what about his followers? It's just so stressful. Midoriya. All Might gives him a firm chop to the shoulder. Quit word vomiting. It's fine. We have plenty of time to figure this out, and if we don't, UA will probably help. What's important is that we keep training and figure out how float works for you. He turns to Gran Torino. You'd know more about that than me. The old man rolls his eyes. You think just 'cause Nana and I were good friends, we knew everything about each other's quirks? The silence that followed was telling. Gran Torino huffs. I know a little, but this is something he'll have to work on mostly alone. They train for weeks after that. It's hard, back-breaking work for Midoriya, but every second feels amazing. Even when Gran Torino suddenly amps up the speed of his attacks, or All Might blindsides him with a backhand, his smile never wavers. Every day he gets better, and that itself is a reward. What does throw him for a loop, though, is when Gran Torino throws him into a mildly dubious fighting area in some shady section of Tokyo. Apparently, if Midoriya only fought Gran Torino and All Might until he got into, he'd end up with bad habits, and apparently his older mentor wasn't against the morally gray. He gets his butt kicked, obviously. But he learns a lot about different fighting styles from the two occasions he got talked into going. All fighting was done quirkless and with gloves, which is nice because according to Gran, some places throw two people in a cage and wait until one comes out. Midoriya keeps weightlifting too, focusing on building up as much muscle mass as possible. All Might shows him no mercy on that front, constantly coming up with more and more difficult exercises. Such exercises include but are not limited to hanging upside down from a bar, bent at a 90-degree angle at the waist, one-handed push-ups while training his grip strength, and walking around the building with All Might on his back. That last one is the worst by far, and Gran Torino gets a lot of pictures of Midoriya being crushed under All Might. Float never makes another appearance. It bums Midoriya out at first because he can tell that both of his teachers want him to use it, but it just never heeds his call. No matter how long he bounces around with full cowl, All Might change the name from Gran Bounce because apparently he is at naming things along with analogies, or meditates with one for all active, or envisions himself soaring through the air. He just can't float. All Might and Gran Torino comb through thousands of records for all of the previous holders of One for All and even make a notebook for him. They promptly hide it and only let him look over the information on float because they don't know if he'll show any other quirks. But soon, almost in the blink of an eye, February 26th arrives, and with it, the UA entrance exam. Bonus: Midoriya's quirk files. Subject: Gran Torino. Quirk. Desk. Allows the user to shoot out jets of air from the soles of the feet. The jet comes from the air the user breathes. Strengths: amazing linear acceleration, speed, turning, and adaptability. Excellent for close quarters combat and hitting hard fast. Works best with hit and run tactics and against disorganized opponents. Weaknesses: limited flight duration. Making curves. Where on the body, the user is just a normal man, albeit tough and experienced, but still feels the force of impact on a target. Counter strategies: a strong hardening quirk or a robust shield and a net would be great for stopping jet. However, the person taking the force would have to remain upright. If they can do so, then all they have to do is push the jet user into a net or capture device. After that, the best way to secure would be to cover the holes on the feet. Shock-absorbing or shock-redirecting quirks would also be ideal. Ranking, on its own, B. Combined with the user's skill, S+. It's fine. Everything's fine. He's ready for this. He's not worried. He feels great. He's gonna ace the test and eat a nice, hot dinner when he gets back home. He's not panicking. Nope, not at all. Except he totally is. Mom, where are my new shoes? I can't find them. Midoriya yells, frantically tolling his half-dry hair and hopping into a pair of track pants. It's 6:30 in the morning, and by all accounts, he should still be asleep. But even though the exam isn't until 9, he's getting ready. There in the hall closet, on the second shelf. Still in the box, his mom calls back. She's in the kitchen, happily frying eggs. Yelling a thanks, Midoriya finally gets his pants on and throws the wet towel into the dirty laundry. He pulls on a pair of socks, brand new with miniature All Might faces, and slips on a heavy long sleeve. His jacket is last, and he quickly looks himself over in the mirror. He looks like a total nervous wreck. His hair's a mess, and there's sweat on his forehead, and oh god, his hoodie strings are uneven. Midoriya rushes to fix this, at the same time looking over his room for his backpack. It's in the corner, and he just knows he'll forget it if he doesn't put it somewhere else, and, "Sweetie, come eat," his mother yells, walking down the hall. "You won't do your best on an empty stomach." Midoriya muttered something akin to agreement but kept hastily adjusting his outfit. Have his pants always fit that bad? They really shouldn't show off his thigh definition, but he got them 3 months ago. Should he change? Yeah, he probably. Izuku. Now, his mother orders, grabbing him by the arm and dragging him to the kitchen. Plopping down at the table, Midoriya looks over his breakfast. It's large, but smaller than usual, probably because he's not doing his morning workout today. Half the plate is filled up with eggs, and the other with brown rice. There's a small bowl of grapes, along with a tall glass of chocolate milk. He picks up his fork and stares. "Thanks," he says quietly. "I'm not hungry." His mother looks at him worriedly. "Honey, you need to eat. Even if you don't feel up to it, eat the eggs, at least. They don't reheat well." "But, no buts," his mother cuts in. "Today's a big day. You need food." Midoriya eats slowly. There's probably a million thoughts that run through his head between each bite, but he manages to set everything down despite the fact that it tastes like nothing. After breakfast, he slips on his shoes and looks through his backpack 5 times. For pens, 2 black, 1 red, 1 blue. 6 pencils, number 2. A sharpener. 3 erasers. A 1-subject notebook, college ruled. Highlighters, 1 green, 1 yellow. Emergency cash, which is enough yen to get him home even if he's 50 miles away. Phone, set to silent. Wallet, with his student ID and the printable a hopeful card. That should be everything. He looks again 2 more times before he's finally standing in the doorway. He's crying, which is normal. His mom's also crying, which is also normal. It still feels different, somehow. Mom, Midoriya doesn't know what to say. His mother doesn't either and settles for pulling him into a tight hug. Midoriya's worries melt in an instant. He feels light as a feather now, but he hasn't stopped crying. "Do your best, son," his mother sobs into his chest. "I'm already so proud of you." Midoriya squeezes her tight, trying to blink away the tears that won't stop. "I will. I promise." They separate after that, and Midoriya turns to walk down the hall to the elevator. He's probably late now, but that's fine. He's got this. "Wait," his mother says suddenly, disappearing into the living room. Midoriya sighs, a bit annoyed, but mostly eager to go. "Mom, I gotta leave, I'm all ready." His mother reappears, a heap of bright red in her hands. She moves it into his arms. "Here," she says, backing away, "it was your father's." Midoriya blinks, half tempted to ask another question. "Mom," he starts, but he's quickly interrupted. "Go," his mother shouts, practically slamming the door in his face. "I'll tell you later. Good luck, I love you." The run to the train station was a bit hectic, but he got there just in time to swipe his card and take a seat. Well, he would have taken a seat if one was open. The amount of people taking the U.A entrance exam must be in the thousands, because the normally half-full train car is packed to the brim. Carefully wrapping an arm around a pole, Midoriya looks over the lump of cloth. Unfurling it, he finds that it's a scarf. It's about 4 feet long and a bright red-orange. It smells of gunpowder and fire smoke, which, considering his father's quirk, isn't surprising. He'd never met his father. At least, he doesn't remember meeting his father. It's a little weird having something to remember a man he'd never even talked to, but it's comforting somehow. Like the scarf is definitive proof that the man existed. Wrapping the cloth around his neck and tying a loose knot, Midoriya looks around his train car. Most of the people in it are kids his age who he's seen around the neighborhood. There's even a pair of students from his homeroom. One spots him and whispers in the other's ear. Midoriya has to burrow his head into the warmth of his scarf to escape the giggles. Everyone gets off the train at the same stop. Or at least it seems that way. 50 middle schoolers eager to enroll in Japan's top hero school all march in one direction to the school's gate. The crowd thickens as they get closer, and Midoriya winds up with a couple elbows in his ribs and a stomped foot. The line at the gate moves quickly, and Midoriya feeds his pass into a machine, which prints out a card. Midoriya Izuku, it reads. Quirk, superpower. Exam, heroics. ID hashtag. There are strict instructions to head right for the test room and even a couple pros hanging around keeping an eye on the mob of kids. Midoriya doesn't think anyone would be stupid enough to break into UDA at any point, but if he had to pick a day to, it'd be exam day. The pros soothe the worry that comes with that thought, though, so he moves along. The written portion of the exam is separated by middle school, so Midoriya has to sit and wait in his seat surrounded by hopefully soon-to-be former classmates. He gets a couple jabs, but a pair of teachers walk in and start to hand out tests, which stops that. The exam has 3 portions: mathematics, writing, and reading. Each is an hour and a half long with 30-minute breaks in between. Midoriya has been studying for this moment for half a year. Most of the info online said that the written UA exam wasn't notoriously difficult but still wasn't something to brush off. Midoriya definitely hadn't brushed it off. The first part, mathematics, flies by. It's only barely like the practice test he found online, but the fact that he's allowed a calculator for it eases his worry somewhat. The second part, which was reading, also goes well. He'd always been a quick reader, mostly out of his need to glean information quickly out of different articles and books. There are odd passages though, and even one in English, but he gets through them all right. The final portion, writing, is probably the easiest for him. He's tasked to write an essay on a theoretical hero. Said hero has a simple yet useful emitter quirk and specializes in close-quarters combat. Midoriya, and presumably every other student, has to explain the hero's strengths and weaknesses, make up super moves, give them a name, and explain their best course of action in a variety of scenarios. Midoriya doesn't turn in his paper early even though he can. He isn't stupid. An extra half hour is something that he should spend wisely, so he proofreads 4 times and tweaks a couple sections. He also adds a little to his breakdown on the hero's quirk. The written test is finished after that. Most people make a beeline right for the free snacks outside the testing room, but Midoriya decides to head for the auditorium. He isn't the first one there, but he's the only one in his row, which is nice. He texts his mom that he finished the exam and that the practical is about to start. Gradually, the massive room fills. Midoriya is surrounded by kids from his middle school, along with others from schools near his. They all talk among themselves but ignore him, which is fine. He can focus on keeping his muttering in check that way. At exactly 3 o'clock, Midoriya only knows because he was looking at hero stats on his phone, the lights dim. A hush immediately falls over everyone. A single spotlight shines down on a raised podium where a man now stands. "Hey, hey, hey," the man yells, cupping his hands over his mouth even though he has a microphone. "How's everyone doing tonight?" There is absolute silence. Midoriya tries not to freak out about the fact that present Mike is standing right there. Holy shit. "Oh, I see. Playing it cool. I feel ya." Anyways, Mike pulls a remote out of his back pocket and hits a button. "You all read those pamphlets, so you should know how this exam works. There's 3 types of villain bots, each with different point values." A screen lights up behind him as he speaks, displaying the silhouettes of 4 robots. 1-pointers are worth, you guessed it, 1 point each. The hero continues, "They're kind of fast but really weak. 2-pointers are next, they pack more of a punch. And then there's 3-pointers, which are basically tanks. Any questions?" Someone coughs about 10 rows down from Midoriya. "Ah, yes, you with the raised hand. Yeah, you who looked behind yourself." Present Mike chuckles. A spotlight lights up the area Mike pointed to, showing a now standing girl. You only named 3 robots, but there's 4 on screen. What gives? Present Mike looks behind himself and rubs his glasses. Oh yeah, the 0 pointer's just an obstacle. It's worth nothing and you should try your best to avoid it. Anyone else? There was a moment of silence. Alright, let's get this show on the road. Can I get a yeah? More silence. Yeesh, tough crowd. Go get changed and try to get a little excited. This is you. A short bus ride to the exam ground later, Midoriya stands before a gigantic gate, pressed between 200 other kids. Everyone seems to be doing some kind of warm-up. Midoriya sees someone with a rather long and fish-like tail stretching it over his shoulder, and a tall girl splaying her fingers over and over again. The sheer number of people and quirks nearly overwhelm him. It's like everyone here has a strong and interesting quirk and is prepared to use it to the fullest potential. How can he compare? He had 2 months with this power, and every person here had at least a decade. He'd probably make a total fool of himself and end up with nothing. All Might and Gran would be so disappointed, and he'd have to go to Ketsubetsu, which wasn't bad, but Yue was famous for making top heroes, and if he wanted to be number 1 he had. Stop muttering. It's distracting. An annoyed-sounding voice comes from his left. Sorry, it's just a nervous habit. Midoriya turns around. Good luck, I guess. The person behind him is a tall, shirtless boy who has large pink spikes growing out of his torso. The boy sneers, turn around unless you want me to flatten you when this thing starts. Right, yes, sorry. My bad. Midoriya whirls around to face the door and suddenly finds himself counting backwards from 100. All right, listeners. The voice of Present Mike screams from up high. Midoriya looks up to see him sitting in some kind of tower. Are you ready? For the first time that day, the hero hopefuls respond with a disjointed yeah. Perfect. Here's your countdown. 10 and go. Most of the kids there look up at Present Mike with confusion. Many of them laugh at what they think is a poor joke. None of them move, except for one. Midoriya, who'd been training with the world's top hero and his teacher, who'd had it beaten into him that real fights don't have countdowns, shoots forward in a blur of green lighting. He manages to wall jump all the way up a pair of 5-story buildings and slam down onto a 3-pointer before Mike calls out that the test is starting for real. But Midoriya doesn't hear. By the time the person behind him gets 10 feet into the exam ground, he'd already racked up 5 more points from ricocheting off a series of 1-point bots. He only has 10 minutes, and common sense leads Midoriya to believe that there aren't enough bots in the zone for even half the people to pass. He has to make every second count. Leaping off an apartment building, he steals a 3-pointer from a tall boy, who curses at him. Midoriya responds by jumping away and punching the head off a 2-pointer. That makes 13. Midoriya's main strategy is to keep high and pick off groups of bots from above. Falling down on them makes his attacks that much stronger, and it's probably safer than running around the streets like a headless chicken. He's proven right when, not 5 seconds after climbing another building, Midoriya body slams a 2-pointer and uses a hunk of its metal as a makeshift throwable to knock out a series of 1-pointers. That makes 18 points. Midoriya keeps going like that for a while, and he's eternally grateful that Gran Torino made him think of a strategy instead of letting him go in blind. Midoriya also uses some of his time to help other students in danger. He pulls 2 out of the way of falling rubble and takes out a couple bots that were surrounding another. But despite his 47, or isn't it 49? He lost count points. Midoriya finds himself losing focus. The feel of full cowl coursing through his veins is so liberating. There's moments where he almost feels like a bird gliding through the bird. Feels floaty. And that's when it hits him again. As Midoriya takes another leap off a 10-story building, his mother would have a heart attack. He wills himself to stall midair. He floats there with a massive grin on his face. My trigger. I get it. He has to feel a certain way to use float. For the last month he'd been trying to meditate and achieve peace of mind, but that wasn't it. He just needed to feel free. Midoriya finds himself soaring through the air, yelling in joy, and nearly forgetting about the exam. It's a little rough, he can't quite turn, but he can accelerate decently and even control altitude. But then, it all changes with a rumble and a scream. Not a very good crop this year. What a shame. A single tired-looking, dry, black-colored eye opens to take in the world for the first time, and the eye swings over to a nearby clock 3 hours. With a begrudging sigh, the other eye opens, and the man attached sits up. "Ah, Aizawa. How nice of you to join us. Please, have a look," a cheery voice says from behind a tea mug. The man, Aizawa, unzips his puffy yellow sleeping bag and steps out. He stands, accepting a cup of lukewarm coffee from a colleague. He mutters a thanks and turns to look at the large wall of screens. "How do they look?" he says, sipping his drink. He very nearly spits it out when he realizes that it's not coffee, but in fact herbal tea. He shoots a dirty look at the one who handed him it. Of course it was midnight. No one else on the staff drank anything but black tea or coffee. Disappointing. Principal Nedzu says with all of his usual cheer. There are a couple interesting subjects, but most are nothing compared to last year. Aizawa zeroes in on the biggest screen, which shows a plain-looking green-haired boy. He's got a smile that's way too cheerful and is soaring through the air without care. It annoys Aizawa, but the kid's got 52 points, so there's a little leeway. "I take it you like the green one," Aizawa says, setting the mug of tea on top of Cementos monitor. The cement hero is judging rescue points for Zone A this year, which Aizawa's grateful for. It means he can squeeze in more sleep. "You know I'm not allowed to play favorites," Nedzu says, getting up from his chair and walking over to the zero-pointer button. But he is the current top scorer. 52 villain points, and if I had to guess, 20 rescue points to go with. So he's a shoo-in, Aizawa says, gazing at the other screens. "Any other kids I need to keep an eye on?" "Check out Examini 8761, Midnight suggests, pointing to the bottom left corner of the screen. "She's not too bad, 45 villain points. No rescues though." Examini number 8771 is an average height, muscular girl. Her quirk appears to be some form of emitter that lets her generate spikes of metal from her abdomen. From what Aizawa can see, she mainly uses them to spear robots, which will need to change if she wants to get by in UA. Sticking to one move in combat is peak irrationality. "I'll take both of them," Aizawa says, slinking back over to his sleeping bag. "Don't wake me up unless someone's dead." Midnight gives his bag a soft kick once he's climbed inside. "Come on, you'll miss the best part. I get to push the button this year. I'm not grading rescue points this time, and I can get the videos showing my students later. There's no reason for me to watch." Aizawa sips on a jelly packet and rolls over. Midnight mutters something about where to shove his logic but turns away and happily pushes the big red button that's on Nedzu's armrest. Despite himself, Aizawa cracks an eye open to watch the two top scorers. Interesting. When Present Mike said that the zero-pointers were an obstacle to be avoided, Midoriya didn't think that he meant that they were the size of skyscrapers. By the time the gargantuan machine pops into existence, there are only 2 minutes left in the exam. Midoriya stops floating in order to focus on snagging a couple more points from the leftover bots in the far end of the city. He isn't the only one with that thought process, though, because the boy from earlier is around, pulling spikes from his body and hurling them at robots. He isn't very good, and Midoriya has to take out a couple robots that were about to shoot him in the back. But then, the zero-pointer shoots up from right under them. It utterly levels a whole block, and Midoriya has to grab the shirtless boy by the ankles and get him to safety with a 6% jump. It hurts his legs a bit, particularly the joints, but it's worth it to save the guy from being crushed by rubble. "I could have gotten out of there myself, glory hog," the boy spits, brushing his hands on his pants as he glared. "They don't mention it." Midoriya squeaks, cringing at his choice of words. The boy makes a nasty comment about Midoriya's hair before climbing down the fire escape on the side building. Midoriya is left to watch the zero-pointer level half the city on the roof. Eventually, Present Mike calls out that the exam is over and for all participants to make for the gate. Midoriya hops off the building. The walk back is awkward, at least for Midoriya, who has to walk 20 paces behind a guy who very clearly dislikes him. The spiked boy himself mutters a lot, mostly about how dumb the exam was and how his quirk was useless, which Midoriya thinks is stupid. Seeing the quirk in use for a couple seconds sent all types of ideas and strategies through his brain. Eventually, Midoriya reaches a crowd of other test takers. The small army of students is apparently waiting in line to be healed by Recovery Girl. Midoriya, who has no injuries, walks by. She catches his eye and even gives him a quick once-over before nodding. Midoriya figures that she's happy about the fact that he isn't hurt, unlike the boy before him, who has a rather nasty cut across his temple. He makes his way out of the mock city after that, half giddy from figuring out float and half exhausted from using it. Quirks are like muscles, after all, and Midoriya had basically run a 100-meter dash with a brand new calf he didn't know how to use. But that's fine. Gran and All Might will still train him back at the gym, and by the time he's in UDA, he'll be golden. If he gets into UDA, that is. Oh God, did he get in? The letter won't come for a week, and he's already panicking. What if the judges docked points because he fooled around with float at the end? What if he didn't get enough points? What if he failed the written portion? It's all he can think about on the train ride home. And at dinner. And while laying in bed. And in his dreams. Midoriya doesn't tell his mom about it being his anxiety, not the exam. She got almost every detail about both tests and was just so happy that he couldn't force his doubts on her. Gran Torino, on the other hand, "Kid, you look like someone ran over your dog," he says bluntly as Midoriya walks into the gym after school that next Tuesday. Midoriya flinches. "I think I bombed the exam." Gran Torino raises a single gray eyebrow. "Explain." And Midoriya does. He had to start and stop a couple of times, Gran chiding him on his word vomit, but he gets the picture across eventually. Once he finishes telling his story, the older man laughs loudly. "It's not funny." Midoriya cries, fighting back tears. "I might not get in. All my work might have been for nothing." Gran Torino shakes his head. "Kid, I taught at UA for a year. Trust me when I say that you absolutely killed it." "What?" Midoriya knows Gran was All Might's homeroom teacher. God knows his predecessor was full of horrifying stories of those days. But does the man really know how UA would pick students? "The heroics exam ain't what you're thinking of it," Gran Torino explains. "They look for potential. Most of the time, yes, that potential shows itself in points. But even if you didn't make a single scratch on a robot, they'd probably let you in for saving that kid from the zero-pointer. They want kids with heart and brains, not just flashy quirks." "So I got in?" Midoriya asks quietly. Gran Torino shrugs. "I'm an old man, what do I know?" Then, after a second, "If I had to say, yeah, you got in. But don't get your hopes up. That old rat is a weird one. No telling what he'll do. Now hurry up and stretch. Toshinori's coming by later, and I want you to actually carry the big oaf this time. None of that falling over halfway through crap." The week goes by like normal. Midoriya gets some jeers about the exam, which he expected. No one at school knows he has a quirk. But for the most part, the days fly by and soon the letter arrives. "So you're telling me that most of these kids have no potential?" Aizawa says, flicking through a stack of folders that contain the profiles of every heroics applicant that managed to pass the exam. "Most aren't all that impressive, but that's nothing new. Judging worth based on smashing robots is something he'd thought was dumb from day one." Across from him, Principal Nedzu nods. "Yes, unfortunately the batch of children was rather weak this year. And they're even more disappointing if you compare them to the ones we got in the 2 years previous." "How can we be sure of that?" Cementos speaks up from the far end of the long table. 10 minutes is hardly enough to gauge the strength and talent of thousands of kids. Perhaps they didn't have the right quirks for the practical. "That's a good argument, but you judged rescue points this year," Snipe says, idly tipping back in his seat so only the rear legs of his chair touch the ground. "You ought know whether or not Nedzu's right." "I graded 1/10 of the applicants. That's hardly a broad enough sample, especially among thousands of children," Cementos counters. "It's not just rescue or villain points we're talking about here," Midnight says. "Most of the test takers couldn't give a half-decent analysis on the written exam. Not to mention the rather crude ways most of the top 60 used their quirks. which were mostly simple emitters and transformatives suitable for taking out robots, I might add. A wave of murmurs breaks out among the teachers. Each and every one of them was either a judge for rescue points, a zone manager, or both. They're who decide what prospects get picked and are probably the most important part of the U.A staff. And at this moment, they're unsure. We can't just not have a heroics course. Present Mike speaks up, casually flicking through a lesson planner. Most of the staff look at him incredulously. What? He defends. Both Eraser and Nedza say most of those kids don't have potential, and we all know what that means. But we can't refuse to teach some of them just because they can't be great. The world needs average heroes too. Not everyone can be All Might. Excellent point, Yamada, Nedza says, swirling his teacup around. But we are UA. Our motto is plus ultra, no? We take those with potential to be great and make them so. No less. We could shrink the hero course, Aizawa suggests, carefully scrutinizing the profiles of the top 2 placers. You said most don't have potential. Give me the ones that do have some, and I'll put them through the usual and then some. Can we really do that? 13 asks, tapping their fingers together. Just change the outcome of the exam after it's over? Most of the teachers present seem to agree with her sentiment. Aizawa does not. It's been done before, Nedzu says. I know that in the early days of our school, the staff would annually vote on the number and size of the heroics classes. They discontinued it after they realized the average was 2 classes of 20, but we could bring it back for a couple years if needed. You'll give Eraser the cream of the crop and leave me with nothing, Vlad King complains, thumbing through his own stack of student profiles. Aizawa lets the corners of his lips twitch up just a little. There's always next year. And besides, I might end up expelling them all. Then, it's not like there's much to look at here, if I'm honest. You all saw the videos, you know how little cream of the crop there is this year. There's a small mutter of agreement, but most of the teachers still present seem unsure. Let's have a vote, Nedzu decides. Our 2 options are having 2 classes of 20 like usual, splitting the top scorers in each class, and molding our rather meager crop as best we can. Or, we have only 1 class and handpick the best students for Aizawa to teach. They vote. The result is 8-7 in favor of Aizawa's idea. The man himself takes a long look over the 4 recommendation students. Contracts stipulate that there had to be 4 no matter what, but there's nothing too interesting there. The top 2 who took the regular exam, though, well, he certainly hoped they wouldn't disappoint. Izuku. Oh my gosh, it's here. Honey, come quick. The letter. It's for you. The sound of his mother frantically jogging through the apartment shakes Midoriya from his trace. Quickly closing his hero notebook, volume 14, he gets up from his desk and leaves his room, nearly knocking his mother over. A rather heavy envelope is moved into his hands. Open it, his mother cries. Midoriya blinks, almost not believing that the expensive feeling paper with gold lettering is real. Can I open it in my room? He asks, mostly because he wants to be composed for when his mother finds out. He knows she'll cry no matter what. Sure, honey. But please make it quick. My heart can't take all this waiting. Sitting back down at his desk with his mother pacing on the other side of the locked door, Midoriya sits down at his desk. He stares at the envelope and pokes it with 1 finger. Biting his lip, he carefully pulls away at the seal. He gets the envelope open but sits back in his chair. He can't do this. The weight of everything is just too much. The letter will determine his future, and he can't bring himself to open it. Every poster of All Might in his room seems to stare down at him anxiously. A bead of sweat flows down his neck and onto his collar. He has to do this. Staring determinedly at the letter, Midoriya reaches in and pulls out a heavy, metal disc. It lights up in a hologram, and Midoriya drops it in shock. Tall? Is he tall? The hologram can't be more than 6 inches, but Midoriya feels like their tall, scruffy-looking man is displayed on the screen. He's wearing all black, and his face is covered by his long hair and a 5 o'clock shadow. Hello. I am Aizawa Shota, heroics teacher at UA High. The man holds up a remote and clicks it. The screen darkens and expands. A large stylized spelling of his name now takes up most of the screen. Midoriya Izuku, you took the heroics exam and placed in the top 5% in the written portion. A little 95th percentile blinks under Midoriya's name. However, academics isn't all we look for. Midoriya swallows nervously as the man reappears on screen. This is it. The practical is much more important in the long run. But lucky for you, you aced that too. The screen changes again, displaying a colorful list of 10 names. His in the top left corner, bright gold with a bold one next to it. There's 3 rows of numbers next to his name, reading 60 villains, 25 rescue, 85 total. Congratulations. This is your hero academia. The screen blinks out and collapses back into the disc. Midoriya can hardly breathe. He reaches for the disc, hoping to play the recordings again, but his hands shake so bad he drops it. He sits there for a while, trying to process. It's a lot. Too much really. His dream school accepted him. And he's number 1. He pinches himself hard a couple times, just to be sure he isn't dreaming. He's not dreaming. His eyes start to water, but he wipes away the tears before they fall. He did it. He did it. He's not useless. He's not foolish. He passed, top of the rankings. He's gonna be a hero. But next he has to tell his mom. Getting up onto his shaky legs, Midoriya walks across his bedroom and gently opens the door. Immediately, his mom rushes forward and wraps him up in a hug. She's crying hard. I was listening through the door, she sobs. Izuku, I'm so proud of you. Midoriya can't help it. He cries too. All of this time. Toshinori hears a voice yell. He turns around and smiles as he sees his successor jog towards him. I got in. I got in. The boy slides to a stop, sending particles of white sand everywhere. He's smiling like usual, wide and bright. It's a different one than the one he has for combat and weight training. Toshinori can't decide which he likes better. Congratulations. Though I can't say I'm surprised. We did work you hard this past year. Toshinori pats the boy on the shoulder. Young Midoriya laughs and rubs his neck self-consciously. Yeah, I placed first too. With a total of 85 points. Toshinori raises an eyebrow. That's only 10 shy of my entrance exam score. Though I'm sure you did better on the practical than I did, so it balances out. You got 95 points. Midoriya's jaw drops. Did you beat the 0-pointer too? Toshinori laughs. I tried, but I couldn't quite take it down in the allotted time. I did get a lashing from the support department head for denting his creation, though, so you probably dodged a bullet by not attacking it. Toshinori blinks. Wait, you didn't attack it, right? Please tell me you didn't break your limbs smashing that thing. I don't need another lecture from Recovery Girl next time I go for my monthly checkup. Young Midoriya chuckles. No, I didn't try to. I did pull another guy out of the way of it, though. He wasn't very happy about it. Toshinori shrugs. Some people don't like getting help. But that doesn't change the fact that they need it. There's a comfortable silence after that. The two stare out to sea, enjoying the cool air and the sound of the waves. I can't believe I'm actually going to be a hero, Midoriya says after a while. Toshinori looks at him oddly. Still? I thought you would have accepted that a year ago. God, it's already been a year since that fateful day. Toshinori can still remember how Midoriya looked as he slung his backpack at the villain. Yeah, I know, it's just... The kid looks down at his feet. I was quirkless for so long, I think I just got used to how people assumed I'd never amount to anything. But now that I got into UA, I can start to prove them wrong. I'd say you already have, Toshinori says, gesturing to the beach and the sea beyond. Young Midoriya looks a bit confused at his words, so he continues, you already are a hero. No, I'm not. Midoriya denies. I don't have a license. Sure, I have a quirk now, but that doesn't mean anything. I need education and experience, and he's cut off by a newspaper clipping being shoved into his face. Anonymous youth cleans Dagoba trash heap, the boy reads aloud. Spotless sands and clear waves make the former dumping ground a new summer hotspot. He looks up to Toshinori, confused. How does this make me a hero? I did it so I could hold your power. Cleaning the trash was just a plus. Toshinori sighs. Do you remember what I told you that first day on this beach? When it was covered in trash? That if I used your full power, my limbs would fly off? Technically correct, but no. I said that being a hero is about service. This beach was dirty, but you reverted it back to its former glory, bringing joy to thousands. You helped those in need and expected nothing in return, Toshinori says, and last year, the day I met you, you proved yourself as well. By risking your life to save another, you embodied the traits of a hero. Servitude. Self-sacrifice. They are what make a hero a hero. You, my boy, have already shown both. Here on this beach and the day we met. The boy sniffs, and Toshinori thinks for a moment that he's going to cry. But then he wipes his face and stares him directly in the eye. His mouth is curled into his fierce smile, and his eyes burn with passion. I promise to be a hero worthy of your power, he says, his words wavering. I'll be the successor you and the world need. Toshinori can't help but beam. The kid will go far, he'll make sure of it. I am here. I'm here. I'm here. I am. A fist smacks down on the head of an all-might-themed alarm clock, silencing it. Midoriya stares wide-eyed at the ceiling. He's been up for 2 hours and got 5 hours of sleep the previous night. He lays there under his covers for all of 10 seconds. Then he shoots out of bed and hurriedly gets dressed. After tearing off his pajamas, he throws on a pair of socks and an undershirt. Then he slips into the gray slacks and tucks the white button-down in. He grabs his blazer, belt, and backpack as he hurries to the kitchen. His mom is there already, happily sipping on a mug of hot tea while Midoriya's usual breakfast is there. Morning, sweetie. Big day today, she says, standing. You forgot your tie, but that's all right. I'll run and grab it while you eat. Midoriya mumbles out a thanks as he slips his blazer on and sits down at the table. Shoveling food into his mouth as his mother came back into the kitchen with a red tie, part of his mind reminded Midoriya that classes started at 7:30 and that it was only 6. He ignored that and kept rapidly shoving rice in his mouth. You know, if you keep eating like that, you'll get the hiccups, his mother chides. No, Midoriya hiccups, won't. He turns bright red and quickly drinks a glass of water. And that's how his first morning of being an official hero in training went, earning the glares of fellow train passengers as he awkwardly hiccups the whole ride to school. It could be worse, he reflects as he walks through the gateway of UA. The train could have broken down, or he could have overslept, or the Udata faculty could decide that he's not good enough and expel him on the first day. Boy, would that Izuku. All Might and Gran's looks of disappointment would haunt him for years. Midoriya decides to stop thinking about that halfway to his classroom. Instead he focuses on getting there on time. It isn't like he needs to after all, he's a full 20 minutes early and has directions from the front desk, but he needs something to think about. After less than a minute of walking, the rooms for the hero classes were closer to the entrance, probably because UA was a hero school. Midoriya reaches it, Class 1A. Taking a deep breath, he pushes on the absolutely massive door. Stepping in, he's greeted with a familiar, yet odd, sight. There's a group of 5 girls in the back, talking and laughing despite the fact that they probably just met. Similarly, a quartet of boys, all taller than Midoriya, converse loudly, while another pair, who look like twins, play hacky sack. In the middle of the room, a couple people are sitting at their desks, but they're all talking too. One boy with an obvious lizard mutation flirts with a red-faced girl. It's just like middle school. And wow, that's weird. Midoriya thought that the kids who got into Udate would be better disciplined, but then he remembers. They all probably have strong quirks, and were allowed to be rowdy. He'd seen examples of that every day for the past 10 years. Why would high school not be the same for them? Midoriya sits down at his desk in the second row. He's student number 9, so he's pretty close to the door, which is good, though it'll SCK being so far from the window. He gets out all his pens and pencils. It's the first day, so homeroom should just be a syllabus and maybe some introductions. Actual hero classes are in the afternoon, but even those shouldn't be too intense. The minutes go by, and more students trickle in. The one to his left is a dark-skinned girl with an ear piercing and short black hair in an undercut. She gives Midoriya a once-over then busies herself with organizing a notebook. At least someone else is trying to be a good student. By the time there's 2 minutes before the first bell, everyone is in their seat. They're still talking though, which can't be helped. Everyone in the room is a classmate, and they should get to know each other a little. No one talks to Midoriya, though, but that's fine. It means more time for him to double and triple check his utensils. Then he hears it. A soft, barely audible over the hum of talking teenagers' thump. Midoriya's eyes hover over to the doorway. There, lying on the ground just outside the classroom, is a massive caterpillar. Said caterpillar has a human face. Said human face looks ridiculously sleep-deprived and mildly annoyed. The girl to his left must have noticed the creature. Midoriya wants to think it's human, but the world's so weird that he wouldn't be surprised if it wasn't, because she lets out a soft, "What the F dash?" Finally, the bell rings. The ongoing conversations in the room dim a bit. Most start talking about their lack of a teacher. Midoriya and the girl to his right both watch with identical confused expressions as the caterpillar unzips from a yellow sleeping bag and stands up. The man, because it's definitely a man now and no longer a bug, leans against the door frame, looking terribly disappointed and tired. It's the man who made his acceptance video, Midoriya realizes. He somehow looks a bit more scruffy than before, with bigger eye bags and greasier hair. He looks like hasn't shaved all week too. Eventually, the rest of the class notices the man in the door. They all quiet down as he looks them over seriously. Finally, "It took you all over 2 minutes to quiet down, and that's completely illogical," he says. "This is the U.A Hero course. We don't tolerate time wasters." He lets everyone think on that for a second, then, "I'm Aizawa Shoda, as some of you may recognize. I am to be your homeroom teacher." He reaches behind himself and into his sleeping bag and pulls out a world-famous U.A gym uniform. "Put these on and meet me outside in the nearest courtyard." Then he pulls a pouch of something from his pocket and disappears into the hallway with a loud, slurping noise. The whole class erupts into pandemonium. It takes a while for everyone to calm down and get changed, but eventually they all make it out onto the field. Mr. Aizawa is already there, casually standing in the sun as he wears all black. Everyone stands in front of him, and he waits for everyone to stop talking before he speaks. "Midoriya, you placed first in the regular entrance exam," Mr. Aizawa says. Midoriya shrinks as 19 pairs of eyes settle on him. "How strong was your grip strength in middle school?" Midoriya blinks, looking up in confusion. 50 kilograms, I think." Aizawa nods and tosses Midoriya a heavy, rectangular device. Midoriya recognizes it as a machine to measure grip strength. It's more high-tech than the one his middle school had, but that was to be expected. "Take another try at it, but use your quirk this time," his teacher says. Midoriya looks up at him, then back down to the machine. He takes a deep breath and tries to ignore everyone's stares. He grabs hold of the handhold and activates one for all. Technically speaking, grip strength comes from the arm muscles, so Midoriya only has to channel the power into his arm, but he decides to activate full cowl anyway. Better safe than sorry. After a couple seconds of squeezing as hard as he could, the machine vibrated. 820.5 kilograms, it says in a robotic voice. Impressed whispers break out across the crowd, making Midoriya flush. That's how these tests should be done. Everyone turns their attention back to Mr. Aizawa. The Department of Education and the Civilian Quirk Use Committee just don't get it. A person's potential can't be determined without their quirk. That's why you'll be taking all the regular middle school tests: grip strength, side-to-side jumps, pitch, 50-meter dash, distance running, sit-ups, push-ups, and long jump using your quirks however you like. There's a beat of silence. Then, hell yeah. This is great. I finally get to cut loose with my quirk again. Dude, this is gonna be fun. Awesome. Awesome. Fun. Mr. Aizawa quotes. His tone has changed from casual apathy to anger. You think this is a joke? That using your quirks in my class is anything other than a serious test of your skill? The utter silence from the crowd of children is telling. How about this for fun? Aizawa continues. The person with the lowest rank out of all of you gets expelled. But that's not fair. Midoriya can't keep himself from crying out. Mr. Aizawa snorts, and villains and natural disasters are? The world of heroes may seem like nothing but flashy super moves and interviews, but it's deadly, and above all, unfair. If you can't overcome that unfairness, then you've got no right to call yourself a hero. The tests start in earnest after that. Some people halfway regain their enthusiasm, mostly the people who have good physical quirks, but most seem single-minded in not being last. Midoriya was among the anxious majority. Grip strength is the first test everyone does, and he gets first in that. The boy with the lizard mutation got close to his score, though he used both hands. After grip strength is side-to-side jumps. Midoriya gets third, just behind the dark-skinned girl he sat next to, and a boy whose quirk must be some form of linear acceleration. The dark-skinned girl must have placed pretty high on the exam, Midoriya figures. She has a good, versatile quirk that lets her grow steel-like hunks of metal from her abdomen. She mostly uses them for mobility in the tests, getting respectable scores in all of the exercises. A quirk like that would be good for heroics. Simple quirks like that usually are. They allow the user to do all sorts of creative things due to the basic nature. Also pretty flashy, which would lend itself to decent popularity. On top of that, "You're staring at me," the girl says, looking Midoriya dead in the eye. The jacket of her gym uniform is undone so she can use her quirk without damaging it. It also makes Midoriya flush. He looks away. Sorry, it's just, you have a really great quirk. I really like quirks and, whatever. Just stop looking at me like I'm some kind of test subject. But aren't we all test subjects right now? Midoriya immediately regrets asking the question. She narrows her eyes. Alright, smart. Midoriya. Nobuo. Stop talking and line up for sit-ups, Mr. Aizawa interrupted. We don't have all day. Midoriya stops staring at the girl, Nobuo, he reminded himself, after that. By the time there are only 5 minutes left of the PRD, the tests are over. Midoriya places first in everything except side-to-side jumps, the pitch, and distance running. Though, if he was being honest, he doesn't really deserve first place in the 50-meter dash. The boy with the linear acceleration quirk should have beaten him by a mile, but he got distracted by something and tripped. Midoriya, who was floating through the air, passed him and stole the top spot. Everyone is lined up in front of Mr. Aizawa now, and the man himself is lazily looking at his phone. Then he holds it out and taps it once, causing a hologram to appear. The hologram shows a list of names and numbers. These are the placements for the Quirk apprehension test. Some of you did good, some of you did awful, but only one is going home today. Midoriya quickly picks out his name, which is the very first one. He lets out a sigh of relief, much to the ire of his nearby classmates. Then he hears someone behind him start to cry. He can't help but turn around and look. It's one of the tall boys from before, who could turn his arms into fire. Considering he can't use them for propulsion, and that fire didn't really have a lot of mass, it makes sense that he's last. Oto, head to the principal's office immediately, Aizawa orders. The crying boy quickly ran off the field, and a heavy weight was soon felt in the air. Tai, Yuyu, Katsu, Liwan. 5 other students looked up to the teacher with fear. You 5 are out of the hero course. See the student counselor about transferring to Gen Ed immediately. You can't do that. We all placed in the top 12, one girl yells. The other 4 also chime in, voicing their anger. I'm a hero course teacher at UA, where freedom of expression is valued above all else. I can do what I want, Mr. Aizawa says, slipping the phone into one of his pockets. But we passed the test. And the entrance exam. Another boy cries, wiping a tear from his face. Yes, congrats. You beat up enough robots with your destructive, flashy quirks. But I can tell at a glance none of you have the maturity for this class. Aizawa crosses his arms. Laughing, making fun of those who do worse than you, half-butting the test just because you can. You're not fit to be heroes, but you'll get another chance at the sports festival. Now get out. They walked off of the training field, leaving the remaining 14 students to stare wide-eyed at their teacher. For the rest of you, this isn't over. You passed the first test, but as far as I'm concerned, every day in this class is going to be the same. If you don't try your hardest every single day, I will not hesitate to kick you out of my class. Midoriya gulps at his teacher's words, shrinking down, but that only gathers the man's attention. Midoriya, you're on thin ice, he says. But he got first, a random classmate defends. That means he's better than all of us, right? Oh, he performed better than all of you today, that's true. Mr. Aizawa stared at Midoriya, but he didn't utilize his full potential. Why didn't you fly for the pitch? Or distance running? You could have easily done better if you did. I can't control my flying yet. Midoriya cries. I can barely control the speed and direction, much less stay in a 2-meter circle. That was true. He'd worked on float for days following the entrance exam. All Might slapped a helmet on his head and had him train for hours while he and Gran helped. Helped probably wasn't even the right term, because neither of them could fly. Sure, Gran had forgotten more about aerial combat than most would ever learn, and All Might glided regularly, but they couldn't fly. Midoriya's float training boiled down to him running into walls while his two mentors shouted out tips from Flying for Dummies. Fine, Mr. Aizawa says, turning around and walking back towards the building. But you're still on thin ice. All of you, get changed and pick up a syllabus. Make sure you aren't late for math. And that's how Midoriya's first homeroom at UA went. Somehow, he feels it still could have been worse. At least no one thinks he's useless. And then we got normal classes for the rest of the day like nothing happened. We even have our first hero practical exercise tomorrow, costumes and all. Was this what UA was like for you? Toshinori carefully sets down his stack of papers. He'd been busy for the past couple of days and was taking time to catch up on paperwork while checking in on Midoriya. No, absolutely not, Toshinori says, circling a rather important line in a confrontation manuscript in a bold red. A villain he'd taken down recently had said something that seemed to pertain to an ongoing case, and just because he isn't on it doesn't mean he can't help. But considering your homeroom teacher is Aizawa, it's to be expected. You've worked with him before? Midoriya asks, pausing his back squat. Is he any good? I mean he teaches at UA, so he has to be. But what's he like? Toshinori thinks for a moment. Focused, he decides. I haven't worked with him directly, but I've read reports of his work, and since you, my successor, are enrolled in UA, Netsu allowed me to read up on him. In all the documents I read, Aizawa was described as the type to do a job to the best of his ability as quickly and efficiently as possible. He's a little rough around the edges, but since he doesn't have an agency or a public persona, that's excusable. He flicks over a leaf of paper before setting it in another pile. Switch to deadlifts, will you? Sure, Midoriya says, carefully setting the bar on the rest and then on the ground. So he's underground then? Toshinori nods. Yes, he considers himself to be an underground hero. More a licensed vigilante than a public figure who responds to ongoing crime and disasters, in my opinion. Why do you ask? Well, the boy says, loading up his normal weight for deadlifts, all the teachers at UA are heroes. Heroes that I know to. Except Mr. Aizawa. He carefully rolls the bar back and forth before lifting it up to his waist. I've been trying to piece it together all day, but I haven't figured it out. He slowly lowers the bar back down so there's an inch between it and the floor. But you know who he is, so? Toshinori considers for a moment. I think I'll let you figure this one out on your own. Despite his surprise, Midoriya doesn't falter. How come? Toshinori sets down his pen. Think of it this way. If I had all of the great power one for all grants me but had the mental capacity of a 7-year-old, would I be an effective hero? Definitely not, though I can think of a situation or two. I wouldn't, let's just keep it that way for simplicity. Toshinori waves his successor off. My point is that your brain is just as important, if not more so, than your quirk. It's vital that you exercise it like you would any other muscle. So you want me to figure out what Mr. Aizawa's hero name is? Midoriya puts the bar down, done with his set of deadlifts. Yes, Toshinori stands, but your only resources are ones available to the public. No going through old UA documents that you're not allowed to, or using an old yearbook you bought online. UA graduates sell their yearbooks online? Midoriya interrupts, confusion evident in his expression. Yes, actually. It's mostly because the hero graduates, The 3 with me in them fetch a pretty high price. Anyways, only a basic search engine, whatever UA releases to the public, and you're not allowed to spend any money. Toshinori grows to his muscle form. Now, you said Aizawa was disappointed by your use of float. I cannot stand for that. Slap your helmet on, young Midoriya, we're doing intensive training. Homeroom the second day of school is much easier and less heart attack inducing. Mr. Aizawa had them all read various opinion pieces on a variety of heroes, and then made them write a 500-word essay on how public opinion affects field performance. He doesn't even threaten expulsion once, which Midoriya finds to be much more scary than how he acted yesterday. Their teacher mostly lies down in his sleeping bag, but Midoriya gets the impression that he's only half asleep at most. Aizawa's an underground hero too, so it makes sense that he wants to rest so often. The man probably operates at night on top of regular hero duties. Aizawa raises an eyebrow when Midoriya turns in his essay, which is way over the 500-word minimum, but other than that he seems content to act like yesterday was a perfectly normal day. Maybe it was. Midoriya wouldn't know, because there's no info online about Mr. Aizawa, excluding the bare-bones profile UA has of him on their website, which hardly counts. After homeroom, they have a slew of regular high school classes, though they're sort of tailored to heroics in a vague fashion. For example, English focuses on learning phrases and verbs useful for working with international heroes, as English is used for most international team-ups, for whatever reason. Math and art history are also linked to heroics, focusing on physics formulas and old paintings or images of heroes respectively. And now Midoriya has lunch. He'd already gotten in line and ordered what All Might's meal plan had laid out, but struggled to find a table. He'd always eaten alone back in middle school. Should he keep doing that here? Can he sit with the older years? Or are freshmen supposed to stick together? Would he be welcome at the tables his classmates sit at? He placed first on the Quirk apprehension test. That has to count for something, right? Eventually, he chooses to sit at a half-empty table, giving a polite nod to a group of older students who don't even look up from their stacks of blueprints. Midoriya figured that they were support students. Calmly taking a bite of his beef as he digs through his bag for his notebook, Midoriya is startled by a tray of soba slamming down right in front of him. The noodles bounce around, one falling out of the dish. Letting out a squeak, he looks up. It's Noburo. Can I help you? Midoriya asks. The girl examines his face for a moment, her own expression schooled in deep concentration. She sits down across from him and pokes at her soba. You're weird, she says after a second, slurping up some noodles in a way that Midoriya's mother would have scolded him for. Midoriya blinks. Thanks. I think, he says, cautiously setting his notebook on the table. Noburo snorts. It's not a compliment. You just don't make sense. What do you mean? Midoriya watches as she continues to eat, like this is a normal, everyday conversation. You're top of the class, she says, taking a swig of some brightly colored drink, first in the entrance exam, first on the Quirk test. But you're such a wet noodle. Midoriya can't help but stare for a moment. Noburo doesn't seem to mind, and continues to eat. A wet noodle, he says after a while. Yes, she nods. I heard some idiot brag to me about getting 40 points in the exam, but how many points did you get? 60 villain, 25 rescue. 85 total, Midoriya lists. Yes, see? You thrashed everyone in our class, but you barely talk. Or brag. Or gloat. You can't even walk through the DM hallway without staring at your feet. She points her chopsticks at him rudely. I don't like it. What? Midoriya says dumbly. Noburo sighs heavily. The top of my class has the temperament of a green bean, don't you see how bad that is? No. What does having the temperament of a green bean even mean? Is it an insult? He'd been insulted a lot in middle school. Was it normal for kids to bully the top of the class here? Was he being bullied? Or something else? You're thinking too hard, I can see it, Noburo interrupts. Stop it. Just don't act like a doormat in hero class, and we'll be fine. I can be happy with number 1 not being in but if you're one of those idiots who thinks anyone can be great, and everything's sunshine and rainbows, we're gonna have a problem. But if they work hard enough, then anyone can be amazing. Midoriya defends. Noburo rolls her eyes. Yeah, sure, like some punk with extendable eyeballs could ever be half the hero I'll be, she says cockily. Then, I can already tell that we're gonna have problem, so. What do you mean, problem? Midoriya interrupts. You keep acting like there's something wrong with me. Is there? Noburo stares at him for a moment. Just. You see you're at the top. I'm just below you. If you walk around acting like a wet noodle, then everyone in the school will think our whole class is full of pushovers, especially me because I'll be playing second fiddle to someone like, she gestures to the entirety of Midoriya, this. You just gestured to all of me. Midoriya mutters. Just. That's the point. Noburo rests her head in the palm of her hand. Just, don't be like, she points at Midoriya, that in the middle of combat and we'll be fine. And that's that. Noburo quickly finishes her lunch and leaves for class without a word, and Midoriya finishes his food while filling out another page in his hero notebook. All in all, it was definitely better than some of the lunches he had back at Aldra. He had a conversation, filled out a page, and managed to eat the whole thing. But now he has hero class. Midoriya's stomach flips as he walks back to class 1A. Mr. Aizawa said he was on thin ice. And just yesterday, he kicked 6 people out of class. All Might said he'd be fine as long as he shows how much of a hard worker he is, but will that really be enough? He hopes so. Any and every expectation Midoriya had for class is promptly ejected out the nearest window the moment he steps in the room. There, nervously fidgeting in his seat with a wrinkly Yurata uniform, is the boy Mr. Aizawa expelled the previous day. Midoriya wipes his eyes to make sure they're working and pinches the back of his hand. Nope, he's not dreaming. Which means, are you going to stare all day like a fool or sit down? The telltale sign, yes, it's only day 2, but who else in the whole of Yurata walks around with a sleeping bag? Of a long, rusty zipper draws Midoriya's attention to the floor just below the teacher's podium. Mr. Aizawa stands, and it's only then does Midoriya realize that he's been standing and gaping like a fish. He flushes and quickly sits down in his spot. The remaining students fill in quickly after that, some making comments about how amazing lunch tasted, and others still mid-joke. They all freeze when they see Odo. No one gets long to stare as Mr. Aizawa snaps them out of it and makes them sit down. Once all 15 pairs of eyes are facing firmly straight ahead, Mr. Aizawa pulls out a thin stack of papers. Today is your first practical hero exercise. As your homeroom teacher, I will be present. However, I will not be your main educator. I expect you to take this class very seriously and that you treat the other teacher and the training facility with respect. Am I understood? A chorus of, yes, sir, rings through the classroom. Aizawa nods, satisfied but still wary. Follow me. You won't need your things, he says, tucking his sleeping bag under one arm and grabbing an overfilled clipboard with the other. Their teacher leads them through the massive corridors of Yud A, turning every now and then until they reach a classroom marked Foundational Heroics. He herds them all in before zipping up his bag and lying down on the floor. Most of the students take their seats and begin to talk amongst themselves. Midoriya doesn't, instead fiddling with the cuffs of his sleeves and scanning the room. Eventually, the bell rings and heavy footsteps can be heard briskly walking down the hall. Midoriya has just enough time to sit up straight as the door to the classroom is kicked open. In walks a rather tall and muscular man wearing a red hero costume with thick, white gloves, boots, and a yellow-orange visor on the upper part of his head. His gray hair is spiky, and he has a peculiar jawline, with 2 teeth sticking up from his bottom lip like fangs. He stands at the front of the room and looks them over. Hello, I am Kensekijiro, also known as the pro-hero Vlad King, he says with a slight lisp. I'll be your foundational heroics teacher. Then he looks down to Aizawa, who appears to be asleep. There's fewer than 20, Aizawa. Care to explain? The homeroom teacher cracks open one eye. They weren't ready for this class, so I booted them to Gen Ed. They'll have a chance at the festival, Aizawa says, not even bothering to sit up. Vlad King huffs and flicks through the clipboard Aizawa had left on the teacher's podium. I'll just have to work with 5 less than planned, I suppose. He looks up at the class. Everyone here? No one replies. Vlad shrugs. Good enough for me. Now, a quiet click can be heard, and soon the sound of hissing fills the room. The students look around, confused. Midoriya is one of the first to notice that parts of the walls are swinging outwards, miniature doors opening like lockers to reveal cubbies. These are your hero costumes, Vlad explains. The cases are numbered the same as your student numbers are. Suitcases are sitting in the cubbies, one of which has Midoriya's hero costume in it. Already, his mind is going a mile a minute. There's a set of locker rooms across the hall, Vlad King continues. Boys in the right, girls on the left. Hurry up and put your stuff on and meet me by the door at the end of the hall. Midoriya and 7 other boys enter the locker room, nearly at a run. Oto, the boy Aizawa expelled, is quickly surrounded by everyone but Midoriya, and questioned thoroughly. Tuning the noise of the other boys out, Midoriya focuses on opening his suitcase. It's rather high-tech, which is both odd and expected at this point. It's Yurei after all. The top swings up smoothly and without a sound, unveiling a dark green piece of cloth and a leaf of paper taped to it. He pulls the paper off and tries to read the script. It's hard. Whoever wrote it must have been in a hurry, but he gets it eventually. Dear student number, your original costume design gave me a real good laugh when I first saw it. I even snapped a pic of it and showed it to my friends. They also laughed. It's now become sort of a joke here in the support department. Even the seniors are poking fun at it. I've even managed to duck the usual freshman hazing by giving something new for the upper years to mock. As you've probably figured out by now, your design was bad. Real bad. Like it was drawn by a 5-year-old bad. So as a favor I redesigned almost all of it to better suit your needs. Enjoy. Midoriya blinks. That was a little mean, but also nice. He isn't a costume designer, so he can understand a little bit of change. But was it really bad enough to warrant a nearly complete overhaul? The only way to know would be to ask the support department, but that's something he doesn't feel like doing. Why yeah, I get a second chance because I put forth my best effort. At least, that's what Mr. Aizawa says. Midoriya looks up and over to Oto, who's chatting with the other boys as they finish putting on their costumes. Midoriya hurries to take off his uniform. That's so weird, dude, another says. Like, can you imagine if a medical school did that? They'd probably be torn to pieces on the evening news. Yeah, well, this is UA. They've got enough street cred to get away with loads of stuff other schools couldn't even think about, a third boy points out. That's fair, but Aizawa kicking 6 kids out then welcoming 1 back isn't normal. I checked the graduation statistics of UA, and almost every hero course has 20 make it. If they don't, they have 18 or 19, someone else says. A loud banging startles the room into silence. If you have time to talk, you can leave the room, the voice of Aizawa comes through the door. This isn't social hour. Remember, UA doesn't tolerate time wasters. Picking up the pace, Midoriya hurries into his costume. First is a thin pair of black socks, followed by a pair of white compression pants and a similar shirt. Then comes the dark green jumpsuit, which is all one piece and has built-in pads for all of his vital bits. That's definitely an improvement over his original design. The one he submitted was rather lacking in protection. After the jumpsuit comes the belt, gloves, reinforced with extra studs for grip, and shoes, which are thankfully the same dark red he asked for. The 7 other boys plus Midoriya, who's still hastily slipping on his respirator, quickly exit the locker room after that and gather by the door like Vlad had said to. The girls eventually join them, and with one last once-over from the 2 teachers, Vlad King speaks. All right, pay close attention, because I'm going to explain the combat exercise. The man in red opens the door to a dark, high-walled room. Most of the space is dominated by one huge screen, which is hooked up to a rather small computer. The class files in with Aizawa behind them. Vlad waits for the excited chatter to calm down before speaking again. Today's exercise is a team one. You'll be in pairs, fighting in a mock sewer. It's dry and clean, so there's no need to worry about that. He reaches over and hits a button on the keyboard of the computer. A short starting animation plays on screen before a loading bar takes its place. Cameras are installed, so everyone else will be watching the matches. Vlad looks over to Aizawa, who continues. We'll be going over your performances in class tomorrow, as well as picking an MVP for each match. Keep in mind that every aspect of this is intentionally designed to test your current ability. He pauses and looks over the class. His eyes zero in on Midoriya. Remember that you're expected to give your all and then some. Vlad, you can call teams. Vlad King draws a breath to speak, but is interrupted by a hand shooting up. Yes, he says, I can take a few questions. What is it? Noburo lowers her hand. Isn't this a little sudden? Shouldn't we get a lesson in how to fight indoors first? You will. Tomorrow, after I critique your performance, Aizawa answers. I want to know what you need to know before I teach you. It's better that way. Noburo nods, accepting the answer. Right then, Vlad taps his clipboard on twice, regaining attention. Your groups are listed on the screen behind me. You're not allowed to talk strategy until your group is called, and when you are called, you'll get 5 minutes, after which you may engage in combat. Some of the students seem to perk up at that, but Aizawa cuts that off. However, we're not going to let you go all out with your quirks. Injuring your opponent is allowed, but unnecessary roughness isn't. You'll also be given fake capture tape to use. When applied to at least 3 of a person's limbs, it signifies defeat. Midoriya's homeroom teacher eyes the class over critically before looking up at the teams. Scanning the screen, Midoriya quickly finds his name boxed in with Oto Kenji below a bold letter C. Looking around the room, he quickly finds his partner, who's standing on the edge of the group. Midoriya manages to catch his eye and shoots the boy a smile. His partner smiles back nervously and gives him the thumbs up. Satisfied, Midoriya faces forwards again in time to see the screen change to a live video feed. Teams C and F, you're up. Vlad calls, double-checking each of the cameras. Aizawa will escort you to the entry point and give you the capture tape. Then your 5 minutes will start. True to Vlad's word, Mr. Aizawa leads the 2 teams out of the dim room and out to a mock city. Midoriya takes a moment to look over Team F, which has 3 members. One is Noburo, whose costume is based on biker wear, with a cropped jacket that lets her use her quirk. The other 2 are boys, one in a yellow jumpsuit and helmet, and the other wearing a sleeveless coat and leather pants. Midoriya remembers that one has a linear acceleration quirk, and the other can extend his arms up to 50 meters. Aizawa stops walking in front of a pair of low cement buildings. He reaches into his scarf and pulls out 6 rolls of white tape. Turning around, he tosses each student 1 and an extra to Oto. Team C is on the left, Team F on the right. When your time's up, head down the ladder. Don't disappoint me, Aizawa says, walking right back to where they left. Oh, and your time starts now. Midoriya immediately grabs his partner by the arm and takes him into the building. Inside is a table, which he sits down on, and starts to think. Linear acceleration wouldn't be too good in the confines of a sewer, but extending arms and spikes of metal would come in handy. With full cowl, he could move around easy enough, but floating would be difficult. His partner's flames would be handy but very eye-catching. Stealth, while preferable due to the number disadvantage, was probably out. Maybe. Yeesh, you've got a quick head. Oto comments, drumming his fingers in the wood of the table. I think you've already got half a plan. Midoriya feels himself go red. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to exclude you. What do you think we should do? Just because I got first doesn't mean I should be in charge. Wait, sorry, I didn't mean it that W. Oto laughs and rubs the back of his neck self-consciously. Yeah, I guess I didn't make that much of an impression yesterday, so it's cool. His expression turns serious, but I'm here to change that. Now, you said my quirk is too flashy. Midoriya nods sheepishly. Yeah, mine too. And the sewer is probably really dark, so too much light wouldn't be good. Plus your costume is kinda bright. Oto tugs his flame orange tank top with a smile. Yeah, I figured I'd go for eye-catching. That way, more people will focus on me. Midoriya stares at his partner for a moment. I think that could work in our favor. Oto PPS his head. How so? You're flashy, very flashy, Midoriya explains. If you go down and make a lot of noise and light, then they'll come for you assuming we're together. If you can hold them off long enough, then I can sneak up on and take out one of them. After that we can fight on even terms. Odo thinks for a moment. Okay, but your quirk makes light too. How will we make sure they come for me? Midoriya mulls that over, then stands. One for all and float were once separate, right? So maybe he can fly without the green lighting. Triggering his quirk, Midoriya keeps the level below 1%. Then, he closes his eyes and concentrates on the way he felt at the entrance exam, the feeling reminiscent of flying through the air on his own wings that he remembers vividly from the first time he used float. By the time he opens his eyes, he can already tell he's hovering above the ground. And there's no green lightning, just a little bit of glow coming from his skin. It's difficult, but he could probably hold it long enough to get the drop on someone. I think I got it. Odo smiles confidently. If you can keep that up, then we've got this in the bag. Midoriya grins and lets himself fall the 2 inches to the floor. I hope so. Aizawa sits down a jelly package as he stares intently at the screen before him. The teams for the hero exercise were not random. He picked them himself. This first match between C and F had the 3 students with the most potential, plus a couple more that some other B-list hero schools would be happy to take, but certainly not UA. Teams C and F, your time is up. Please enter the sewer, Vlad says into the intercom. Aizawa focuses on who descends first on each team. Odo does for C, and Noburo does for F. Both teams have solid, if simple, plans. F intends to focus on brute force and overwhelming numbers, while C has decided to try something more sneaky. Aizawa himself is slightly biased towards the stealthier option, though he's professional enough to realize that both have merit. Why should Team F bother to come up with a complex plan when they could comb the whole of the location and deal with the enemy using their number advantage? They shouldn't. Keeping things simple at the skill level they're at is important and the best way to get a feel for the basics. Let the third years come up with the multi-phase operations. The freshmen will keep it nice and simple. For now. Of course, Aizawa has a slight inkling of who will win in this matchup. Or more accurately, what the outcome will be based on the first contact. If Midoriya and Odo manage to knock out Noburo with their plan, and they would go for Noburo, she's the biggest threat, then Team C would be victorious. But if Team F manages to shake off Midoriya's capture attempt and keep all their members, then the brawl that follows would end in a Team F victory. Hey Midoriya? The voice of Odo sounds through Aizawa's earpiece. What is it? The pair are quietly walking through the low-lit sewers, waiting until they hear signs of the other team. I was thinking maybe you should take my tape. I can't exactly use it with my flame arms. There's a short pause. Only if you're sure. Aizawa watches as Odo tosses a roll of tape to Midoriya. Satisfied, he switches cameras to have a better view of Team F. The trio are aligned in a triangle formation with Noburo at the point. That's a good move. Her quirk works better in a straight line, and the other 2 would do well with a distraction keeping the enemy occupied. The 2 teams gradually draw closer to each other, though it takes some time. Odo hasn't begun making noise yet, which makes the viewing a bit dull for the students behind him. Then, alright, make some noise, Midoriya orders, barely visible as he floats up to the ceiling of a particularly tall room. He must have heard one of the enemy students trip over their own feet. It's dim enough that Midoriya is nearly invisible, though his proximity to the single naked light bulb in the room would give away his position if someone looks down. That, however, could be forgiven just this once. Odo would make enough light to banish the shadow. A torrent of flame erupts from the upper body of Odo, roaring like a wild beast. 2 3-meter pillars of fire swing about the room, the originator smiling like any teenager does when they use their quirk. On another screen, Aizawa notes that Team F has heard and is already rushing to the source of the noise. So far, so good. Then the student with the speed quirk breaks formation and rushes ahead. Noburo curses and rushes to catch up, and the third teammate follows. The boy who broke off reaches the room with Team C first, about 30 seconds before the other 2 would get there. Aizawa leans forward slightly, interested in how Midoriya and Odo would repurpose their plan. Odo wastes no time rushing forward to better distract the other boy, and Midoriya mirrors his actions 15 feet up. Zashi, the boy with the speed quirk, tries to get around Odo, but flanking a person who can swivel their arms 360 degrees is almost impossible. Zashi ends up tripping, and Midoriya quickly pounces, wrapping his legs up in a strip of capture tape before doing his arms in a separate strip. Zashi Mori has been eliminated. Vlad calls into the intercom. On screen, Oto smiles with delight as Midoriya hurriedly readies another roll of capture tape. It was a clean capture. Aizawa is almost impressed. But he's more disappointed in Zashi's willingness to break from his team. Barely 5 seconds pass after Midoriya subdues the bigger boy before Noburo bursts in with her teammate on her heels. Aizawa notes that she quickly scanned the room before rushing Midoriya, who leapt into the air. The suddenness of it all seems to catch Oto off guard, and Moku, the boy with extendable arms, quickly slams him into a wall. The boy's flames flicker out, and Oto is sloppily wrapped in capture tape. Midoriya, most likely seeing his partner being knocked out in the corner of his eye, kicks off the ceiling, going right for Moku. The boy barely manages to sidestep Midoriya's punch but ends up slamming into Noburo, who tried to follow Midoriya. Aizawa can practically see the gears turning in Midoriya's head by now. The boy bites his lip before a wide, almost manic grin splits across his face. He shoots forward, right between Noburo and Moku as green lighting trails. Both of the remaining Team F members try to retaliate, Noburo swiftly growing a trio of angled, dulled spikes. Aizawa mentally thanks her for showing restraint, and Moku attempting to tangle Midoriya in his arms. The two attacks collide, with Midoriya flying off towards the ceiling to evade. Noburo swears loudly before angling her body upwards. A single spike, perhaps 6 inches in diameter, hits the concrete above. Midoriya shoots down, having narrowly dodged, and wraps one of Noburo's arms in capture tape. He tries for a second, but Moku quickly extends an arm, forcing Midoriya to dodge. Noburo tries to pick the capture tape off, but Midoriya rushes her again, forcing another set of spikes and a pair of extended arms to tangle. Midoriya takes that opening and sticks a strand of capture tape to one of Moku's arms, then uses the same strand to tie up one of Noburo's legs once he gets close enough. Noburo and Moku try to pull apart but only succeed in falling over. Midoriya quickly ties them up, having to dodge a few last-ditch spikes. Noburo Mai and Moku Ren are captured. Team C wins. Vlad calls the match. Aizawa watches as Midoriya sheepishly unties Noburo and offers her a hand up. The girl begrudging accepts it. That is definitely a match to rewatch. He is impressed, but also curious. What training did Midoriya have before you today? Right, good match, you 5. The deep voice of Vlad King carries through the room. Midoriya feels himself start to smile at the praise. But now we must pick the MVP. Anyone have any suggestions? He turns his attention to the whole of the class. The majority of 1A look around at each other, stuck in the all-too-familiar limbo of wanting to answer but being too nervous to share what they think. Considering the behavior of their homeroom teacher, Midoriya can't blame them. Well, it's gotta be Midoriya, right? One girl finally pipes up. She immediately goes red and tries to shrink into herself. Midoriya feels a pang of empathy. He knows that feeling all too well. Vlad nods. That's a good pick, and I won't disagree, but could you explain? He knocked out all of Team F and won a 2-on-1 fight, the girl quickly replies. That's a very bare-bones answer. Mr. Aizawa speaks up, still scribbling notes on a clipboard in a way that makes Midoriya's heart palpitate in apprehension. Would anyone care to expand on it? No one does, Midoriya can tell at a glance. Mr. Aizawa seems to have expected this, though, so he sets his clipboard down and surveys the class with a critical eye. Out of the 5 participants, Midoriya acted the most like a pro. He came up with an effective plan in the allotted time, listened to his partner, stayed with said partner the whole exercise, and adapted when things went off the rails. Some mistakes were made, yes, but for a first lesson he performed near perfectly. The rest of you should think about what he did and learn from it. Midoriya feels a wave of heat creep up his neck and onto his face. A bead of sweat forms on his forehead and trails all the way down to his collarbone. Acted like a pro. The words play on loop in his mind for a bit. Oto, who's still standing beside him, looks at him a bit worriedly. Midoriya waves him off and tries to listen to Vlad. "Thank you, Eraser." The taller of the two teachers gives Aizawa a grateful look. Midoriya's head suddenly loses its embarrassed flush. Eraser? Is that a weird workplace nickname or an actual title? Maybe it's an inside joke? Maybe it's Aizawa's hero name. Teachers in Ute A went by hero names sometimes, though mostly insisted the students use their actual names. Now, the blood hero continues, cutting off Midoriya's train of thought. We must critique the losers. Would anyone like to start? There's another long and painful bout of silence, and Midoriya tries not to fidget too much. Well, alright then. I guess I'll do it for you, Vlad says, slightly miffed. He flips a piece of paper over his clipboard before continuing. The most glaring issue is that Zashi broke off, he states bluntly. Whether it was out of overeagerness or plain stupidity, the mistake was still what cost Team F the match. Midoriya sees Zashi shoot his teammates a dirty look from the corner of his eye. It's not my fault they couldn't keep up, the boy in yellow mumbles rudely. Yes it is, Aizawa sternly corrects. You used your quirk to get in position without talking to your team, not to mention that you ignored the plan you agreed to, which, I will add, had a shot at succeeding. You're the biggest reason why your team lost. Get over and learn from it. Zashi mutters something that sounds a bit like a curse under his breath, but Moku elbows him and gives him a warning look. That's all we'll talk about for now. Aizawa will go over more in homeroom tomorrow, Vlad says, locking eyes with the other teacher. Alright, next match. Teams A and D, you're up. The rest of the teams took way longer than us after that. Mr. Aizawa and Mr. Vlad gave lots of tips throughout the whole thing, though, so it was still really informative. Midoriya rhythmically continues his hanging curl-ups, enjoying the satisfying burn of his abdominal muscles as his forehead nearly meets his knees. Sounds like you came up with a new thing for us to work on. Gran Torino casually flicks through channel after channel on the TV he mounted in the back of the weight room. The whole setup is rather impressive, considering he jerry-rigged it with a roll of duct tape and an old coffee table. What do you mean? Midoriya pauses his curl-ups. An upside-down view of a gray wall completely covered in inspirational posters all Mike got from the surplus of his merch. Midoriya had to vehemently insist to him that no, hanging up posters of himself in his own building isn't egotistic and would even be welcome, but that didn't stop Gran Torino from cracking jokes about it on the daily. You used float in a new way, allowing you to maneuver midair without extra light. That can be very useful, Gran explains, mouth half full of taiyaki. Midoriya thinks for a moment and realizes his point. But when I use a power output that low, I can't move as fast. Sure, I can bounce off of walls and stuff at 1%, but that makes noise, which defeats the purpose of using one for all at 1%. All the blood's gonna rush to your head like that, Gran Torino warns, getting up from his seat. He gives Midoriya a half-hearted whack with his cane, and the boy continues doing his hanging curl-ups, the vest full of weight plates straining his muscles. And we'll work on your reflexes and attack line reading so you won't have to worry about moving too slow. He makes his way over to the basement door, presumably to change into his hero gear. Once you're done with your workout, I'll have you chase me around with float at 1% in the light. Once you get that down, I'll call it a night. I still have regular hero duties, you know. Midoriya hurries through his workout after that. As fulfilling as weight training may be, combat training is infinitely more fun. That's not to say that he skimps on his exercise, though. He'd be a fool to, since one for all requires as much muscle mass as possible to be effective. Finally, after he finishes his cool-down jog and stretches, Midoriya heads up the flight of stairs with Gran to work on float. Alright, show me this stealth mode thing, or whatever you're calling it, his teacher orders, rolling his shoulders and cracking his neck. Midoriya blinks. I'm not really calling it anything, but... He closes his eyes and lets one for all cover his body in a comfortable 1%. All of the energy is staying in his body, strengthening him. Then he reaches out for float. That's slightly harder, as the free feeling needed to use the quirk doesn't exactly go with intense concentration. Eventually, he gets it and hovers a couple inches off the ground. Gran Torino looks him over and nods. I can see how this came into use in that sewer. If it's dark enough, you'd be nearly invisible. Nice work thinking on the fly like that, kid. He crouches down, knees bent and hands making contact with the floor. But if you really want to be clever with it, you'll need to be able to move. Midoriya barely has time to regret ever suggesting more training on top of going to UA before Gran shoots forward with a whoosh and slams feet first into his gut. Midoriya hits the floor, rolls over, and dry heaves. I can see why you think it's not good for much. You definitely can't go half as fast with it as you can with those moves you stole from me. But after today, I'll make sure you can use it somewhat reliably in combat training. Gran shakes his legs out, as though slamming into Midoriya's stomach had somehow managed to hurt his knees. Midoriya takes a couple deep breaths and gets back up. He calls upon the quirk again and rises into the air. Gran Torino rushes him without warning again. He's slower than normal, thank God, but still fast enough to graze Midoriya as he dodges to the side. Gran's doing his usual tactic of bouncing around the room but at a relative snail's pace. He's also making sure not to use a pattern. See if you can keep away from me for 5 minutes. After that, we'll shut the lights off till Toshinori gets here. Then he'll have a go. It takes 30 gut punches, 20 face plants, 10 wall collisions, 5 near broken windows, 2 actually broken windows, and a kick to head for Midoriya to get a barely decent hang of using float at 1%. It doesn't help that Gran Torino keeps varying his speed of attack and using too many feints and fakeouts for Midoriya to keep track of. And Gran is only half satisfied with his skill level. That means more and more training in the coming weeks, and since Midoriya wants to excel, he'd come in for practice on weekends, too. But he's fine with that. Stealth training is probably reserved for upper years at U.A, or for students whose quirks are stealth-oriented, and Midoriya doesn't want to wait. All the difficulty of Gran's training is instantly tripled the second the man flicks off the lights. Yes, there are the 2 broken windows to let in some afternoon sun, but the whole training room is still neatly pitch black. At first, Midoriya thought it would be a level field. If he couldn't see, then surely Gran Torino, a man in his late 70s early 80s, couldn't, right? Wrong. Gran could see way better than Midoriya, though if the boy is honest, his mentor doesn't have to. The man's other senses easily covered for his loss of sight. His mentor takes pity on him about 2 minutes into lights-out training. After receiving a couple basic tips on fighting in the dark, don't rely on your eyes too much, sound travels slower than you think it does, fast-moving targets always displace noticeable amounts of air. Midoriya fares a little better, though Gran stops prematurely and says that they'll work more on stealth after he can move better. Midoriya relaxes for a while after that. All Might's on patrol from 11 to 5 and won't be able to visit the gym until later, so Midoriya works on his homework and occasionally scribbles or edits something in his journals. Most of his classmates have rather interesting quirks. One girl could make portals 50 centimeters in diameter anywhere she could see, one boy could magnetize parts of his body, and there's even a boy who could shrink whatever he touches with all 5 fingers. Of the 14 others in his class, however, only a handful put a decent amount of thought into using their quirks. It frustrates Midoriya to no end. They all have amazing abilities along with a decade to think on uses for them, but they simply refuse to get creative. His notebooks offer some solace. Studying, classifying, and applying quirks has always been a comfort, and after a day like today, it's greatly soothing. Midoriya is halfway through sketching a picture of a rather interesting support item he'd seen on the news that morning when the door to the gym creaks open. He stands and looks up to greet All Might like he always does, but his predecessor isn't alone. A rather tall man in a beige trench coat and matching hat gives Midoriya a stiff nod as he holds the door open for All Might's skeletal form. Really, Toshinori, you could have picked a better building. This one's barely up to code. The man carefully undoes his cost and folds it over his arm. It's hard to find a cheap building on such short notice, you know. The boy needed more training before UA, and this was really the only option. All Might leads the man over to where Midoriya's sitting. Hi, hi Yagi, Midoriya greets awkwardly. Closes his open notebook and dusts off his t-shirt. He'd gone home and gotten changed like usual, but the shirt he has is a little wrinkled. Young Midoriya. All Might says, "Where's Gran?" "Taking a nap," Midoriya answers, "said I had too much energy and wanted to get some rest before he went out tonight." The other man smirks. "That sounds like Gran Torino, all right." Midoriya looks at him oddly, and the man notices. "Ah, sorry, where are my manners?" He reaches out a hand. "I'm Detective Tsukachi of the Mizudafu Police Department. I've known All Might for years." Midoriya takes his hand and shakes it, looking to All Might for confirmation. His mentor nods. Tsukachi is safe. He knows all there is to know about One for All. We've been working on a case in the area, so I figured I'd bring him by and introduce you to him. "Nice to meet you, Detective," Midoriya says, letting go of the man's hand. "I'm Midoriya, All Might's successor." The detective chuckles. "I already know who you are. All Might thinks quite highly of you." Midoriya feels his face turn scarlet. He tries to say something, anything, but everything comes out as a garbled mess. All Might pats him on the shoulder. "Yes, he's quite amazing. I'm sure you'd find his progress to be impressive." He thinks for a moment. "Actually, would you like to watch a bit of the boy's training? He has to be home soonish, so it won't be much, but it'll still be interesting." "I guess I've got some time," Tsukachi replies, taking off his hat and setting it on the counter. "Where do you two train?" "Just upstairs," All Might explained, already moving to the staircase. "Midoriya, get the balloons from the closest, will you? And do 70 obstacles this time." "On it." Midoriya answers eagerly. By the time Midoriya gets the bundle of balloons upstairs, All Might is in an animated discussion with the detective. Instead of interrupting them, Midoriya sets up the usual course for float training. It consists of 70-odd black balloons and 10 white ones scattered randomly throughout the room at varying heights. The goal of the balloon exercise is to get all 10 white balloons without popping or touching the black ones or the walls. All Might's initial rules involved not touching the strings either, but that proved to be way too difficult. Once he's done, Midoriya looks over to the corner where All Might stands. His mentor gives him a thumbs up, and Midoriya pushes off the ground. Immediately he has to swirl to the left, narrowly dodging a low-hanging balloon. The closest white one is maybe 10 feet straight up, so Midoriya rises into the air, spinning around a couple black ones. Already his movements are causing the black balloons to float around, and one very nearly grazes his arm. Grabbing the first balloon, Midoriya lets himself free fall for a couple feet, twisting out of the way of a black one before shooting off to his left. The next target is surrounded by a bunch of black balloons, so Midoriya stops dead and lets the breeze that always seems to follow him when he moves with One for All to scatter the group of rubber orbs. As he grabs the second balloon, Midoriya realizes that he's at most a foot from the wall. Barely having enough time to react, he harshly stops, very nearly losing control of float, which would have sent him falling to the floor. Taking a couple deep breaths, Midoriya moves again, flying towards the closest white balloon. It's pretty isolated from most of the other ones, so Midoriya allows a bit more power to creep into his body, going a bit faster than strictly necessary. He doesn't see the tiny, underfilled black balloon sink into his trajectory until it's too late. Midoriya collides face first with the LTX, popping the balloon with a mortifying crack. He sinks to the floor, disappointed. "You did better that time." All Might congratulates as he walks over with Tsukachi. "This is a hard exercise, but you made it look easy until you got overeager." Midoriya winces. "Yeah, I know. I think you did quite well, actually." "Was that your first time doing that exercise?" the detective asks, standing at All Might's side. "No, but it was my first time with that many balloons," Midoriya answers. "I started with just the white ones, then added more. I can manage 50 pretty well, but 70, well, you saw." Tsukachi nods. "That's the right way to go about it. Start simple, then build from there." Then, All Might tells me that you used a new move in class today. Care to explain? Midoriya PPS his head. "How did?" "We're both on good terms with Nedzu," All Might explains. "He allowed me to watch your performance so I could better understand how you needed to improve." "Oh," Midoriya says. "Well, it wasn't really a move. I needed a way to surprise the other team, and I have the habit of releasing a lot of light when I use One for All, so I barely used any power and made sure to keep it all in, then floated up to surprise them. I'd say that's a move, Tsukachi argues. Sure, it's not complicated or flashy, but it's good that you're not focused on imitating your teachers. All Might nods. Yes, I've never felt the need for sneaking around, and Gran Torino really only ever bothers with stealth out of necessity. What? Midoriya asks. Not imitating All Might or Gran. They're what he bases nearly everything combat-related on. Gran taught him his moves, and All Might literally gave him his power. How could he not do what they do? It's something to think about. Tsukachi settles on after he notices Midoriya's confusion. Well, it was nice meeting you, Midoriya. You'll be a fine hero one day, and if you need a friend on the police force, I might be your guy. All Might bids his friend goodbye, then leads Midoriya downstairs. They take a seat by the counter. Midoriya's predecessor seems to consider something for a long moment, looking at his hands. Midoriya waits patiently for him to speak. Do you understand what Tsukachi and I were getting at back there? He asks after a while. Midoriya thinks. Not really. I mean, I'm not you or Gran, but you two teach me. Shouldn't I take what you give me and go with it? All Might nods. You should, but also shouldn't. Midoriya shoots him a confused look. All Might quickly explains. It's good to draw inspiration from people who are better, at the same level, or even worse than you. But you shouldn't mimic everything to AT. Midoriya blinks. I still don't get it. All Might sighs and twiddles his thumbs for a bit. It's like writing a paper, he settles on. When you write something for school, do you take what information you find online or in a book and put exactly what it says on your assignment? No, that'd be illegal, Midoriya answers. But you still use what your sources say in your project? All Might asks. Of course, Midoriya agrees. I don't know everything, so I use what I can find, take the best parts, and mold them to my needs. You said it, All Might smiles. You said exactly what I was going for. Take the best parts and mold them to my needs? Midoriya repeats. Yes. Not everything I do will work for you, but you can still learn from me. All Might gets up from his seat. Think about my style, Grans, too, and how you can take what we do and make it better suited to your needs. But you're both pros with decades of experience. How can I improve on that? My boy, you don't have to surpass me just yet, All Might explains gently. There's no rush. I have a couple of years left as a hero if I'm careful, which is plenty of time for you to grow. Take your time and think things out, all right? You're good at that. Now come on, I'll walk you to the train station. The next day at lunch, Midoriya sits in the same spot next to the support students. Like the day previous, he barely gets to settle in before a tray slams down across from him. Flinching, he looks up to see the smiling face of Oto. Hey, his former partner says. Can I sit here? Midoriya blinks. Sure. Oto grins even wider and slides into his seat across the table. Sweet. He quickly takes a bite of his lunch, some strong-smelling chicken over rice, before asking, Hey, did you get the last bullet point in English? I couldn't quite make it out, and everyone else I asked doesn't have it either. Oh yeah, sure. Midoriya quickly flicks through his backpack and pulls out a red spiral notebook. He slides it across the table and opens it to the most recent page. It's nothing too important, just a couple more examples of homonyms. Oto chews as he looks over Midoriya's nest notes. He swallows and offers a grateful smile. Thanks, man, appreciate it. Midoriya nods and pulls the notebook away. No problem. Sorry if it was a bit messy, I write too quickly sometimes. Oh, I could read it just fine, Oto reassures. I write in chicken scratch. For the second time that day, a tray slams down onto the table. Midoriya jumps in his seat and looks at the tray to see a steaming dish of soba. Then he looks up to see Noburo, whose face is schooled in a confidently curious expression. Talking shit about me behind my back? She asks, calmly sitting down next to Midoriya. Oto snorts. Hardly. If anyone should be talking shit about anyone, it should be you about your team. Noburo rolls her eyes. Whatever. At least I passed. Midoriya winces because, well, some people didn't pass. Mr. Aizawa has apparently never heard of taking it easy for the first day because he graded all 15 students of 1A like some kind of demon. Yeah, well, you still lost. Odo counters, a piece of chicken hanging out of his mouth. How does it feel to lose on the first day? Noburo raises an eyebrow. I'm sorry, but how quickly were you taken out? It happened so fast I couldn't keep track. Odo's left eye twitches a bit. Alright, I'll give you that one. But I will still stand by the fact that my team won and yours lost, so there. Noburo let out a puff of air, amused. She doesn't answer, instead choosing to focus on eating lunch. Midoriya does the same, eating his pork as he fills in his hero notebook. Hey Midoriya? Odo asks, what are you writing in there? Midoriya stares at him for a moment. Hero notes, he says carefully. His notebooks weren't exactly popular back in middle school. A lot of other kids called them stalker journals or mocked him for being a quirk nerd who didn't have a quirk of his own. Like regular notes but for hero stuff? Odo leans forward a bit, trying to read Midoriya's writing upside down. That's cool. Aizawa has us write notes in class, but I've never thought of writing more in my free time. Yeah, Midoriya slowly moves his notebook closer to him. It really helps me out sometimes. Like yesterday I got Noburo and Moku to hinder each other instead of help, like Midnight does sometimes. How cool. My parents do advertising work for a couple hero agencies. They have to look at a hero's behavior and move set to better showcase them. Is it kinda like that? Odo sits back, the chicken on his chopsticks forgotten. A little, Midoriya says. I'm not using other people's moves to be more flashy or to show off. Instead I use what I've seen in situations where I need it. Like yesterday. So you beat me because you're a nerd? Noburo asks. Her tone isn't mean or hurtful. It seems friendly, almost, but has a little bit of edge. Yes. Midoriya tries to look her in the eye, but can't quite do it. Relax, I'm messing with you. Noburo swirls her soba around with her chopsticks. I'm not mad or anything. Just a little miffed that I couldn't think of a counter fast enough. All right, Midoriya stutters, looking back down at his lunch. It feels like they've been talking for a while, but he's barely half done with his food. Usually, he has a ton of time to do homework or look at his phone during lunch. Then the bell rings. The three of them glance at each other, then their barely touched lunches. Sheet, Noburo mutters, hurriedly scarfing down her still steaming noodles. Midoriya ignores her mutters of how hot the broth is to quickly eat his lunch. He can already tell he'll have hiccups in class, but that's better than missing half a meal. Odo is already gone. Somehow, he managed to pour the whole of his lunch down his throat and swallow it whole like a snake. It was actually quite impressive, and Midoriya would have taken notes or maybe drawn a sketch if he wasn't busy chugging his glass of water in between bites of pork. Once he finishes his food, Midoriya packs up his backpack with practiced ease and makes for class. Noburo just a few steps behind him. They make it to the hero course hall with 30 seconds to spare, passing a tired-looking Aizawa, who doesn't even bat an eye as they sprint into class 1A. The two sit down, not noticing the odd looks of their classmates. Like homeroom that morning, Aizawa walks in with the bell and casts a sweeping gaze over the entire room. Good, you're all ready. He reaches into a pocket and pulls out his phone, types something out, then slips it back into his pocket. We'll be doing another practical class today. Though it won't be combat. A couple students mutter at that, exchanging curious looks. It'll be rescue, Aizawa says before the chatter can get too out of hand. Vlad and I, plus our resident rescue specialist, will be taking you to the USJ, our search and rescue training facility. Sir. One girl in the back row raises her hand. Where is the USJ? On campus, but far enough away that we need to take a bus, Aizawa replies. Any other questions? No one else raises their hand. Alright, you can wear your gym clothes instead of your costumes if you like. It's best if you wear something comfortable for this. He gives them one last once-over before turning around and walking out of the door. Go get changed and meet me outside, we don't have all day. Midoriya is the first one to get changed, forgoing his hero costume for the heavy blue fabric of his gym uniform. It's not that his hero costume is uncomfortable, but it's more complex than most of the others' costumes, with its pads and multiple layers. Oto and Noburo join him quickly, both wearing their costumes, which are almost street clothes in comparison to his. Aizawa, who's standing watch by the door of a short bus, makes a couple marks on his clipboard before waving them on. The bus has exactly 16 spots plus the driver's seat, arranged so there's an aisle going right down the middle. Midoriya picks the left side, and Oto and Noburo follow. It's a little weird having people his age who want to be around him, but it's a pleasant change of pace, so he doesn't complain. Eventually, everyone else gets on and sits. A couple of the boys look at Oto a bit oddly, probably because he chose to sit next to Midoriya, but they all brush it off and talk. Vlad King also steps on with Aizawa, and they take the seats up front, talking in hushed tones as the bus starts and pulls away. The ride to the USJ is a quick one. Midoriya has a casual conversation with his two friends? Acquaintances? Rival and former ally? Noburo and Oto. He'll stick with calling them by name for now. After 15 minutes, the bus stops and everyone gets out. Aizawa and Vlad lead them up to the doors and halt right in front of them. USJ is written in gold lettering above the doors, and the whole facility is domed in, presumably for climate control. I expect you all to be on your best behavior, Aizawa warns. Pay attention and respect the other teacher. They know their stuff. He and Vlad then open the doors and hold them open for the class. 15 students and 2 teachers walk into the main courtyard, and Midoriya has to bite his lip to keep from muttering because the Space Hero 13 is right there. Holy sheet. Hello, students. 13 says, approaching with a friendly wave. Like some of you may know, I am 13, UA's rescue specialist, and the designer of this facility. They hold up a gloved hand. Before we get started, I have a couple things to say. In the 2 days previous, you found ways to use your quirks in different ways. In your quirk test, you used them in a practical manner. In combat training, you used them to harm. Today, I'll be teaching you how to use your powers to rescue. Midoriya can't help but brighten at that. He's always felt that rescue operations are just as important, if not more so than apprehending villains. One for All has very obvious combat capabilities, but All Might has used it in countless situations to save people's lives. Now he could learn to do the same. Now, does anyone have any questions? Midoriya is half tempted to raise his hand but refrains when no one else does. Most of his class seem to only half pay attention, which, judging by the look on Aizawa's face, is a very bad thing. Seeing none, 13 continues, their voice just a touch less eager. Let's get started with something simple. Apparently, something simple doesn't mean the same thing in UA as it does in the rest of Japan because 13 leads them to a larger domed building that's pouring rain inside. Midoriya's glad that he wore his gym uniform. He's got 3 sets and only 1 hero costume, which would be a pain to dry. In the downpour zone, 13 gives them a rundown of what a building affected by heavy rain needs, along with ideas of how to help people caught in it. Heat is most important, they explain. Water is really good at cooling down bodies, so warming citizens is a top priority. Building integrity is also touched on, as extreme amounts of water can weaken foundations. Next up is conflagration, which comprises a whole city block that's perpetually on fire. It's a nice way to dry off, and Midoriya learns that most fire rescue is performed by actual firefighters, as most heroes aren't equipped to deal with flames and intense heat. After conflagration is the landslide zone, then the flood zone, then the collapses zone and ruins. Above all, 13 stresses speed and structural integrity when dealing with urban disasters, and by the time they make it to the mountain zone, Midoriya's head is spinning. He should have brought his notebook because any and all notes he had on famous rescues aren't up to snuff. 13 had mentioned that most rescues seen on TV were the worst kind, where drastic and potentially dangerous measures were needed to save lives. Therefore, Midoriya had been misinformed on rescue for years. It takes a couple dirty looks from classmates and a soft elbow from Noburo for Midoriya to realize that he's muttering again. He apologizes, but she just shrugs it off, insisting that it was just slightly distracting having to listen to both him and 13. And that's the mountain zone. It's different from the rest, with no buildings and all, But I thought it was important for students to practice in non-urban areas, 13 says, wrapping up their segment. Are there any questions? Midoriya watches as one boy mutters something in another's ear. They both nod, and one raises his hand. Yes, you. 13 points them out, happy to have the first question of the day. Midoriya tries to listen in to what the boy asks, but another classmate, this time a tall girl, grabs his shoulder from behind and pulls him closer to the edge. Predictably, Midoriya flushes, stuttering the whole way over to a huddle of students, which is basically every boy except him and Odo. The girl lets go of him eventually, joining the rest of the group who's looking over the edge of the fake mountain. That's a long way down, one boy comments. How long? Another asks. I dunno, at least 50 meters, the girl replies. Hey, Midoriya, another boy asks. Midoriya recognizes him as Moku. Have you ever been bungee jumping before? No, Midoriya says truthfully. He has nearly fallen off a 3-story building, though, which must be pretty close. Do you wanna? Moku asks with a slightly devious look on his face. Over by the front of the group, 13 finishes answering the question they were asked earlier. Midoriya doesn't get to finish his answer before one of Moku's arms is wrapped around his ankle and he's pushed off the edge of the fake mountain by another boy. Time seems to slow down. He calls for float, but he's too panicked for it to work. But then long, thin strands of heavy, warm cloth are wrapped around his body, and the arm around his ankle goes slack. Midoriya is pulled up, heart racing as he drinks in the feeling of solid ground. You 7 are going to tell me exactly what your thought process was, or all of your academic careers are over. Mr. Aizawa's voice is deathly calm and dripping with disgust. His eyes glow a bright crimson, and his scarf lets go of Midoriya and wraps back around his neck. The entire group of students, along with the 2 other teachers, are completely silent. No one dares to answer. Very well then. Aizawa crosses his arms. I'll be having a phone call with the principal on the way back. We'll make sure everyone in this class, bar Midoriya, is blacklisted from every hero school this side of the Pacific. No, wait, the girl who led Midoriya to the edge cries. It was us 7 and Lin. We just wanted a laugh. Just push him off and then pull him up, you know? I'm afraid I don't, Aizawa says coolly. He blinks, and the glow in his eyes disperses. Vlad, take those 8 and walk them back to school. Show M to Nedzu. Tell the rat I recommend expulsion. The rest of you on the bus. Now. Everyone quickly obeys. 8 crying children are led away by Vlad, and 6 slack-jawed and wide-eyed students are rushed away by 13. Midoriya, however, can't move. He stands there, staring at Mr. Aizawa. His teacher stares back. You okay, kid? The man asks. His expression has softened, but there's still trace amounts of anger in his eyes. Your eraser head, Midoriya breathes. Aizawa raises an eyebrow. I'll take that as a yes. He turns and gestures for Midoriya to follow. Hurry up. I don't want to be late getting back. There's business to attend to. The worst part about getting shoved off a 50-meter cliff, Midoriya thinks, is how worried it makes his mom. Midoriya Inko is a strong woman she has to be, to raise a quirkless kid alone. But she's got a very sensitive heart and the ability to cry a literal puddle of tears. His mother's tears are why Midoriya tries to get Nedzu and Eraserhead. He still can't believe that the Eraserhead has been teaching him this whole time, to downplay the events when they file an official report. It would have worked back in middle school. God knows that everything and anything to do with Aldra hated him, but at Udon, everything has to go by the books. And the look Mr. Aizawa gives him when he asks is a slightly horrifying mix of worry and anger that makes Midoriya's stomach churn. Not every student involved in the prank gets expelled. Oh, Eraserhead wants them to be. He makes sure to voice his opinion loudly at every opportunity. But Nedzu can't. Being complicit in assault, because being pushed off a cliff is assault, isn't quite as bad of a crime as actually assisting said assault. Therefore, only 4 are expelled. The girl that led Midoriya closer to the edge, Moku, who tied his ankle, the boy who pushed him, and the boy who asked 13 a question to distract them. The rest are booted to general education and told that they're being watched closely. Their punishment is only so light because Midoriya can't bring himself to press charges. People always deserve a second chance, even if they nearly killed him. Classes resume in earnest that Friday, which Midoriya is grateful for. Gran and All Might heard about what happened through Detective Tsukachi because a police report was filed. His two teachers try to take it easy on him, which, while Midoriya's grateful for it, he'd much rather brush it off and return to normal. He'll fall a lot as a pro hero, so it's best to get used to it early, right? That doesn't stop All Might from insisting that he take some days off and writing a strongly opinionated email to Nezu about how he runs his school. While normal school starts back up, hero class is put on hold for a week, or rather, the practical lessons are. It's a little awkward having to learn how to save lives from lectures and worksheets, but they manage. Midoriya eats lunch with Oto and Noburo every day, which is surprisingly fun. They even take interest in his hero ramblings. When practical lessons start up again, it's a little awkward. With a class of 7, Vlad King has to rework most of his lesson plans, and whenever he asks a question, it's like pulling teeth to get an answer from anyone other than Midoriya, who's still getting used to the feeling of being noticed by a teacher and has started raising his hand at every opportunity. But then, on the third Monday of March, Mr. Aizawa walks into class 3 minutes early. It's a novelty. The man usually prefers to wait until the bell rings to enter. Midoriya, Noburo, and Oto, who are in the midst of a heated discussion about the best age of All Might, freeze upon seeing him. The 3 students and the 1 teacher have a stare-off, neither party saying a word for 180 seconds. Then the bell rings. 1A is missing 4 members, which is weird. No one wants to not show up to you, even if they're sick. Aizawa coughs, shaking everyone out of their trance. Somehow, he looks more tired than usual. Last night, your classmates decided to throw a party. His voice is monotone, like always, though he sounds vaguely disappointed. That, in itself, is not a bad thing. However, his expression intensifies. Consuming alcohol underage is not. Wait, you're saying? Noburo trails off, her voice thick with disbelief. Aizawa nods. Yes, the 4 students not present today were caught drinking alcoholic substances and were picked up for public intoxication and underage drinking. They are no longer students at UA. They all sit in silence for a moment, mulling everything over. Midoriya himself feels slightly pitiful for his former classmates, but really, even he has to admit that they brought it on themselves. There was enough controversy with allowing adult pros to drink alcohol when they're not on an extended break, and with heroes in training, well, no one wanted to be saved by a pro who couldn't remember his training because he was hungover one class. So it's just us 3 now, Oto says. By the tone of his voice, it's definitely not a question. What's gonna happen? Aizawa sighs. That's partly for you guys to decide. Since this is such a unique situation, the principal wants to meet with you 3 to figure stuff out. Follow me. Eraserhead leads them through the long, wide halls of the A to an elevator. He opens it, gesturing for his students to get on first before he steps in himself. Then he pushes a button that says, Level R, which is the topmost one. With a beep, it starts to rise at a slightly quicker pace than the average elevator. After roughly 30 seconds, the compartment stops, and the doors open with another beep. Eraserhead wordlessly steps off, leading them into a brightly lit and clean hallway. At the end of the hallway is a tall door with a square flap at the bottom, like a doggy door Midoriya's seen in some movies, and a simple plaque that reads Principal. The teacher wordlessly knocks on the steel of the door. Come in, a familiar, cheery voice calls. It's slightly muffled, but Midoriya immediately knows that Nezu is on the other side. Aizawa holds the door open for them again, and the 3 students step into the office. The first thing Midoriya notes is the large floor-to-ceiling window that takes up most of the far wall. It offers an amazing view of the whole campus, and if he strains, Midoriya can just barely see the dome of the USJ. The second thing he notices is the wide, tall-backed office chair that's conveniently turned around. Please, have a seat, you 3, Nezu says. Would you like some tea? Noburo is the first to sit down, though she does so reluctantly. No thank you, sir. I'm more a coffee person. Oto and Midoriya sit down next, both denying the offer for tea. Ah, that's a shame, Nezu says, spinning the chair around. Midoriya has to bite back a chuckle at his friend's surprised gasps. Tea is often fuel for good discussion. You're a mouse, Oto says, shock clear on his face. Perhaps, though science really hasn't been able to get a clear answer yet, Nezu replies good-naturedly, gesturing to Oto with his steaming cup of tea. Am I a mouse, a bear, or a dog? One must decide for themselves. Sir, could we please move things along? I'd like to actually teach them something today, Aizawa says, leaning comfortably against the wall. Yes, of course. I'm just giving them some time to get used to my rather odd appearance is all. Nezu takes a sip of tea. Now, down to business. Midoriya instinctively straightens his back. I will be blunt with you three. This year, UA has had the worst batch of students in its history. Everything from poor scores on the written exam to students attacking others in the practical, we just haven't been able to get a full class of children who are up to our standards. Does that include us? Midoriya can't help but blurt out. He immediately goes red at the knowing look Nezu gives him, and the way Oto and Noburo both say, really? At the same time in the exact same tone of voice. Fortunately, no. Nezu cheerfully answers. You three have remarkable potential as heroes, and UA will be happy to continue teaching you. The only issue is your class size. There's never been a hero class this small ever. Aizawa picks up where Nezu left off. UA has had small classes in the past, but they all had at least 10 kids. With 3, well, we just don't have a precedent for it. So you three will have to forge a path for future situations like this, not that we ever plan on getting rid of so many students. Nezu chuckles to himself. Now, Mr. Aizawa will ask you three a couple of questions, and I will take notes. By third PRD, I should have an idea of how your schedules will be. Aizawa casually sits down on a nearby couch, and the three students rearrange their seats so they can see him better. With a click of Nezu's pen, he gets started with the questions. First things first, what training do you three do outside of class? I jog a lot. Sometimes I do yoga, but only if I'm really sore. Oto speaks up first, tapping his chin. I run every morning and lift weights 3 times a week. Noburo goes next. I also used to do free running. Well, you see, Midoriya babbles, tugging on his collar as he starts to sweat through his button-down. Midoriya does weight training 6 days a week and participates in cardio endurance training every day. He's also on a meal plan and receives Quirk training from an acquaintance of mine. Nezu's words stun the room into silence. Everyone seems to have a slightly different reaction. Noburo looks like she just figured out the secrets of the universe. Oto has to close his jaw with his hand. Nezu looks way too pleased with the situation, and Eraserhead looks half impressed and half unsure. He even looks back to Nezu for confirmation. Next question, please. Nezu asks, not answering Aizawa's silent question. He looks all too pleased for a man. Was it man or rat? Eraserhead called him a rat, so Midoriya would go with that, who just created more confusion by replying to a single question. Though based on how All Might and Gran talked about him, Midoriya could see how Nezu would be pleased with that. Do any of you have any out-of-school obligations barring workout routines and religious activities? Aizawa continues reluctantly. Time goes by quickly after that. Most of the questions are simple yes or no's, though there is one about interest in making support items that makes Midoriya's head run 100 miles an hour, because why else would they ask that if they weren't considering allowing them to work on their own gear, which would be so cool? By the time the second PRD bell rings, Aizawa is done asking questions and Nezu is done taking notes. The principal promises to have their schedule figured out in 3 to 5 business hours, which no one even pretends to understand, and Aizawa leads them back to Class 1A, which is missing its usual second PRD occupant of ectoplasm. There are only 3 desks now, arranged in a semicircle around the front podium. Aizawa steps behind said podium and leans on the ledge. Oto, Noburo, and Midoriya all sit in their seats. Well, Oto and Midoriya do. Noburo just perches on her desk, and no one bothers with stopping her. You won't be having normal classes today, Aizawa starts, glancing down between his arms, but we still need to be productive. I'll be teaching all of you some basic quirkless hand-to-hand combat. However, I simply have to ask. Midoriya. The student in question fidgets in his seat. How and why do you have a full-on training regimen outside of school? It's not a bad thing, it's just odd. Midoriya taps his foot as he tries to figure out how to put everything. He can't tell the truth, but he also doesn't want to lie. Well, my quirk is kinda weird and… How? Nobuo interrupts. Sorry, it's just, you've got a basic strength enhancer with a flight ability, right? Not exactly, Midoriya corrects. It's called superpower, and it basically gives me a massive amount of energy to enhance my body with. I can also radiate it outwards to suspend myself and fly. How massive? Aizawa asks. Massive enough that I can't use 100% of the power without breaking my body, Midoriya answers. Aizawa sighs. Forgive me, but that's a little far-fetched. You can ask Recovery Girl. Midoriya defends. A hero found me on a beach after I got it, and I had 3 broken limbs. She healed me right here in you. Aizawa wordlessly pulls his phone out of his pocket and dials a number. The receiver picks up on the second ring, and Aizawa speaks. Hi, this is Eraser. Midoriya can hear the unintelligible yet still particular tone of Recovery Girl on the other end of the line. Yes, I work here. No, my diet is fine. I'm calling to ask you about a student. No, not a single one's dead. His name's Midoriya? What do you mean by, oh, him? Aizawa's voice takes on an incredulous tone. So you did heal him when he got his quirk. How bad was it? You're going to need to repeat that in 10 places. You've got to be shitting me. No, I don't need to see an X-ray, thanks. I make no promises. After he hangs up the phone, Aizawa looks tired. More tired than usual, Okay, next question. Who's the hero that's training you, and are they the same one that found you on the beach? Gran Torino isn't the one that found me on the beach, Midoriya says nervously. Aizawa's expression is hard to read, but at the very least it seems annoyed. Then who did? Midoriya suddenly gains a slight blush. All Might, he mumbles. He barely hears Aizawa mutter something about problem children before Nobuo gets up from her desk, marches over to Midoriya's, and looks him dead in the eye. The symbol of peace saw you with 3 broken limbs then carried you to you? She asks calmly. Yes. Midoriya squeaks. Nobuo nods, her expression turning more eager. That's pretty cool. Did you get an autograph? I'm sorry, but did we just hear the same conversation? Oto interjects. Because I don't think we did. Midoriya, top of the class, can break his arms at any moment, and has already been hurt badly because of his own quirk. I know, but you've seen him fight, he totally kicks but… Nobuo counters. I think we can leave the part about arm breaking on the back burner for now because he probably has an All Might autograph and I want to see it. Can I? Her gaze is intense and fierce, the kind that shows she won't take no for an answer. Well. Nobuo, lay off. Interrogate on your own time, not mine, Aizawa reprimands, not unkindly. Nobuo mutters a reluctant whatever before going back to her spot on her desk. Now that we're all settled in, Aizawa continues, we'll be going to Gym Ada. Go get changed into your gym uniforms and meet me there. Hand-to-hand training is really fun. For Midoriya it is, anyway. Oto can't quite get the hang of it fast enough, and Nobuo can't keep herself from instinctively using or trying to use her quirk. Aizawa has to use his quirk to make sure no one's impaled when they spar, which is nice of him, even if he complains about dry eye a lot. It's nice to fight someone who isn't Gran or All Might. Midoriya's private teachers both have distinct, unique styles that, while hard to fight against, get repetitive with frequent sparring. Midoriya wins the most bouts. Aizawa says that it's not surprising, since he has way more combat experience than Oto and Nobuo combined, even if he's used his quirk during all of it. That's not to say that he's perfect, or even good, at what Aizawa teaches them. Without One for All, Midoriya's strikes aren't nearly as fast, and he can't rely on the maneuverability that Full Cowl gives him. Mr. Aizawa puts him on his back every time they spar. But Midoriya's learning, so it's just fine with him. Later, when they eat lunch, Noburo demands to see Midoriya's All Might autograph. She and Oto are absolutely delighted to see that he has it laminated and in his wallet at all times. 1A Daily Schedule. PRD 1, 7:30 to 8 o'clock homeroom. PRD 2, 8 to 12 o'clock civilian classes, math, English, history, modern literature, etc. Lunch 12 to 12:30. PRD 3, 12:35 to 3:45 Heroics. Midoriya looks up from his copy of the new schedule. 4 hours for regular classes and 3 for heroics? How will that work? Aizawa looks up from his notes. Essentially, you'll be given all of your regular classwork at the start of the week. You'll be allowed to do it at whatever pace as long as you turn it in before lunch on Friday. Midoriya nods in understanding. Also, Heroics 101 is a completely new class. According to the principal, it's a blend of support, business and marketing, your old foundational heroics class, quirk studies and hero law. That's a lot, Oto says, looking a little nervous. Yes, it is. But the principal and I wouldn't have agreed on a schedule we didn't think you were ready for, Aizawa says. You'll be fine. Work hard and demonstrate your plus ultra spirit. Sir, Noburo asks, what about the sports festival? Aizawa blinks. That. You'll be participants, obviously. Since it's in 2 weeks, I should probably tell you 3 to put in some work outside of school. But since you now have 3 hours of dedicated hero practice every day instead of the usual hour and a half, well, I can't blame you for not feeling the need. But I thought you said we'd be doing business and support stuff too, not just hero core stuff? Oto asks. You'll spend at least an hour and a half doing combat training for the next 2 weeks, mostly so you can put a better show on at the festival. Aizawa answers, if I'm being honest, the support and business stuff will come into play after the sports festival. Oto nods, and Aizawa looks his 3 students over for a moment. Any other questions? Everyone shakes their head no. All right then. He reaches under the table of his podium and tosses each of them a packet of paper. Mike will be here in a half hour to answer any questions you have about the English stuff. I'd suggest working on that first. Also, don't disturb my nap. Aizawa curls up in his yellow sleeping bag and collapses on the floor. Midoriya immediately opens his packet of school work and schemes the entire thing, noting that the math is mostly review, history is still focused on heroics, and English is mostly new adjectives. Boys, Noburo says, thumbing through her own packet, Aizawa said we could do whatever just as long as we turn it in on time, right? Yeah. Oto replies. Where are you going with this? I'm not going anywhere, but the 3 of us definitely are. The cocky smirk she usually reserves for combat training slips into her face. Yeah, I still don't follow. Oto pulls out a pencil and opens to page 1. Let's just get to work until Present Mike gets here. You're an idiot, Noburo deadpants. Takes one to know one, thank you very much, Oto bites back. I'm just gonna spell it out for you. This is UA. They like it when we think outside the box. Therefore, we should all work together on this stuff, Noburo explains. Even UA has rules against sharing answers, Oto argues, and they also value individuality. But we don't have to share answers to work together, Midoriya speaks up. We could do every problem one by one, working together. It'd be easier for us, even if it's more consuming. And we won't be copying answers either. Oto considers for a moment. Alright, push the desk together. If we get in trouble, I'm shoving all the blame on you too. Of course you would, Noburo chuckles, but I'm definitely not gonna let you weasel out of detention. The 3 students get to work after that, quickly getting through the English portion before Present Mike arrives. And if they occasionally joke more than they work, no one cares to stop them. Even if a single bloodshot eye cracks open to watch occasionally. Oto. Kenji flinches out of his stupor and activates his quirk in time to burn up an incoming projectile. To his left, Midoriya skids to a halt, kicking up dust. Are you okay? You almost got hit. Midoriya asks. He looks a little worried but not at all pitying, which is nice. Kenji tries for a smile, but he can tell right away that it's shaky and weak. Yeah, I'm okay. Just, Can't get Mr. Yamada's English lesson out of my head is all. Kenji hates lying to his friends. He hates it even more when they believe his lies. Midoriya laughs. Yeah, I don't think he understands that we don't need songs to remember different idioms. Not that Nobuo will let us explain that to him. Kenji chuckles, and the first time in 2 days, it's genuine. Yeah, Nobuo's something. I heard that. Nobuo yells from behind them, focusing on the exercise while her two friends chat. You might want to get back to work before Aizawa forces you to. She makes a good argument, Kenji thinks. While Aizawa has somewhat softened, he's still SLV driver when it comes to training, so Kenji returns to the task at hand, dodgeball. It's not actually dodgeball. Dodgeball implies that they're dodging ball, when in reality, they're trying not to die. Kenji barely ducks under a ball, shivering at the feeling of it grazing his hair. He's already been nailed by 15 of them. Each one hurt like hell because they were hard rubber shot out of compressed air cannons. Apparently the motto, plus ultra, applies to pain as well as schoolwork. While Kenji and Nobuo crawl along the ground to dodge Aizawa's ball of doom, which is just an awful name now that he thinks about it. Midoriya gets to fly overhead, which just feels unfair. Kenji seriously thinks that he hasn't been hit once while even Nobuo has gotten hit at least 5 times. By the time dodgeball is over, Kenji is exhausted. He's bruised all over, breathing heavy, and has sweat completely through his tank top. Nobuo and Midoriya, however, look near peachy. They smile and pat Kenji on the back as they go to get changed, which makes him feel worse. See, Kenji is not an idiot. He knows he's at the bottom of the class. Academically and physically, he just can't compare to his friends. While he barely scrapes by every lesson, they breeze through, Midoriya especially. Kenji's green-haired friend has enough motivation and drive to grow to do extra practice outside of school every day. Kenji respects that. Really he does. But he knows that he doesn't have that same drive. He looks at his two friends and sees great heroes of the future. Then he looks in the mirror and sees a mediocre public servant who'll never amount to much in the hero sector of society. His friends always deny it when Kenji voices his opinion on their skill levels. They always claim that he'll catch up, or that maybe direct combat isn't his thing. Midoriya never seems to be lying when he says that stuff, which is worse than Nobuo's hesitant agreement with the shorter boy's words. Kenji wants to help people, but there's more than one way to do that. Right now, he's probably doing more harm than good by holding back future top-tier pros. That's why when school's over for the day, Kenji holds back in class 1. Midoriya bids him a happy goodbye while Nobuo looks a little suspicious. Kenji can't blame her. You know you can leave now, right? Aizawa says. Kenji can tell his teacher has an idea of what's about to happen. I'd like to talk to you about switching courses. Aizawa sighs. Kid, I know you're not the best. But you've got heart, and if I'm being honest, the right personality for a pro. Why do you want to switch? I'm holding them back. I can't. It's not right of me to impede their progress. I can't stop you, Aizawa says, but I will strongly recommend that you don't do this. Please, Kenji asks, just let me do this. It's what I want. His teacher gives him a long look. It's the first time Kenji thinks that he can tell what his teacher is feeling. Disappointment. Alright, let's go see Netsu. Graduating from U.A is a great stepping stone in a lot of career paths. If he's lucky, Kenji just might turn out to be a hero. Just one that doesn't wear spandex. 5 days until the sports festival. Midoriya's the first one to class like usual. He sits down in his seat and pulls out his notebook. There was a villain attack on the news that morning that he just barely caught the end of, and the hero that took down the villain was a new one. He gets halfway through the page when Nobuo walks in. She gives him a short greeting, then sits down in her seat and props her feet up on Midoriya's desk in such a way that they don't impede his writing like usual. It used to make him flush down to his toes and sputter nonsense, but he's gotten used to it by now. Legs are just lower arms after all. A couple minutes later, the bell rings. Nobuo and Midoriya lock eyes, the same question on their minds. Then Aizawa's sleeping bag flops down just outside the door. Odo won't be joining us anymore. Aizawa sounds very tired like usual, though the bags under his eyes are much larger and are a shade darker. You didn't expel him, right? Nobuo asks, her voice slightly confrontational. No. He has had potential. Aizawa gets out of his bag and stands. He leans against the door frame. I know you two want to ask, but it's not my place to tell. Ask him during lunch or after school. Lunch can't come quickly enough, but when it does, Midoriya and Nobuo don't even bother getting food. They comb the entire cafeteria and find Odo sitting in the corner. Alone. He whines when he sees them. Midoriya can tell he wants to talk first, but Nobuo doesn't let him. What the hell, man? Why did you dump us? Hey guys. Odo says softly. Fancy seeing you here, huh? Don't sass me. We deserve an explanation. Nobuo, calm down. Midoriya rests a hand on her shoulder. He needs some space. Nobuo huffs but stays silent. Eventually, Odo speaks. I'm not cut out for this, he starts, and before you say I am, just let me explain. I've wanted to help people all my life. I didn't care if that meant working in a nursing home or being a hero. But when my quirk came in, it was obvious. Odo takes a deep breath. I was sure this was right for me until I got expelled. That day, I realized that I'd have to work harder than hard, which I told myself I could do. Then the others got kicked out and it was just us three. Midoriya, you work out and train for, 10 hours every day. Nobuo, you've got natural talent and enough drive to keep up with Midoriya through sheer grit. I don't have anything like that. But you do. Midoriya cries. No, I don't, Odo says firmly. I want to help people. Heroics just seemed like the best way to do it. But now, I just don't think I could ever measure up to you guys. Or any hero, for that matter. So you're quitting? Nobuo leans on the table. Her voice has an edge to it. This is it? Goodbye? Sayonara? You're leaving just because you can't keep up? That's the weakest excuse I've ever heard. It's not just that, okay? Odo yells back. You two are going to be amazing heroes, but if I stick with you, I'll just slow you down. Oh, so this is a it's not you, it's me thing? Nobuo accuses. Yes, Odo agrees. I've been transferred to business. I plan on helping pros out, or maybe even doing advertising for charities and fundraisers. I'll still be helping people, just in my own way. Nobuo looks at him for a long while. Then she huffs and storms off, presumably to get lunch. Oto. Midoriya says. Yeah, I messed that up. No, it's just. I think you would have been a great hero. Midoriya sits down across from him. Maybe I could have been. But I don't want to be at the cost of slowing you two down. Do you really want this? Yes, Oto answers immediately. Midoriya can tell by the look in his eyes that he's serious. Okay, Midoriya gets up. When I open my agency, I'll make sure you're my first business manager. Oto smiles. Yeah, I'd like that. Bonus. Midoriya's Quirk files. Subject. Nobuo my. Quirk, stomach spikes. Desk. She can generate spikes of metal from her stomach. The spikes literally grow out over her organ and have to push through the other parts of the body to extend outwards, impeding her bodily functions. The strength of the spikes depends on her diet, and their size cannot exceed the diameter of her stomach. Notes: a good all-around quirk for a combative hero, stomach spikes is mostly used for direct assault and maneuvering. The spikes can be blunted, allowing for safer attacks. Rank without the user's skill, B. Rank with the user's skill, B+. From Nobuo. You free to hang out? The notification lights up his phone, distracting Midoriya from his book. He immediately knows who it is without looking at the sender tag. It's a small blessing that comes with only having 4 numbers in his phone. Nobuo. Maybe. From Nobuo. I'm bored and my dad won't let me practice anymore. Nobuo. Let me ask my mom. Hey mom. Midoriya calls from the couch to the kitchen. His mother, who's looking over bills at the table, pauses. What is it, honey? Can I go out with a friend? Sure, sweetie. What's their name? It's Nobuo. You know, the girl from school? Oh. His mother's voice raises a tone. Is it like that? You know, if you're going on a date, you can just tell me. I won't embarrass you, I promise. No. Midoriya says a little too quickly. It's not like that. We're just friends. Can I go? Sure. Just be safe and stay in the city. She gets up from the table and walks over to the living room. Also, I know it's Saturday, but you have the sports festival next week, so don't stay out too late. Midoriya looks up at his mom and smiles softly. Yeah, I know. Tsuburo. I can go. What are we going to do and where do you want to meet? From Tsuburo. I dunno, walk around town and see? Meet outside you at Tsuburo. Time. From Tsuburo. Can you be there in 20? Tsuburo. I can be there in a half hour. From Midoriya. Cool, see you there. Shutting off his phone, Midoriya gets up from the couch and hurries to his room. A green bathrobe and a pair of flannel pants wouldn't do for a walk around town, so he quickly changes. 5 minutes later, he walks out of the building in a pair of blue jeans, an old zip-up hoodie, and a t-shirt that reads shoes across the front. His usual red high tops fit snugly around his feet. He takes the usual route to UDA and gets there a whole 5 minutes early. Noburo is already there, leaning against a light post with her hands in the pockets of a studded leather jacket. Hey man, she says, walking over to Midoriya, a set of dog tags jingling around her neck. From the way her mouth moves, it's obvious that she's chewing gum. What's up? Nothing, Midoriya answers, awkwardly shuffling his feet. Just trying to relax before the festival. Noburo snorts. Yes, same. She blows a bubble and lets it pop. I've probably been spending hours every night this week exercising in my basement. Midoriya just now notices the bags under her eyes and the slight droop of her shoulders. I look like shit, I know. She shrugs. My dad kicked me out of the house so I can't practice, which is dumb because I have a gym membership. You shouldn't overwork yourself, Midoriya says. You're not much better looking than me, she argues back. Midoriya knows she has a point. His mom's been worried about how much time he's spending out of the house for a while now. Whatever. There's an arcade like 2 kilometers from here. Wanna go unwind? We can have fun while I kick your butt at DDR. I thought you didn't know what you wanted to do? I saw it on the way here. Come on, I'll race you. She gives him a playful punch to the chest. Race me? Midoriya asks. How can they have a race on a sidewalk? Yeah, race. See who gets there faster. Noburo stretches her arms out, and Midoriya looks away from how her t-shirt rides up on her midriff. But you already know the way there, Midoriya points out. That's the fun part, she claims. I get to decide how we get there. Midoriya nods. All right, he says, not seeing the harm. When do we st? Now. Noburo takes off. Midoriya follows a half-second later. 2 kilometers shouldn't be a bad run. Midoriya is in very good shape for his age and runs a 5K every morning, but Noburo doesn't like to stay on the sidewalks, or even the streets. At the first opportunity she gets, she climbs up a fire escape, not even bothering with the stairs. She could have easily fallen 4 stories. Of course, the fact that Midoriya does the same without a second thought doesn't make him any better. Noburo leads him to all sorts of weird platforms. Balconies, rooftops, and even a skywalk are all relegated to a racetrack of rather dangerous proportions. And Midoriya loves every second of it. He feels the familiar feral smile creep up on his face and has to push against float to keep it from activating. Up ahead, Noburo whoops as she clears a wide gap between a pair of office buildings. She hits the ground rolling and finally stops. Midoriya does the same. They're both breathing heavy now, and are slightly sweaty too. Midoriya raises his arms and rests his hands on the back of his head, slowing his breathing to regain a resting heart rate. He feels Noburo's eyes on him and turns to look. You look weird without a uniform or a costume on, she says, sitting down on the hard concrete of the roof. Midoriya must have looked offended because she quickly adds, it's not a bad thing. Just different. Midoriya nods, sitting down a couple feet away from her. Yeah, I guess I think the same about you. He often feels the same way about All Might on the rare occasions his mentor is buffed up and in regular street clothes. You said something about an arcade? He asks after a while. That I did. Noburo stands and dusts off her jeans. It's actually across the street from this building. We just have to get down. Midoriya blinks. How will we get down without our quirks? Good question. Noburo smirks as she walks over to the edge of the roof. Hey, watch this, she says, casually stepping off the building. Noburo! Midoriya rushes over to look down. There, maybe 5 feet under him, is Noburo, her regular cocky smirk right at home on her face as she hands one-handed from a windowsill. It's nice to see that you care. She lets herself drop to the next ledge, which makes Midoriya wince. Oh, come on, you know I'm good at this stuff. Besides, you'll catch me if I fall. Yeah, but you can't just jump off buildings. What if I can't catch you? Midoriya totally doesn't notice how his voice takes on a similar tone as his mother. Nope, not at all. Noburo raises an eyebrow. Yeah, okay, you who can get a sub-4-second 50-meter dash would fail to catch me, who's barely 3 away. She takes one hand off the ledge and scratches the side of her nose. I'm fine. Now let's get across the street. Hopefully the place sells drinks, 'cause I need one. She climbs down quickly after that, with Midoriya going after, though at a much slower pace. It's weird doing dangerous stuff like that without one for all activated. Maybe that's something he should try to learn after the sports festival and the internships. Quirkless maneuvering could come in handy down the line. After crossing the street and entering the building, Noburo makes right for a nearby vending machine. Midoriya, half looking at all the blinking lights and half trying to not accidentally bump into anyone, does the same. They buy a bottle of water each and down them quickly. All right. Noburo crushes the bottle between her hands. We're doing DDR first. Expect to be utterly defeated because this was my life for 5 years. Oh, okay, Midoriya says, not quite sure what to do. I've actually never played, so. Stop right there, Noburo orders. You've never played Dance Dance Revolution? Midoriya shakes his head. I mean, it's totally not okay that you've missed out on the second best game of all time, but there's one over there. She points over to a machine composed of a raised platform and large screen, so I can correct that major character flaw you have. O.K. Midoriya says dumbly. Noburo only grabs him tightly by the arm and drags him over to the machine. It's currently occupied by a girl with pink skin and a head of fluffy pink hair. Even Midoriya, who knows nothing about the game, can clearly tell that she's doing well. The screen displays the word perfect every time she steps on the ground in time with the music. Eventually the level ends and the girl goes to pick a second song, but Noburo speaks up, "Hey, can we have the next game?" The girl turns around and looks at them for a second. Her black and gold eyes are a little unsettling but also interesting. Does she have a plain mutation or are her eyes enhanced? I dunno, can you? The girl replies, an easy smile on her lips. She leans on the rail of the platform. I just got here. Shouldn't I get in another song or two before I'm kicked off? This guy, Noburo pats Midoriya on the shoulder, has never played DDR. Ever. The girl's eyes widen. Wait, really? She looks at Midoriya, who nods. Then be my guest. I'll be waiting to take the game after yours, though. That's fine, Noburo agrees. Come on, you saw how she played, just step on the ground in the same order as the arrows appear on screen, she explains as she drags Midoriya up on the platform. I'll go easy on you Don't go easy on me, Midoriya interrupts. Sorry, do you want this to be boring for you? Noburo thinks for a second. No, I guess not. She reaches down and slips a couple coins into the slot. I'll pick a hardish song, I guess. Something you'll probably fail at so the girl behind us can have a good laugh. She quickly navigates the menu, which rapidly changes colors as she taps the arrows on the platform with her feet. Eventually she settles on a song and hits start. Noburo gives him a quick look, complete with a friendly smirk. Good luck. You'll need it. Midoriya doesn't get a chance to reply before the first arrows start to scroll up on the screen. They start slowly, and he misses the first few, but he quickly finds a rhythm. Then the tempo starts to speed up. For a second, Midoriya thinks that he just might embarrass himself. Then he realizes it's all timing and footwork, Stuff he's been drilled in for the past 4 months. Left, up, right, left, down, up and down, left and right, up, down, left, right and up. It's similar to dealing with Gran when he's bouncing around the room, though much less painful when he fails. Though the way the screen lights up with the red character for miss every time he does isn't any fun. The song eventually ends, and neither Nobuo or Midoriya are breathing particularly hard. Stamping on the ground is nothing compared to combat training after all. Midoriya's score is actually pretty close to Nobuo's, something which seems to annoy her, though she brushes it off as the step away from the platform. Are you sure that was your first time playing? Because I think you might be bullshitting me, Nobuo accuses good-naturedly. No, I'm not a liar, Midoriya defends. It's just easy to apply what I've learned from my teachers to it. I get drilled hard on footwork pretty often. That and reflexes. Nobuo makes a hum of agreement. I suppose being top of the class at UA would make you good at a lot of things. Whoa, you guys go to UA? The pink-skinned girl exclaims. She's already reclaimed her spot on the game, though she looks ready to hop back off at any second. I plan on applying next year. I can't wait to see you guys at the sports festival. Your first years, right? Midoriya feels his face heat up. Yeah, we're first years. Mido here is top of the class, though I'm a close second. Nobuo cuts off his muttering. He's a little shy, though, so we'll be going now. Oh, all right. The girl looks a little bummed but accepts Nobuo's words easily. Have fun and good luck at the festival. I forget that being UA students means we're kind of a big deal, Nobuo says as she guides a still red-faced Midoriya to a table in the arcade's food court. I'm not sure how I forgot, considering I've wanted to go there since I was 5. Yeah, Midoriya agrees, sitting down. I can't believe we might have just met one of our future underclassmen. Nobuo snorts. You might be getting ahead of yourself. Not every kid you meet that wants into UA will get there. Yeah, but she seemed nice enough. Maybe she'll make it in. Midoriya smiles at the thought. We can only really know next year. Yeah, Nobuo says, her voice steeped with melancholy. She shakes off her sad expression. I'm surprised you're not still gushing about being treated like a star. She leans back and hooks an arm around the back of her chair. Though, considering what's happening Monday, that's probably a good thing. Oh God, it's only gonna get worse after the festival. I'm not ready to be recognized in public, I'll embarrass myself. Midoriya forgets about how his friend looks just a second later, caught up in his worries for the future. You'll be fine, Nobuo disagrees. You're a total hero nerd, just think of what you would want a hero to say if you came up and talked to them. I'm still not sure. Midoriya. Nobuo grabs his arm, which was resting on the table and had started to shake. You're top of the class at the best hero school in the country. You've gotten training from multiple pro heroes. Have some confidence in yourself. Midoriya nods. I'll try. That's not good enough, Nobuo says. Do or do not, there is no try. Midoriya blinks. Was that? No one will ever believe you, Nobuo says, deathly serious. Now, have you ever played Mortal Kombat? As it turns out, Midoriya is bad at almost every video game there is. Nobuo is a little shocked at the fact because apparently, since he's a hero nerd, he should be a video game nerd as well. Midoriya doesn't have the heart to tell her that his only video game experience came from watching walkthroughs of old RPGs and that one time he had a free trial of All Might's World of Smash single-player mode. It takes a whole hour, but eventually Nobuo does get bored of beating Midoriya at everything they try. If he's being honest, Midoriya would have been content to play games all night, but he agreed to leave with his friend when the clock hit 9. But that doesn't mean they have to go home. In fact, Nobuo is pretty insistent that they stay out for a bit longer. Midoriya complies and even suggests where they should go next. Dagoba Beach. They run there again, with Midoriya in the lead this time as they scamper up buildings and hop off of railings. The feeling of adrenaline coursing through his veins is enough for Midoriya to understand why Nobuo used to do stuff like this regularly. It almost feels as good as using full cowling. Almost. They make it to Dagoba at 10:15, sweating and relishing the feel of the cool breeze that blows out to sea. Noburo even kicks off her boots and rolls up her jeans to wade calf-deep into the waves. Midoriya settles for watching the water crash up against the beach. I remember when this place was a dump, Noburo says, looking out to sea. A couple feet away, Midoriya spies an empty soda can. Yeah, it's so nice now. But there's already trash here again. He lets a little bitterness seep into his tone as he picks up the can. It took a lot of work to clean this place up. Don't people realize that? Noburo laughs. You say that like you cleaned it yourself. Midoriya cracks a smile. Yeah, I do. They stand like that for a while, Midoriya eventually joining Noburo to stand in the water. It's nice. Seabirds fly overhead, calling out to the sky as they circle. Bits of seaweed and shells occasionally wash up, decorating the already beautiful sand. You know, my family doesn't like that I'm trying to be a hero, Noburo says after a. But why not? Midoriya asks, the whole concept foreign to him. My great-grandma was a pro. It was back before All Might, so she must have been tough as nails to be one. Noburo looks over her shoulder at Midoriya. She'd shrugged off her jacket to better feel the air. Heroes weren't safe back then, you know. Their real names and addresses were often easily accessible by villains. And that's what happened to her. Midoriya flinches at the thought. If someone learned about where his mom lived after he graduated? Yeah, you get the picture, Noburo says bitterly. Some C-list murderer wanted revenge on her for locking up her brother, so she attacked one night. Only my granddad, who was 5 at the time, survived. I'm sorry. Midoriya starts. Don't apologize. It happened before your mom was born, probably. Noburo sighs. 60 years passed, and that side of my family still refuses to let anyone dream to be a pro. But you're Inoue now, Midoriya tries to cheer her up, walking closer. You can prove them wrong. You'll graduate with your license and show them that being a hero is worth the risk. Graduate from UA, huh? Noburo smiles weakly. Yeah, I don't think I can do that anymore. What do you mean? Midoriya asks worriedly. My grandpa, the one who survived the villain attack. He died last night. And don't you say you're sorry he didn't like me, and I didn't like him. She cuts off Midoriya's apology before it can begin. But my grandma, his wife, is still alive. And since she has dementia, someone has to take care of her. The only one that can is my dad. We're moving to the Philippines as soon as possible. Oh, Midoriya says, unsure of how to react. Could you stay here with your mom? He tries. My mom's not in the picture, Noburo says sadly. I've managed to get my dad to put everything off for a couple weeks, so I can do the internship after the festival. But after that, you're not giving up, right? Hell no. I've already looked into hero schools where I'll be living, Noburo says, regaining a little bit of her usual confidence. I'm not gonna let anything stop me from being a hero. And I fully intend to move back to Japan after I graduate from whatever school I find down there. So it'll just be me in class then, Midoriya says, a little awed by the thought. It should be just you and Oto, but he's an idiot, Noburo mutters. I'll never understand quitters. I won't either, Midoriya agrees, but he has the right to choose his path, just like you and me. Whatever. Noburo checks her phone. I gotta get back soon. Walk to UA with me? Sure. They go back to school the normal way, talking about old, pre-All Might heroes. They eventually end up under the same light post they met at, and just when they're about to part ways, Midoriya says, I'll miss you when you're gone. It'll be lonely being the only one in 1A. Why yeah? Is it just him, or are Noburo's cheeks just a touch darker than usual? I'll miss you too, Midoriya. In for 5, hold for 5, out for 5, pause, repeat. In for 5, hold for 5, out for 5, pause, repeat. It's not meditation, or if it is, it's a very simple form of it. But regulating his breathing is a necessity if he wants to calm his racing heart. Even now, after 5 minutes of constant concentration, he can still hear blood roaring in his ears because out there is a stadium filled with hundreds, no, thousands of people who are eager to watch him. If he strains his hearing, he can pick up the idle chatter of the people, which is still ridiculously loud. Young Midoriya. All Might's voice draws his attention from his breathing. Relax. You've got this. Why, yeah, I've got this. Midoriya forces a smile on his face. He can feel his hands shaking. All Might places a heavy, calloused hand on his shoulder. Remember what we've gone over. This is your big day, your time to shine. Your debut as a hero in training. He squeezes his hand. Show the world that you are here. I'll be proud of you no matter what. You're laying it on a little thick there, Toshi, Gran says from across the room. He's just in his first year. Hardly anyone watches the first years. Yes, but the sports festival will be archived and people will be able to watch it for years to come. All Might disagrees. It's important that he makes a good showing here, no? Midoriya swallows heavily at the thought of being archived forever on film. He'd made the news the day he met All Might, and just that one little blurb he got on the evening news made him a wreck. There's always next year too, All Might comforts, seeing his nervous expression. I know you'll do well today, but next year? You'll do even better. All right, Midoriya breathes. If not today, then next time. He'll berate his every move after, even if he does perfectly, but it's comforting to know he can afford to fail. Not that he wants to. How would it look when he's graduated and become number one if he flops his first sports festival? There's a short, crisp knock on the door. Gran calls for the person to enter, and it swings open. Hey, Midoriya, Noburo says, we're about to form up for the walk-on. Aizawa will kill us if we're late, so hurry it up, yeah? We're actually just finishing. All Might stands, guiding Midoriya up with him. He needed one final pep talk, but he's ready now. All Might gives Midoriya a wide smile and a quick thumbs up before pushing him out the door. Good luck, my boy. Go beyond, plus ultra. Yeah, I didn't train no loser. Go out there and strut your stuff. The door closes behind them, and Midoriya walks with Noburo through the halls. That your old man? She asks. Midoriya instantly chokes on his own spit, only saved by Noburo's quick chop to his back. No, he wheezes out. Noburo nods like she understands. I get it. He's your stepdad. Don't know how to handle it yet, huh? All Midoriya can do is nod. Well, he seems nice enough. Was that old guy your grandpa? Gee, Gran. Midoriya stutters. No. Noburo's eyes widen. Oh, that's Gran Torino. I get why he's here, being your personal trainer and all, but why is your stepdad here if your mom isn't? Yagi is a UA alumnus, so he's able to get free tickets. Midoriya not quite lies. All Might had paid full price for his tickets, though he didn't need to. He just preferred to give some money to his alma mater. Granted, my mom can't afford any tickets worth buying, so she's back home recording everything in Ultra HD. Yeah, my folks can't afford tickets either. Not that they want to. Noburo shrugs. At least you got a pep talk out of it. You probably need it for your speech. Don't remind me, Midoriya whines as they round the corner into the vomitorium. A massive crowd of students takes up most of the space. I nearly had a breakdown rehearsing it. Real talk for a second, are you okay? Noburo asks worriedly. 'Cause I can do the speech instead of you. Public speaking doesn't get to me. No, Midoriya insists vehemently. I've got it all planned out. I just need to psych myself up for it is all. She looks at him for a long moment. All right. You got this. Midoriya nods. I got this. They walk up to the front of the mob. As the only hero class, they get to enter the field first. Midoriya notices a couple dirty looks from what are presumably Gen Ed students, but no one tries to touch or verbally antagonize him or Noburo. For now. Midoriya knows how brutal the U. Sports Festival can be, and that the people who were kicked out of 1A don't plan on being nice. Noburo and Midoriya stand shoulder to shoulder just inside the gateway. The audience must be able to sense something, or maybe there's a specific time the students are supposed to walk on, because they suddenly start to make a lot more noise. Hello? This thing on. The crowd goes wild at the sound of Midnight's voice coming through the massive stadium speakers. Perfect. She continues, well, since you all probably know who I am, let's get this started, all right? I'd hate to leave you all on the edge. The audience hoots and hollers, eager for the opening ceremony. First up are our dutiful referees. Please welcome Power Loader and Aizawa. The crowd gives a polite round of applause as the two men walk past the mob of students and out onto the field. I didn't even notice them, Nobuo mutters. Me neither, Midoriya agrees. And now, for our glittering stars of the show, Midnight Preambles. They've been working their bodies so hard these past few months, so give a big warm welcome to our hero class. Introducing Midoriya, Izuku and Nobuo Mai of Class 1A. The two students don't even get a chance to wish themselves luck before they're forced to step out of the vomitorium and out onto the soft, green grass. As they do, cameras from all over flash, and the volume of the stadium peaks. But by the time they make it to the large concrete stage in the center of the field, most people just seem confused. Midoriya tries for an awkward wave, but this only seems to worsen the audience's reaction. There's only 2 of them? What the hell? There's supposed to be like 40. Is this a prank? Or are they calling them out 2 by 2? Only 2? I want a refund. Settle down, Midnight chides. I love your enthusiasm, really I do. But now's not the time. Her voice takes on a more sultry tone. Please save your frustration for later, but for now, let's welcome our 3 general studies classes. 1B, 1C, 1D, 1E, 1F. Come on out and join us. Every one of the general education students walks out, some wide-eyed at the sight of all the cameras, others with expressions of anger and frustration, probably from being glossed over in favor of the hero course. There's so many. Midoriya mutters, looking over his shoulder. You're telling me, dude? Nobuo laughs. And just think, each and every one of them is planning on gunning for us right out of the gate. Midoriya elbows his friend. Nobuo, that's not funny. This thing is already gonna be really hard and we've gone over this, you've got nothing to be worried about. Got it, Mr. Top of the Class? Nobuo smiles. Yeah, but you don't need to. And finally, please cheer on our darling little inventors and designers, the 4 and only UA support classes. Midnight yells into her mic, and the rest of the students who were waiting in the hall walk out onto the pitch. Like the general and hero classes, the support classes, 1G, 1H, 1I, 1J, are all wearing the standard gym uniform. Unlike the hero and general courses, they're all clad in different odds and ends, ready to show off what they've made in the time they've been at UA. Truthfully, Midoriya is most worried about them, rather than the Gen Ed kids. Who knows what kind of stuff they were allowed to bring in? Nedzu, probably, but that's the opposite of a comfort. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, please fall silent for the athlete's pledge as presented by student representative, Midoriya Izuku. The mutters start right as he takes the first step up to the stage, all coming from directly behind him. Really? They've got to be joking. He's tiny. It's total bullshit that he's the one representing us. There's only 2 students in the hero course. This isn't representation. He probably paid off the school to do this. Oh, definitely. Look at him, he's so plain. Oi, he got top marks on the entrance exam. Nobuo leaps to his defense. He deserves to be the rep more than any one of you. For the hero course. Nobody cares. He only got the top score for the hero entrance exam. What about support or Gen Ed? I'd bet actual cash that half the people who applied for those classes got better marks than him. That's enough. Aizawa's gruff voice cuts through the chatter like a knife. You are all going to shut up and listen to the pledge like good students. Then you can all fight it out in the events for all I care. Midoriya, go. Midoriya, who's now standing right in front of a tall mic stand, closes his eyes. He runs through his mental checklist. Keep it short and simple. Make everything an agreeable statement. Speak slowly and deliberately. Picture everyone as a potato. He opens his eyes. Thousands stare back at him, and perhaps millions more get a view from the cameras. One in particular is right in front of his face, and he idly hopes he remembered to floss after breakfast. He smiles. I pledge to put my best foot forward and to go beyond my limits. Not a bad start, referencing the school motto had to be good. I pledge to give my all for the sake of winning, also good, though maybe promising to give everything to win wasn't a popular sentiment, and I pledge to show the world that I'm worthy of taking up the sacred torch of heroism from the generations previous. For an eternity, there's silence. Then, deafening cheers. The whole stadium seems to shake, and Midoriya stares up in wonder. They're cheering for him. Or maybe not for him, but for the start of the festival, but either way, they aren't booing. Midoriya has to fight back tears as he walks back down the steps of the platform. Nobuo gives him a hearty slap to the back and a proud smile. The Gen Ed students behind them glare and curse, but do they even matter? Yes, they do, but for that moment all that matters is that he didn't embarrass himself on national television. My, what a bold speech. I loved it. Midnight laughs happily. Now, without further ado, the first event, as determined by the spinning wheel of death. The sentence sends a wave of shivers throughout the crowd. Sensing this, Midnight says, "Oh, don't worry. We're a school. Safety is our top priority. Now spin that wheel." Every screen in the stadium, from the massive billboards framing the uppermost levels to the tiny ones on the tablets that many restaurants use for sales, lights up with the same display. A wheel divided into 9 even, multicolored portions with a single golden arrow sticking out from the center. Midoriya barely has time to make out Team Deathmatch and Doom, but you're the demons before the arrow begins to spin. The arrow only spins for 10 seconds, but the last half of the spin feels way longer than it actually is. The arrow barely scrapes by pin the tail on the eraser head and stops just a pixel or two shy of terminally placed exhaust ports. And it looks like the first event is a water rescue, Midnight says disappointedly. Shame, I was hoping for running with the villains. Anyways, please listen as one of our handsome referees calls out the rules. Take it away, power loader. Right, listen up, 'cause I'm only gonna explain once. The shirtless form of the head of the support department takes the stage, his large metallic helmet adding an echo to his voice. In 5 minutes, this whole field will be flooded. Don't worry, you'll get to stand on raised platforms when it happens. But once all the water settles, the time begins. There'll be obstacles and objectives on the floor of the fake lake, Eraserhead continues. Dummies are civilians. Your job will be to bring them to this stage. The harder it is to get to the dummies, the more points they're worth. You also get bonus points for carrying multiple at once and for keeping the fake bodies in perfect condition. Lastly, anything goes. Power loader finishes. Of course, it's not exactly productive to attack others, but it's allowed. Just no killing or permanent maiming. And try to keep it PG-13 for the viewers back home. You know how to swim? Nobuo whispers in Midoriya's ear. Yeah, a little. But I'll have to rely on my quirk for this. What about you? Midoriya asks back. Nobuo bares her teeth in a proud grin. I've been swimming in the open ocean since I was 4. I'll be just fine. They're ordered to make for the platforms after that. Cementos must have been present somewhere because the twin structures manifest on opposite sides of the stadium in seconds. The 2 blocks of concrete are both 7 meters tall, with simple staircases leading up. Midoriya and Nobuo are sent to opposite sides by order of Eraserhead and wish each other good luck before parting. Once everyone is on a platform, the floor of the stadium opens up, revealing a fake seafloor. There are shipwrecks, bits of coral and tons upon tons of dummies, all colored black to stick out from the white sand. Alright, let's get that clock ready. Midnight calls through her mic. You know, the average human can only hold their breath for 2 minutes. But, since I'm a merciful goddess, that won't be the time limit. Instead, our amazing first years will have 7 whole minutes to fetch as many bodies as possible. 7 minutes. That was even less than the entrance exam time limit. Looking around at the others on his platform, Midoriya can tell many aren't happy about it. His side has mostly support students, who grumble about not being able to show off. Midoriya understands that. He'd consider 15 minutes to be a short amount of time to show off a new invention, but 7? Yo, hero course, a deep voice barked out. Midoriya turned to face a rather tall boy with moss-green scales and fins sticking out of his gym uniform. Just wanna let you know that we're all going for ya, dig? I'm not enough of a dick to blindside people, but I want a spot in the hero class, even if I have to steal it from you. A couple months or maybe even a couple weeks back, Midoriya might have flinched or maybe even stuttered out an apology. But now, you're top of the class at the best hero school in the country. Have some confidence in yourself. Show the world that you are here. I didn't train no loser. Go out there and strut your stuff. Midoriya takes a deep breath and looks the other boy directly in the eye. All of you are going for me? I'd like a challenge. The boy blinks. Okay, you're definitely on my sheet list. I hate cocky BSRDS like you, he spits. And I hate that you think I'm just gonna lie down and let my spot get swiped, Midoriya bites back. Good luck. You'll need it. Why, when I get my hands on you the final round I'll start the countdown. Midnight orders from her announcer's box. The boy next to him shuts up, perching on the edge of the platform like a competitive swimmer. Midoriya moves to do the same, but he's not a swimmer, though maybe he doesn't need to be. A familiar feral grin slips onto his lips. He takes a step back and flexes his legs. Float will serve him well. Flying up and diving shouldn't be too difficult. Swimming through the water once he's submerged, however. He shrugs off the jacket of his gym uniform. It's just dead weight he doesn't need. Can float be used underwater? Well, he'll just have to test it out, won't he? Start. This time, no one hesitates. Hundreds of students hurl themselves over the edge, pushing and shoving each other for better access to the water. A select few wait it out, hoping for a more peaceful entry. Midoriya simply pushes off the ground and flies to the center of the basin. The chaos he sees below as he flies is almost magnificent. Support students combine forces to paddle and dive at civilians while general education students swim wildly. Some people with water quirks, or quirks that are good for mobility, dive below and swim under everyone. Nobody else can fly. Or at least no one else thinks to try. This is an aquatic event, after all. Well, Midoriya thinks, at least a good number of cameras are on him for the time being. His mom's probably yelling at the television set right now, delighted that her baby boy is flying high above the competition, and above all, staying safe. Of course, he can't stay dry forever. The water is already becoming muddied with silt as others start to dive for easily placed dummies that are closer to the platforms. Midoriya, at least, can skip over those. Better to go where others aren't for better pickings. He dives for the water in the exact center of the basin, making a rather large splash due to all the force one for all generates even at just 5%. With lungs full of air and eyes full of oddly warm water, Midoriya searches for his first dummy. The water is well lit, and where he is, it's crystal clear as well. It's not salty either, more similar to what comes out of a faucet than the ocean. Midoriya dives down right in the middle of a ring of sunken ships, parts of which are stuck out of the water. It's obvious that it would be difficult if not impossible for most to reach the area. A variety of different dummies litter the ground, and even more are peeking out of the wrecks. Finding that float actually works underwater, Midoriya swims deeper and grabs the arm of the closest dummy. Slinging it over his shoulder in a fireman's carry, he looks around for another dummy. He chooses a smaller pair next, snatching what are supposed to be toddlers. With a quick application of float, he breaks the surface. And as the first contestants make it back to the starting platform, the first points are on the board. Most of the top 10 are support students. I just love a bright mind, don't you? Midoriya risks a glance at the scoreboard. He and Noburo don't have any points yet, but since they're only 2 seconds in, and the highest number of points on the board is 7, that's forgivable. As he flies back to the concrete platform, Midoriya has to dodge a couple projectiles and 2 jets of water. He very nearly loses grip of the 2 children, but holds fast. He still makes it back to where he started and carefully deposits his precious cargo. Midoriya rockets to the top spot with 55 points. My, what a hero that boy is, Midnight purrs. Midoriya pays her no mind as he kicks off again and returns to the same spot. Since he'd already gotten a good idea of how the circle of ships is laid out, he immediately knows where he wants to go. The harder a dummy is to get to, the more points it's worth. Therefore, if he wants to maximize his points, he should go for the difficult ones until the very end, when he would make a mad dash to nab as many easy ones as possible. Kicking out the hull of a sunken pirate ship, complete with a plus ultra jolly Roger flag he desperately wants on his wall, he quickly slings a pair of pirates over his shoulders and cradles another in his arms. The second fly back to the platform is much easier. Most of the people seem to be diving down to grab a dummy instead of swimming to a good spot. Midoriya is grateful for it. He grabbed too many people to keep agile while flying. The weight isn't as much of a problem as the fact that the fake bodies can't grip. Noburo adds another 10 points, putting her solidly in 6th place. Not too shabby for someone without a swimming or enhancement quirk. And look at that, Midoriya widens his lead with another 70 points. Give the others a chance, will you, hun? I'll make it worth your while. And I mean with get out of detention passes, please remove your mind from the gutter. It's not very flattering. Noburo is doing good. That makes Midoriya's smile widen. She'd wanted a no-holds-barred match since the second week of school, and Midoriya wants to give it to her. Of course, anything could happen in the second round, or even this one, but he has faith in her abilities. The third trip to the circle starts smoothly. Midoriya caves in the hull of a fake yacht and grabs an arm and shoulder full of children dressed in brightly colored Hawaiian shirts. But as he swims up to the surface, a massive weight slams into his side, bruising his ribs. He just barely has time to see the fish boy from earlier give him a rude gesture before he swims away. Midoriya so desperately wants to chase after him but has to come up for air. By the time he goes back down, the larger student is already gone. Oh, look at that! Class 1D's Shun Hiroki racks up 60 points, putting him in 2nd. Better kick it up a notch, Midoriya. Taking Midnight's words to heart, Midoriya dives back down and quickly grabs another set of dummies. He manages 3 in his arms, 3 slung over his shoulders, and even grabs 2 with his legs. Is it risky? With that much weight to balance, and none of it staying put on its own, it's a miracle that he makes it back to the platform. But he does and gets 100 points for his efforts. Satisfied with his lead, Midoriya flies back to the ships a bit recklessly, still going at full speed but doing loop-de-loops, barrel rolls, and skimming the water with his fingertips as he spreads his arms like the wings of a bird. But then, just 100 seconds left. Give us a good show. Midoriya reacts quickly, changing course to a straight line, and dives down at full tilt. There are maybe 10 or 20 dummies left in the circle of ships, and since he got all the difficult ones out of the way, all Midoriya has to do is to find a way to carry as many as possible to keep the unchallenged lead. Coming down from a quick breath, Midoriya grabs a heavy, thick rope. He arranges about 15 dummies in one large clump and ties them together as best he can. He's just about to break the surface and fly off again when a hard kick to the chest sends him floating back. The scaled boy from earlier grabs his rope and tugs the dummies behind him to the platform. Midoriya is forced to come up for air. By the time he regains his breath, Midoriya can tell that the boy, Shun, he reminds himself mentally, is already halfway back. With his hard-earned points. I said I wasn't going to roll over and take it, Midoriya mutters, rising up in the air and shooting off with float. And a hero never goes back on a promise. Midoriya bellows as he slams full force into the back of the point snatcher. Shun is forced to submerge completely but grabs hold of Midoriya's ankle, taking the hero student with him. The second Midoriya goes under, he's punching. With all the air bubbles, sand, and water in his eyes, he can hardly see anything, but he manages to hit Shun with a hard right cross, then follows with a kick to what he hopes are the boy's ribs. It takes a couple more strikes to shake the boy off, but Midoriya does it and takes hold of his rope once again, flying as hard as he can to the platform. 10. Midnight shouts. He's not going to be fast enough at 5%. 9. Part of the crowd joins in. There's just no way. If he wants these points, he'll have to push past the limit. But that's what Yurare is all about. 8. More of the spectators join in the countdown. Midoriya increases his level to 6%. It's still not enough. 7. Half the crowd is counting now, the other half screaming what sounds like nonsense. Midoriya pushes to 8%, and the green lightning, usually happy to crawl along his skin, starts to stick to the water he passes. It's not enough. 6. 10%. Oddly enough, his body feels fine. Has he discovered his new limit? If he has, it still won't be enough to make it. 5. It's all or nothing, he decides. Sure, he's got the win, but he wants to be the undisputed best. So he pulls out all the stops. 14%. His body feels like it's on fire now, but that's fine. Midoriya knows he can make it. 3. 2. Midoriya slams into the wall behind the platform, dropping his cargo. 1. And that's a wrap on the first event. Yo, Aizawa, did those last points count for Midoriya? His homeroom teacher takes a good look at him, not that he sees, what with being face down on a slab of concrete groaning about his stomach. Yeah, we'll count him. Points off for the landing though. Astounding! Midoriya racks up another 150 points last minute. He's got more points than first and second combined. Midoriya rolls over and stares up at the sky. The roar of the crowd is dampened by the massive ache he has in his head. Eraserhead is standing over him, looking much more tired than usual. Get up and go see the old lady, kid. The next one's only gonna be more challenging. You want to completely overhaul the plans for the festival, which we've already started work on, a month before it takes place. Power Loader is usually a calm and rational person, which Aizawa appreciates in the usually hectic clusterfuck that is UA. Of course, even the most rational people have their limits, and the support head is reaching his. They won't be large changes, I assure you. Nedzu slides a small pile of papers across the table. We will still utilize the flood pipes and the swords, but for the first and second events, some changes will need to be made. Power Loader looks over the papers. I take it this is, 'cause Eraser gave 17 students the boot? Yes, Aizawa speaks. They either had no potential or would have been more of a hindrance to society rather than a help. I was the one to suggest these changes as well. I figured. Power Loader leans back. Those changes will make teamwork nearly impossible. Nedzu would have just upped the complexity, but you? I want to push my students. That list is what it'll take to do so. Aizawa reaches into his pocket and procures a bottle of eye drops. They're strong individually, but even more so as a team. If the old plan was to go through, then they would work together and dominate, and therefore learn nothing. By forcing them apart, and at the same time giving your classes the perfect scenario to use their gadgets in, they'll be pushed and better shown off to real pros. Alright, Power Loader agrees, but I expect overtime pay for all this extra work. What about the second and third years? Oh, the same changes can apply, Nedzu says. Aizawa raises an eyebrow. I think our older students would benefit from learning to be strong on their own, no? Besides, I have a feeling the second years will be quite interesting. The gleam in the principal's eyes is something lesser men would shiver at. Aizawa and Power Loader, however, have long since gotten used to it. I'll get right on those changes, sir. Aizawa, I promise to make sure your kids are properly challenged. They're not, whatever. Aizawa sighs. Just stick to the plans and everything will be fine. After stumbling to Recovery Girl and getting a very thorough lecture on head injuries and listening to his body, Midoriya walks out of the medical facility feeling like $1 million. Or more like $800,000. Recovery Girl's quirk took some energy out of him, but not nearly enough to make the next event any harder. Or so he hopes. Eraserhead's warning doesn't sit well with him. In all the festivals Midoriya has watched, and he's seen a lot of them, the first event almost always seems the hardest. It was usually an individual versus environment type of contest, with the added difficulty of dealing with a massive crowd. The second was almost always group combat, which Midoriya feels is much easier. But then again, this is he's talking about. Every day so far has steadily gotten harder. Mr. Aizawa has made it abundantly clear that Midoriya and Noburo are going to be some of the school's top graduates by the time they're done, so it makes sense that they'll be worked hard. But how does Aizawa know the event will be harder? It was always randomized. Maybe he knows the possible events? That's certainly possible. There were 9 outcomes on the last one. Or maybe, hey Midoriya, there you are. Noburo's voice calls through the hallway. We've got a 10-minute break before the next event, so I thought I'd make sure you didn't rattle your brain too much with that crash of yours. Like Midoriya, She chose to forego the outer jacket of her uniform and walks around comfortably in a black tank top. The blue jacket is tied around her waist. I'm alright, thanks. He scratches the back of his neck. Recovery girl fixed me up, not that she was happy with my stunt. Noburo snorts. Yeah, you were the only one who needed her. It's actually quite surprising because some of those brawls in the water were brutal. Midoriya looks his friend over. You weren't injured? He says, seeing that she's no worse for wear if you don't count her wet hair. Nah, I'm too good at swimming. I just wish I could fly, then I could have gotten a lot more points. She slips her hands into her pockets. Speaking of, how the hell did you get over 200 points? You and that Gen Ed kid absolutely dominated, and I need to know how. Oh, there was this big shipwreck thing in the middle of the water, Midoriya explains. I'm not sure why they put it there, but the dummies were worth way more points for some reason. Noburo rolls her eyes. And I'm betting someone would have had to fly or be able to breathe underwater to get to it, she says, a little annoyed. That's the opposite of fair. Not that it's anything out of the ordinary. For this school, a hero's job is to combat the world's unfairness. Midoriya quotes Eraserhead. You seem pretty happy about what happened, though, Noburo teases. Think you're hot sheet now, 'cause you won the genetic lottery? No, not at all. Midoriya denies. I'm glad I won, but I also won a fair victory, you know? Noburo nods. Yeah, I do. They stop walking for a bit and stand in the hallway, leaning against opposite walls. Midoriya finds himself chewing the inside of his cheek and thinking about the next event. He doesn't notice that he's zoned out until the intercom turns on. Would every participant who placed in the top 42 please return to the pitch? Top 42 to the pitch, please. The familiar robotic voice of the intercom bot gets the two moving again. Did you have time to look at the scoreboard? Noburo asks, rounding a corner. No. Where did you place? Midoriya asks, recalling that Midnight had announced that he had an overabundance of points and was therefore in first. Fifth. I beat out most of the others, but you and the other three had good quirks for that one. Noburo stops short of the entrance to the field. Most of the other students that moved on are already there. Fifth is pretty good. Midoriya encourages, stepping out. I'm sure you'll do even better on the next one. It's almost always team combat. Noburo makes a non-committal hum and follows. Attention, please. Midnight called. Now that we have everyone who made it to the second round present, the next event will be called. Aizawa, speak. Eraserhead groans but steps forward. Behind him sits a massive 50-foot-long table, filled to the brim with ornamental swords of varying sizes and styles. The next round is called King of the Blades. It's as simple as the name is pretentious. You'll each be assigned a sword based on your placement in the previous event, and your goal is to claim as many points as possible. Each sword has a point value and a number. Number 42 is worth 1 point, number 41 is worth 2, etc., etc. Except number 1, which is worth 1,000. Aizawa's monotone betrays how important the last bit of his explanation is. And just so you don't go shorting out your brains trying to do mental math, number 1 is worth more than the rest combined. Any questions? There are many questions. Aizawa answers none and orders them to pick up their swords. Midoriya's sword is a massive 8-foot hunk of metal, weighing at least 200 pounds. The hilt is big enough for All Might's muscle form to hold with both hands, and only the upper 2/3 of the blade is sharpened to any extent. The lower third is separated by a pair of spikes sticking out perpendicular to the length. The Roman numerals for 1000 run down the flat side of the blade. Midoriya takes a couple big steps away from the crowd and tries to swing it. The weapon is completely unbalanced and he nearly drops it. You could totally kill someone with that thing, dude, an excited-sounding voice says from behind him. Midoriya turns to see a short, mousy boy decked out in support gear. He's holding a blade the length of his forearm in one hand, the number 8 inscribed on the blade. Can I help you? Midoriya asks, not quite sure what to do with his sword. He settles for sticking it in the ground. You sure can. The boy moves closer and loops an arm around Midoriya's shoulders. You see, Me and, like, 5 other support kids are teaming up so we can move on. Only the top 16 make it, you know? Anyways, I was wondering if you'd like to join. You probably don't need it, but then again, this is UA, you know? So basically what I'm saying is that you should totally help me and my buddies out. In exchange, we'll make sure your next costume design is perfect. Midoriya considers it for a moment. Look, what's your name? Lee. Lee Mushy. The boy smiles wide. The name's awful, I know. Anyways, you can continue. Lee, I'd really like to help, but my quirk isn't the best for working with a defense-oriented strategy that a group of support students are likely to employ, I know. Lee's smile never wavers. But consider this. When that buzzer sounds, every single one of these people are going to go right for you, since you've got the only guaranteed ticket into the next round. Me and my friends can protect it while you zip around and kick butt. Midoriya blinks. Then smiles. Do you mind if I talk to your friends? Lee's grin turns just a smidge arrogant. My friend, you can talk our ears off until the end of time, just as long as you promise to carry us to the next event. Toshinori holds a steady gaze on the field below, the crystal clear glass of his private box almost invisible with the bright late morning sun. It's a little difficult to make out the individual contestants, but the simple spyglass that rests in his lap remedies that problem. A possession challenge, Gran Torino says, almost to himself. Didn't they have one of those at your last sports festival? Toshinori nods fondly. Yes, they did. Though it wasn't as wild as this one's shaping up to be. If I remember correctly, we were placed in random teams of 16 and forced to fight for a bunch of random items. One was even worth way more than any of the others, like the boy's massive Zweihander. It was a small green Lego brick, I think. He'll probably ditch the 1,000 points right off the bat. Gran Torino takes a sip of his coffee. He's smart enough to know that it's worthless until the final moments. But I can see him talking to a bunch of grease monkeys down there, so I've got no clue what he's actually got planned. Toshinori ignores the mildly derogatory term for support workers in favor of lifting the spyglass to his eye. He focuses on young Midoriya, who's gesturing wildly with his hands while he speaks to a smiling quintet of kids. It's hard to tell what's going on in that head of his sometimes, he says redundantly. But the others seem happy enough. I think he's got a good chance at this. I'd say so too, except most of those rejects look like they want to eviscerate him. Gran Torino laughs, though it's somewhat forced. Toshinori turns his attention away from Midoriya and to a large batch of unhappy-looking students. Their lack of support gear denotes them as general students. Only 15 general education kids moved on, but every single one of them are working together. I hate to say it, but I must compliment their desire to win. Toshinori collapses his spyglass. We haven't worked on fighting large groups with him yet, have we? Nope, Gran Torino says, and from what he's told about school, UA hasn't either. Float gives him an edge, however. Toshinori crosses his long legs. If he keeps to the air with that sword, he'll have a shot. If he intends to work with others, he can't do that, Gran argues. This is technically an individual event, but few are treating it that way. If he flies solo again, he'll drive off a lot of agencies and paint himself as a lone wolf type, which isn't good for the future symbol. But if he teams up, he can't perform at his full potential, which could muck up his chances at moving on. Do you think he realizes this? Toshinori asks. Gran shoots him a look. You're right, he most certainly does. I'm just curious as to how he'll manage it. Hopefully he doesn't pull anything too crazy. Gran sighs. He's got a good amount of restraint, but you saw the last round. I've got a feeling he'll stop at nothing to win this. I can't help but agree. The next couple of minutes pass in silence, neither man speaking a word when midnight orders for the terrain to be altered from a simple grass lawn to rolling hills dispersed with trenches and the occasional crater. Toshinori finds himself leaning forward when the countdown starts, noting that Midoriya is far away from the other students he was talking to earlier. Then the counter hits 0, and Toshinori can't fight off his proud smile no matter how hard he tries. After the 5-minute planning PRD is over, Midoriya carefully chooses his starting spot like everyone else. He's grateful that each person had to be at least 10 feet from all others to start. Hopefully it'll give him enough time to react. Nervously drumming his fingers on the butt of the massive sword, he looks down from his position on top of a small hill. He makes eye contact with the surrounding competitors and tries to keep his heart from exploding outward when they all grin viciously at him. Whenever you're scared or nervous about a fight, he mutters, just try to deal with it by smiling. His mentor's words provide a small amount of comfort, and he's able to slow down his fidgeting. Looking up, he quickly spots his allies in the support course. They're all the way across the field and probably can't see him, so he doesn't wave. The fact that he has a plan and people willing to stick to it feels both great and awful at the same time. Great in the fact that people respect his ideas, but awful that they might lose because of him. Combatants at the ready. Midnight calls. Spectators, I hope you're ready for an eventful 15 minutes, because I promise our students won't disappoint. 10. Midoriya tunes out the countdown, calling forth one for all and letting it course through his veins. Having gotten so used to the timing at 5%, he's elected to stick with the output level for the time being. 10% will be saved for when things go bad, and 14 perfect is only for if he's completely screwed. And then there's his ace in the hole, which will make Recovery Girl steam from the ears if he tries, and therefore will only be used if his allies are about to lose everything. Go! At Midnight's order, Midoriya raises his massive blade high and smiles. Out loud he counts. 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3. The Gen Ed students draw closer, hindered by the steepness of the hill and from tripping each other. When they get within 3 feet of him, he throws the sword at chest height directly into the head of the charge. Then he pushes off the ground and flies away with float. The crowd goes wild. What an interesting strategy. Midoriya utilized the desire for the highest concentration of points to tie up a large fraction of his enemies. Midnight announces as Midoriya quickly dives down to swipe a pair of swords before flying off for real. Casting one quick glance behind him, he sees that a massive tug-of-war session has broken out between almost everyone who rushed him. People desperately try to keep a hand on the blade as quirks run rampant. Midoriya's smile broadens. Just like he planned. Midoriya flies his way to his allies completely unhindered. Everyone seems to be going for the top 5 or so swords. While 2 blades totaling 20 points is nothing bad, it's a drop in the bucket between the 1,000 or even the 41 points the first and second swords offer. Lee and his friends have set up shop in a corner of the field. They've booby-trapped an arc around them that's about 20 feet wide and 6 deep. 2 people point net guns at him from behind riot shields, and Lee himself is setting up some kind of ballista. Midoriya carefully finds a spot and drops the swords behind the arc of traps, responding to Lee's shout of thanks with a simple nod before flying off for more points. I see quite a lot of teamwork for an individual event, Midnight says like she's scolding a child. I get that this is an everything-goes type of contest, but is this really alright? Aizawa? Midoriya can't hear it, but Eraserhead somehow replies, because Midnight sighs dejectedly. All I wanted was a simple 15-minute all-out free-for-all. Is that too much for a girl to ask for? The answer is yes, because no one in a team tries to break off. As Midoriya circles above to scout, he can see a couple groups battling and the occasional single fighter. Most people don't even bother using the swords, instead holding them in their offhand while they use their quirks or support gear to steal points or trap others. There's one group, though, that's holding out on top of a hill. 6 support and 3 general students all stand with their backs to their swords, which are impaled in the ground. They're all distracted by Nobuo and the guy who tried to steal Midoriya's points in the last round, of all people, who are trying to break through along with a couple others. It's the perfect target. It's also laughably easy to swoop in, grab all of the swords, and take off with them cradled in his arms like a child. He has to weave around a couple projectiles, including what appear to be laser beams, but are hopefully mostly harmless. The curses they all shout after him make Midoriya feel accomplished rather than belittled, which is a first. He wonders if this is what heroes feel like when villains scream as they're being forced into police transports. It probably is. Once again, Midoriya drops off the swords behind his team. Lee, who's in the middle of digging some kind of trench. As the other four fight off a batch of Gen Ed kids, tells him to take it easy on the points so they don't get swamped, and go keep an eye on the first place sword. Midoriya agrees and takes to the sky once more. After making 2 more point runs and bringing the total score of his team up to around 70, he makes lazy circles in the air for a while. Having a bird's-eye view on everything is as awe-inspiring as it is strategic. Most of the fighting seems to be happening towards the southern part of the stadium, probably due to the fact that it has a lot of low hills that are easy to keep ground on, which a solo fighter would definitely need to pull through a massive fight like this. A quick look at the scoreboard shows that no one who teamed up has any points. The person in first only has 15 points, followed by another person with 10, and one with 9. Since the most common strategy seems to be, throw all the swords in an easily defendable spot and hold out till the end, it makes sense. Not that Midnight's happy about it. You kids should actually use the swords in a swordplay event, she complains. I mean, come on, they're blunted. You're not gonna lop an arm off or impale someone on accident. Or even on purpose. You're insulting the company we ordered them from by not using them. Oh, also, there's this one team in the northwest corner that has, like, half the points with them. Everyone combatant freezes at the same time. They all look around wildly, trying to figure out which direction northwest is. Midoriya, unfortunately, already knows. Northwest is towards me and to my right your left. What are we teaching you? Midoriya, whose eye level with the announcer's box, can see that Midnight has her feet propped up on her desk and is munching on a bowl of popcorn. Her smile gives him goosebumps. Don't wait for my blessing. Everyone knows I prefer doers instead of thinkers. Midoriya is the first to react, charging up to 8% and flying back to his team, who are frantically trying to keep the attackers who were already there at bay and reinforce their defenses at the same time. Instead of landing in front of the enemy mob and fighting them head-on, Midoriya comes at them from the side, flying directly into them. He knocks 5 over and tackles 2 at the same time. He wrestles their swords from their hands and, ignoring Midnight's elated yell that he's in first place with 25 points, rushes the still disordered remains. Like he did in his first Yudata combat training, he uses the size of the group against them. Most trip over each other, and Midoriya punches them away. One of them, however, uses the confusion to breach his team's defenses. She manages to pick up a sword and looks absolutely delighted. That is, until she turns around and sees 5 very angry and heavily armed support students. Mercy? She asks weakly. She is not shown mercy. By the time there are 5 minutes left in the event, the majority of the contestants are standing a couple feet away from Team Lee's defensive line. They seem unsure about attacking, Midoriya notes. He doesn't blame them. His allies are dug in well, and their quirks are nothing to sneeze at. Midoriya still keeps a watchful eye on them, full cowl active at 5% as he slowly floats back and forth along the trapped arc. From what the scoreboard and Midnight say, the battle for the 1,000-point sword has cooled down slightly, only being contented by Noburo and 2 others. Everyone else is staring at Midoriya waiting. Hey man, Lee calls. Midoriya nods to show that he's listening but doesn't dare turn around. We only need, like, half of these to move on. Why don't we give some away? That would be a good way to get rid of their problem. In fact, if there was more time left, Midoriya would take all of the swords they had and drop them in the middle of the arena, but there are only 3 minutes on the clock. Midoriya licks his lips. He has an idea, and it's probably really dumb. But as long as he can run down the clock, it can't be terrible. You guys realize that between all of you standing here, there's more points than what's behind me, right? No one responds. Also, only 16 of us can make it. There's at least 30 of you here. That seems to shake their resolve somewhat. Most of them begin to look at each other warily. Then, one says and promptly decks the nearest person in the face. And in a shocking turn of events, Midnight says over the chaos, Midoriya uses his words to turn the situation around. Take notes, hero hopefuls back home, not every situation needs to be resolved with violence. Not that this is the best example. Midoriya takes a step back to watch as his former attackers turn on each other. Lee, how many points do we have? 156. Lee calls back instantly. Midoriya grimaces. That's not enough. It's close, Lee agrees. I'm going to get us a few more points, Lee finishes for him. Go. And hurry, there's less than 2 minutes. Until he dives into the 30-way brawl, Midoriya doesn't understand how horrifyingly chaotic fights can be. The second he does, he's constantly dodging, barely able to launch an attack. Most of the quirks being used are long-range, sparing them from being trampled, but Midoriya has some close calls, losing a pant leg and the bottom half of his tank top as he steals a couple swords. 30 seconds. Midnight cries. Midoriya barely manages to steal 3 more before he rushes back to his team. All right, are they divided up evenly? Midoriya asks frantically. Yeah, we each get just under 20 points. One of the support students answers. Make that 25 each. Midoriya carefully lays out his newly acquired points. Someone can have this 39.1, but everyone else, hopefully it's enough. Oi, they've got like 200 points over there. Someone cries, pointing to Midoriya at the same time Midnight calls that there are 15 seconds left on the clock. Midoriya can only stare frozen as every single person turns to face him. They all move at the same time, and he realizes that his team is totally screwed. Midoriya can take his points and fly away. They can't. He doesn't want to abandon them, but it's the only option except for. Midoriya stands tall, facing the mob of charging students with a smile as he forces his allies behind him. He holds out an arm, 2 fingers curled back with the tips touching his thumb. One for all, 100%. Delaware smash. 2 columns of spinning. Air pressure hit the students and sent them flying back. They land in a heap. Midoriya feels Lee shove a pair of swords in his uninjured hand just as the buzzer sounds. The match is over. And with that explosive ending, the second event is finished. Midoriya managed to land in third with the help of his teammates and is sitting pretty with 49 points. Meanwhile, Noburo managed to get a hold of the 1,000-point sword and sits at the top. Stay tuned while we go on commercial break, folks, because the side games are bound to be great. With the push of a button, the monitor blinks off, while its twin to the right of it stays on, replaying the same scene over and over. Delaware smash. Delaware smash. Delaware smash. Delaware smash. The camera had shut off before anyone could get a proper look at the aftermath, but that's just fine. He has a memory quirk, after all. The young boy had completely shattered his index and middle fingers in order to make that last blast. The sheer raw power he was able to release from just the flick of a finger was like nothing the world has ever seen, with the exception of All Might, of course. Nothing like the world has seen, but he is intimately familiar with such strength. It appears One for All's legacy has finally reached the point where the holder cannot use it at full power. What do you make of this, my lord? He thinks for a moment. My body is not yet healed, and society's precious symbol is still strong. We shall stay the course. The 9th is of no concern for now. But my lord, he is. I know very well who Midoriya Izuku is, doctor. We shall stay the course. The boy is nothing compared to me, crippled as I am. It's only his master we have to worry about. He shut off his second monitor. Though perhaps, doctor, how are my new pets progressing? Not nearly fast enough to be useful, lord. By my estimates, it'll be a year until they can be used in any great capacity. Then there's our shortage of quirks to consider if we wish to keep up production. He smiles, all lips and no teeth. Doctor, are you familiar with the saying, kill 2 birds with 1 stone? Of course. Excellent. Contact Kurogiri. Tell him I have a job for the boy. One for All had expanded upon its legacy. It's only fair that All for One does the same. Bonus. Midoriya Inko's Sports Festival Viewing Kit. 10 large boxes of tissues. 3 blankets. Cell phone and charger in case of emergency. 1 liter of water. A bowl of pretzels for stress eating. A box of raisins for slightly healthier stress eating. Towel to sop up any excess tears. Knitting needles and yarn to pass the time between rounds. Family photo album as a reminder of how far Izuku has come. Fuzzy socks. Holy F-man, why didn't you lead with that? Lee's overly cheerful shout does little to distract Midoriya from the throbbing pain that his hand is in, but he manages to talk through it. Because this happens. Midoriya raises his hand, trying not to look at the crooked, dangling mess that are his 2 fingers. He fails and nearly GGs as a drop of blood leaks from the fingertip of his middle finger. Pretty badass, huh? He jokes, trying to imitate Noburo. It falls flat. We need to get him to the medic now, one of the girls on his team says. She looks over his hand, gingerly holding it in hers. All of their swords lay on the ground, forgotten. I'm not a doctor, but with how bad this is, you shouldn't be doing anything but walking to medical help. I'll be alright, Midoriya insists, lifting up his bad hand and folding down his pinky, ring finger, and thumb. His index and middle fingers dangle, making his attempted peace sign look more like a piece of gore art. I can get there on my own. Bullshit, Lee says, his smile just as bright. We'll walk you there, the 5 of us. Right, guys? Everyone quickly agrees, and Midoriya is frog-marched all the way across the field to where the entrance of the medical bay is. What kind of quirk do you have? Someone asks offhandedly. I've never heard of something that hurts the user like that. It's basically a massive power source I can manipulate, Midoriya explains. I usually use about 5% when I fight because if I go over that I hurt myself. What I did back there was a flick of 100% in my fingers and, well, the backlash f'd your hand, Lee finishes. It's a shame about your quirk though. That wind blast was on par with All Might. If you could use 100% safely, then you'd be the second coming of the man himself. But you're stuck at 5%, so. He shrugs. I'm not stuck there, actually, Midoriya says, a little bit of pride seeping into his tone. The throbbing pain in his hand has started to become bearable. I hit 10% today, actually, and the doctors say that if I put on enough muscle and condition my body, then I'll be able to use my full strength without worry. That's good at least. It'll take a while, though, I bet, someone says. They stop, having reached the hallway, which splits off into 2 corridors. Which one? Leah's. Left, Midoriya answers without hesitation. He gets a few odd looks, but they continue to escort him all the way to the door marked healing. Lee reaches up to knock, but the door flies open before he can. Midoriya Izuku, what did I say about not hurting yourself again? Recovery girl scolds. Midoriya smiles and steps in. I had to. No you didn't, Lee says from behind him. Recovery girl leans to the side and eyes the support students. Thank you for bringing him here. Who knows how long he would have waited if you didn't. I'll take care of him from here. Go eat lunch, you'll need it. Lee and his friends walk off after saying a quick goodbye, and Recovery Girl sits Midoriya down at a table, her sitting across from him. They're broken, obviously. You've even split the skin in some places. Recovery Girl carefully looks over Midoriya's hand. You've also suffered extensive trauma throughout the rest of your hand and some of your upper arm, likely from the recoil. It's nothing I can't fix, but it'll take a lot of energy from you. Do you want me to heal it all the way or part way so you're not dead on your feet next round? Part way, please, Midoriya answers. I don't think I'll do this again for a while. Try never again, and I can let you go with peace of mind, Recovery Girl says before giving his hand a quick peck. Like magic, which it may as well be, his fingers straighten, and the bruising on his hand fades. By the time it's done, his fingers are only a little sore, and there's no swelling. Midoriya twitches his fingers and instantly hisses in pain. You said part way, so there'll be a little pain. Recovery Girl pulls out a drawer from her side of the table and procures a roll of bandages. I'll wrap them, and I can give you some basic painkillers if you want. Nothing major, just some ibuprofen. That'd be nice, thanks, Midoriya says, letting her start working on wrapping his fingers. She's halfway done with the second one when there's a quick knock on the door. Come in. And leave the door open, will you? The door opens and in walks Noburo. Ah, dear, I'm afraid that if you're not injured, you can't wait in here. More patients may be coming. Midoriya looks over his shoulder and smiles at Noburo. Just a second and I'll be out. His friend nods and steps back out. After his fingers are wrapped and he's taken a single tab of ibuprofen, Midoriya walks out of the medical bay. How bad was it? Noburo asks, standing up straight. Not as bad as when I first got it, Midoriya answers. Just my 2 fingers, see? He holds up his hand. If Recovery Girl healed you, why are there bandages? Noburo's brow furrows. Oh, I had her not heal me fully so I wouldn't be tired. And you should probably see her too, that bruise on your arm looks painful, Midoriya says, referring to the yellow and purple splotch of skin on her upper arm and shoulder. She looks at it. Yeah, I'll probably step in while you're getting changed. Getting changed? Midoriya PPS his head. Noburo looks him over head to toe, lingering on his stomach. She smirks. You have really nice abs. Midoriya suddenly realizes that, oh yeah, he lost half of his shirt in the fight, and proceeds to go bright red. Why you two? I'm gonna go get changed. He quickly brushes past her and makes for the locker room, picking up the pace once he hears her start to laugh. There's no one else in the locker room when he gets there, so Midoriya quickly swaps his ripped gym uniform for a fresh one. Then he replies to texts from both his mom and All Might, who want to know if he's okay. He is, of course, even if his fingers throb a bit when he ties the strings of his pants together. Once he's changed, Midoriya quickly makes for the student cafeteria. When he gets there, half of the tables are full of people, and the lines for food aren't too long. He looks around and spots Noburo, who's sitting next to a slightly uncomfortable-looking Oto. Neither have plates, but they both see him and get up. Hey, how are your fingers, Midoriya? Oto asks, patting him on the shoulder as they walk up to the line for food. I saw what happened on the big screen, but the camera cut to Noburo holding the 1,000 points too quick for me to see how bad it was. Oh, it was nothing, just 2 fingers. Midoriya shows Oto his right hand. They barely hurt right now, actually. I'll finish healing them after the festival's over. Did you really need to do that, though? Oto looks at him a bit worriedly. You could have moved on without hurting yourself. Everyone in the business course thinks that you'll lose some interest because of that. Midoriya shrugs. I'd rather lose out on some offers than let the people I teamed up with down. A little bit of pain isn't much in exchange for helping people. It was more than a little bit of pain, if what your new buddies in support were saying is true, Noburo says. Midoriya looks at her oddly. I ran into them on the way to the medical center. They were pretty loud. Well, I'm fine now, so there's nothing to worry about, Midoriya says as he grabs a tray and nearly drops it because of the sharp pain that shoots up his fingers. He bends down to pick it up, but Noburo beats him to it. Thanks. You should go back and finish healing, Noburo says. You'd put up a better fight while exhausted than with 2 broken fingers. We agreed to a fight while we were at full strength, remember? My fingers aren't busted, just a little hurt. Midoriya takes the tray and starts to walk through the lunch line. And the painkiller will kick in soon, so the only thing I'll have to worry about is not breaking them again. You two seem awfully sure you'll get to fight in the next event, Oto says, grabbing a bowl of rice for himself. What if one or even both of you get knocked out? Midoriya, what was that? Noburo sticks up her nose and pointedly looks away from Oto. I think I heard a fly say something. Well, the fly said something about us maybe not getting to fight? Midoriya says. Noburo has been ignoring Oto every day at lunch since he quit and has yet to show signs of stopping. Interesting. That fly is an idiot. She selects her lunch, a simple bento with a glass of iced water. Midoriya gets something similar, preferring to eat light so he doesn't vomit or feel full when he fights. You're still doing this, Oto says flatly. It's been weeks. How long can you hold a grudge? Midoriya tactfully places himself between his 2 friends as they walk over to a table. Oto voices his annoyance some more while Noburo looks straight ahead as they take their seats. They eat lunch in silence for a while, which makes Midoriya fidget more than usual as he tries to use his chopsticks with his left hand. Eventually, Oto forces a fork into his hand and Midoriya uses it. It may be embarrassing, but getting food is a must if he wants to keep going. It's awkward. Midoriya misses the casual teasing and occasional gossip that made up their lunches the first couple weeks of school. But now the closest thing he gets to a friendly conversation is when one of Oto's friends in the business course comes over to talk about project ideas. Once the hour for lunch passes, Midoriya, Nobuo, and the 14 other finalists are summoned to a meeting room. Eraserhead and Power Loader stand on opposite sides of a large flat screen while 16 kids sit in office chairs. Looking around, Midoriya spots Lee and his 4 friends, a couple more people he's seen looking at blueprints over lunch, and Nobuo, who's to his left. Not a single person in the room is from Gen Ed. How many of you have seen the UA Sports Festival before? Power Loader asks. Don't answer that, Aizawa cuts everyone off before they can start. You all have, and even if you haven't, you've heard conversations about it for years. The point we're trying to make is that the final event is almost always the same. A one-on-one tournament. You all know the rules, Power Loader continues. Elimination occurs when someone is knocked out of the ring, immobilized, knocked out, or unable to continue fighting. It's a sports match, so unnecessary roughness, intentional maiming, and other unheroic behaviors are prohibited. But it'll be different this year. Eraserhead hits the button on a remote, and the screen lights up with the image of a stick figure wrapped in rope. The only way you can win is by capturing your opponent. No ring-outs, no surrender. Being pinned for 10 seconds, tied up, or losing the ability to fight will eliminate you. No more, no less. Of course, if things get too dangerous, we'll call it, Power Loader says before anyone can worry about such a thing. Our medical staff will also be watching to make sure no one gets hurt beyond repair. Any questions? How are we supposed to trap people if we don't have any equipment? Nobuo asks. Pinning is an option, but almost everyone here has a form of capture gear. Eraserhead looks her dead in the eye. That's your problem to solve. Plus Ultra. As finalists, Midoriya and everyone else get a good-sized front row section to view the matches from. Underneath the seats is where the separate waiting rooms are, 4 in total for private last-minute planning sessions. The 16 of them all take a spot, Midoriya in the front row with Nobuo to his left, and wait for the bracket to be announced. Are you guys ready for this? Midnight yells into her mic. The crowd replies with enthusiastic cheers. All right, let's hit the randomizer and see who's fighting first. The massive scoreboard-like screen across from where Midoriya sits immediately changes from an ad for a dry cleaners to a blank bracket. The individual tiers are labeled, with round 1 at the bottom and the winner at the very top. The screen dims a bit, and the solid white characters for loading appear. Then it lights back up, and every eye in the stadium scans it at once. Nobuo is the first one to fight, paired with a boy from support. Midoriya's friend taps him on the back. I'm gonna go down and warm up a bit. Cheer me on, yeah? Of course, Midoriya says, continuing to scan the bracket. He knows almost no one in support, so he'll be going in blind. The various gadgets they all have give away some idea of their fighting styles, but they're also designed to be used by others. Midoriya doesn't want to say it's impossible for one of them to have made an item that complements or improves their quirk, but it's slightly unlikely, and even if they did, he could use a 10% smash to destroy it if need be. But then there's his method of capture. He has no means of trapping others, unlike most of his competition. Even Nobuo could use multiple spikes to restrict someone's limb movement, a technique she'd been practicing on pretty often. All Midoriya could do is knock someone out or go for a pin. But what counts as a pin? It normally means holding your opponent's shoulders to the floor, but with quirks allowed, that doesn't mean anything. Someone could break out easily with them, and even if holding shoulders down counted, a quirk would let them turn the tables in a split second, making it impossible to pin someone for 10 seconds. Midoriya is suddenly very thankful that his matches last. He needs to think. Sports fans, make some noise for the first match of the final round. Midnight orders, cracking her whip for dramatic effect. The audience screams, and Midoriya swears he can see someone across the stadium chucking a bucket of popcorn at someone else. I can't hear you. Midnight teases. The crowd raises its volume, though no one in Midoriya's section cheers. Good enough for me. Combatants, take the field. Nobuo enters from the left, looking straight ahead. She still has her uniform jacket tied around her waist, though she also has 2 thick strips of cloth tied loosely around her left bicep. Midoriya makes sure to shout out some encouragement before turning his attention to her opponent. He's of average height, with fiery red hair with a single black highlight. He seems to be wearing a form of exoskeleton over his uniform, with rods of glinting metal lining his limbs and plates of what looks like plastic but is probably something way stronger protecting his torso and upper legs. He also held a large baffled gun, with a few other black tubes hanging from the belt around his waist. "Fighters, are you ready?" Midoriya jumps at Midnight's words, realizing that he missed the intros. "Perfect," the announcer continues once they both nod. "Fight." The boy immediately aims his gun slightly above Noburo and pulls the trigger. A 2-meter square net shoots out, weighted with circular black corners. Noburo, who has been on the receiving end of Midoriya using full cowl in an enclosed room and has the reflexes to show for it, dodges. A single spike pokes out from her lower back, just a touch left from her spine. She uses another spike to move to the boy's side, but he dances out of the way, aided by his armor, which clearly has a power source right between his shoulder blades. The two circle for a while, Noburo searching for an opening and the boy keeping his net use to a minimum. Midoriya finds himself leaning forward in his seat, enthralled by the tension in the air. There isn't a set time limit, but everyone knows that someone has to move. It's just a matter of. Noburo, apparently fed up with the waiting, dashes forward, letting 2 spikes extend from the left side of her waist and 1 from the right. The boy hurriedly shoots off another round, and Noburo stops short, letting it wrap around her. "Yes!" the boy cried just before the crowd began to cheer. Noburo Maya's cap. The net is torn to shreds in a flash of light and a swishing sound. The bottom third of Noburo's tank top goes with it. The boy stumbles back and loses his footing. It's all Noburo needs. She moves forward again, a pair of spikes pushing her forward. She unravels the top of the strips on her arm and slides to a stop, kicking out his unsteady legs. The boy's exoskeleton is broken by a few well-placed spikes, and his hands and feet are bound with strips of blue cloth. Midoriya can't hear himself or the announcer's call over the roar of the crowd, but he yells at the top of his lungs anyway. The next 6 matches aren't very interesting. Well, they are for Midoriya, but not for the vast majority of the crowd. Pairs of support students take turns showing off their designs, going into detail about cost-effectiveness, weight, ease of production, and a host of other qualities. Mostly, everyone tunes them out, and Noburo even gets up to get a bucket of popcorn to split with Midoriya, who watches the demonstrations like a hawk. But, even if it takes all day, Midoriya's fight does come around. The match before him wraps up, and he quickly makes his way down, more focused on a plan than his opponent for the time being. But would there even be a fight? Everyone except for the boy Noburo got matched with seemed content to talk before playing rock paper scissors to decide who got knocked out. And how did those arrangements even come into fruition? Was it an unspoken rule? A deal made in the spur of the moment? Midoriya wants to fight, to show off his skills, but wouldn't it be rude to start hitting someone who just wants to talk? "Hey!" A low-sounding monotone gets Midoriya's attention. He turns and sees a rather short girl with a bulky pair of black goggles, a pair of welder's globes, and a briefcase in her left hand. "Oh, hi," Midoriya greets, slightly unsure. The idiot who submitted that awful costume design, I remember." The girl's lips seem to twitch up when she says that. Midoriya goes pink. "It wasn't that bad." "It was," the girl asserts. "I had to redesign it after all." "Thank you," Midoriya says, genuinely grateful. Though he was fond of his original design, improvements from someone better than him were not to be ignored. "You can repay me by helping me advertise," she says, holding the briefcase out. "I'm not the most sociable of people, so we'll need to actually fight for my inventions to get interest. But not a real fight. Just a couple of fake attacks so this can work its magic." "What's in that thing?" Midoriya asks, slightly cautious after seeing a team of 5 support students figuratively, but almost literally, rip someone apart last round. "It's just some basic capture gear, a little bit of armor, a taser, and a flashbang." The briefcase remains closed while she talks, and Midoriya begins to wonder if it really is just a briefcase. "Okay," Midoriya says, warming up to the idea. "What do you need me to do?" Aizawa watches carefully as Midoriya walks into the arena and does the same as the support girl when she steps up. Truthfully, he wishes some general education students had made the third event. His internalized desire to see an underdog on the top of the podium, while irrational, is very prevalent, mostly because he was that underdog once upon a time. But the underdogs of this year aren't worth a second look. No powerful or interesting quirks, average grades, poor critical thinking, little drive beyond personal gain, and bad attitudes plague them. It's almost sad if he's honest, and he usually is. Though there's always next year. The two students don't move when the match starts. That's natural for kids their age. The good ones hear all about waiting for an opening for years and years, taking it to heart. An unfortunate side effect of that is having to teach them how to make an opening. Aizawa is good at making openings, though, and he'd rather drill that into kids' heads than have to teach them patience, which is nearly impossible past a certain age. Midoriya and Support Girl, she's got good grades, if Aizawa remembers right, but also a really plain face and name, do move eventually, with the green not quite problem child but definitely getting close to being a problem child leaping up into the air in what's either the world's worst lapse in judgment or the world's best feint. Aizawa leans towards the world's worst lapse in judgment when the bottom half of the girl's briefcase falls out and a rope extends from it to wrap around Midoriya's ankles. She yanks him down with a slight tug, the briefcase most likely adding to the force. Midoriya hits the ground and rolls, the rope winding up around his legs all the way to his neck. There's a pause and no one's quite sure what to do. Then Midoriya glows green and snaps the rope easily. He gets up and takes a loose stance as if waiting for his opponent to make a decision. The support girl calmly flicks the hand holding her case, causing it to shake, and all at once, Aizawa realizes. Midoriya isn't actually fighting. He's helping the girl with marketing. It's a little irritating having to watch a fake fight, but also speaks to Midoriya's character. Support Girl isn't moving on, but she deserves a chance to show off her hard work, and she's getting it. Aizawa can live with that. The two continue to fake fight for a while, with Midoriya getting tossed a handful of times and throwing a few jabs at half power when the girl brings the case to her chest and it expands to armor. Even a flashbang emits from the thing, blinding everyone bar Aizawa, who had unreasonable skill at closing his eyes at the right moment. The briefcase is clearly marketed at stealth or undercover operations. A hero or police officer could easily pose as a standard Japanese salaryman with the case and make arrests or getaways using the item. If Aizawa bothered with clean and presentable disguises, he'd be interested, but he's just fine with pretending to be a homeless man whenever he needs to blend in. The fight ends with the girl being pinned wrestling style. Aizawa's happy to see that Midoriya can grapple with a girl who isn't Noburo without turning the color of an apple, and Midnight calls the match. The audience doesn't cheer much, but that's really only because they've been watching 20-minute ads for 7 rounds straight. They can't be blamed. With the first 8 fights complete, the quarterfinals start. Noburo easily beats a girl with some kind of mutation that makes her skin red by using the same tactics, and Midoriya, who's up against a boy with copious amounts of capture gear, uses his opponent's items against him. It's almost cathartic after the practical play that was his last match. Midoriya may overthink often and definitely has some self-esteem issues, but he's nothing if not efficient. The semi-finals pass, and both of Aizawa's students stomp out their support department opponents, who actually tried to fight back, probably for some extra recognition. They call for a 15-minute break to let people get their last refreshments and use the facilities, and to run some ads on whatever TV station is broadcasting. Once the 15 minutes are over, Midoriya and Noburo walk out of their entrances to a roaring crowd. As annoying and ear-splitting as it is, Aizawa feels a small twinge of pride at how the two of them have gotten everyone's admiration. Aizawa knows that up in the private boxes are heroes, sidekicks, and agency representatives, all eager to watch how they perform. As Nemuri counts down excitedly from her spot in the announcer's booth, Aizawa takes the time to study the pair. Noburo has given up on wearing a tank top, having shredded 2 already, and holds a strip of cloth in her hands, stretching it taut. Midoriya is obviously forcing himself to relax, mouthing to himself about smiling and keeping loose. He's ditched the outer coat but kept the tank top, though unlike Noburo he didn't have a makeshift rope. When the countdown reaches 0, they both snap to attention, faces schooled with calm determination. Well, Aizawa thinks, this'll be interesting. Fighting Noburo is almost always fun. Her quirk is actually a decent counter to Midoriya's usual style of full cowl, with spikes ready to stab at him at a moment's notice whenever he gets to bouncing. She also learns quickly from failure, ending Midoriya's first tactic of tackling from behind in the first week of class. She's a quick thinker, too, using her own uniform as restraints and reacting to attacks quickly with spikes to dodge or counter. Her quirk is also strong if she has an iron-rich diet, which, considering that she was able to rip a net to shreds earlier, she had definitely taken a couple of supplements the past week. And of course, there's the new development of her quirk. She could move the spikes. Midoriya had gotten a brief look at it in the first fight, but it was over far too quickly for him to piece together. It was only in the semi-final that he saw it clearly. He has a plan. And a backup plan or 7. Though if Mr. Aizawa is to be believed, plans often go down the drain the moment they're put in use, so maybe he'll have to think on the fly. As Midnight screams for them to fight and the crowd roars, Midoriya and Noburo lock eyes. He knows he's at a disadvantage. The style he took from Gran, and therefore the style he's the best at and the most familiar with, relies on enclosed areas with walls or other solid objects to bounce off of. Noburo, by contrast, doesn't need anything but a solid floor to work with. Midoriya rolls his shoulders, and Noburo tenses. The volume rises, even with those basic actions. He slides a foot back and lowers one arm closer to the ground. He lets one for all creep into his legs and up his torso and all the way to the tips of his fingers. Once his skin is glowing and crisscrossed with red lines, he moves. He goes high, jumping into the air and trailing green light. He preps float, waking the quirk so it's ready for the sharp change in direction that will definitely be rough and wild but should catch her off guard. Noburo, however, isn't going to have it. She throws herself on the ground, belly up and spread eagle. The largest spike she could manifest is extended from her stomach. Midoriya, not wanting to be impaled, lets his jump come to a natural end and lands. The moment his feet touch the ground, he hears the telltale sign of a pair of metal rods piercing the ground. He spins to the side just in time to dodge an attempted grapple and strikes Noburo's ribs with his left fist. She stumbles, and Midoriya moves to exploit, but she steadies herself with another spike too quickly. They begin to circle, Midoriya making sure that he keeps his right hand, still bandaged tight, closer to his chest than his left. It might not hurt for the moment, but he'd be an idiot not to realize that hitting someone with it would hurt, or worse, re-break it. Midoriya also keeps a close eye on Noburo's stomach. She has a habit of flexing her abdominals a second or two before she shoots a spike out of her back, and watching an opponent's hip and waist area is a good idea in general. After a couple long moments of circling, Midoriya sees it. Noburo flexes her lower abdominals, and he's immediately kicking off. 5% isn't enough to catch her off guard, so he pushes to 8% and dives right for her legs. He overshoots slightly, only managing to grab her ankle instead of her lower thigh like he wanted to, but that's fine. Midoriya plants his feet and pulls, taking Noburo off balance and dragging her through the air at about shoulder height. Instead of immediately slamming her on the hard ground, Midoriya takes a split second to switch off one for all. It's all Noburo needs. A sharp pain suddenly erupts from his left palm, and Midoriya pushes Noburo away instinctively and dives away. He looks at Noburo and sees that she's hurriedly kicking off her shoes, the left one having a large hole in the sole. Midoriya is torn between breaking down what just happened and looking at his hand but is forced to study his injury once he feels something drip down his fingertips. The cut's not bad. Or at least, it isn't since Recovery Girl is a stone's throw away. It's a couple inches long, running from the base of his index finger all the way to the base of his wrist. It's somewhat deep and definitely needs to be bandaged, but Noburo is already pressing the attack again, rushing forward with her arms outstretched and spikes coming from her feet this time. Grimacing, Midoriya moves forward as well, applying 6% full cowling and going high this time. Desperate to make time to bandage his hand, Midoriya kicks at her chest. Noburo tries to block by crossing her arms, but the angle makes it impossible, and his foot slams into the center of her chest. Activating float mid-leap, Midoriya takes to the air, rising to about 20 feet above the ground. He rips off a strip of cloth from the bottom of his shirt and hastily ties it around his hand with his teeth. He lowers himself back down to the ground, a decent distance from Noburo. Her stance is slightly more wary now, and there's a large, ugly bruise forming just below her collarbones. Midoriya is slightly more cautious too. Noburo has yet to show that she could grow spikes from her foot, so he could only guess what other tricks she has. It doesn't interfere with his plan, though, so Midoriya decides to press again. Instead of going low or high, he aims right for her stomach. Noburo, predictably, stands her ground, letting a massive spike grow as she takes a stronger stance. Midoriya bounds forward, seemingly unafraid of being stabbed. Once he gets within inches of the spike, he sidesteps and grabs her arm. He pulls, dragging her over his shoulder so she hits the ground face up. Immediately he pulls up again, exploiting her empty lungs and looping his arms under hers and back up to put his hands on the back of her. Midoriya throws her to the ground again, feet first before she can manifest a spike, though much more gently this time. He makes sure to keep hold of an arm so he can put her in a hold for a pin. She goes rigid, and a spike breaks through her shoulder, right at Midoriya's face, forcing him to let go. Separated again, they begin to circle. Midoriya's mind begins to run wild with theories. Noburo's quirk originates in the stomach and is therefore best suited for targets level with her waist. It's an obvious limitation, so it isn't all that surprising that she's worked around it, but the way she does it is something he can't quite understand. Her spikes have to push through her body. It sounds gruesome on paper, but it's actually painless and doesn't do any damage to the body. However, her organs have to temporarily shut down to make room for a spike if one passes through. Noburo had even made a show of holding her breath and pushing a pair out with one passing through a lung and the other going out by her hip. Then she acted like she was impaled, and Odo laughed so hard water came out his nose. Every time she'd used her quirk in the past, it always went through her torso. But is that a rule? Midoriya needs to find out. He presses the attack again, winding up to throw a straight punch to the face but backing off once Noburo steps out of the way. He keeps going, hoping to bait her foot or shoulder trick out again, but 5% isn't doing it, and neither are his slow punches. Midoriya backs up, hoping to flick up to 8% and go for a tackle, but Noburo moves first, catching him on the back foot and forcing him to dodge a flurry of jabs and spikes as she drives him back further and further. He manages to break her attack with a non-superpowered cross to the face and loops around behind her at top speed. Midoriya barely catches it. Barely. A pair of spikes, exiting her body from the middle of the back of her thighs and piercing her ankles to poke out of heels. He immediately knows how she'd been moving and a weakness. While her legs are still locked in place by the spikes, Midoriya attacks again, jumping up and tackling her. He activates float and carries her up by her arms, trying to arrange her in the position he wants. She struggles, doing a sit-up midair and nearly poking his eye out, but he dives back down as though he'll use her as a landing mat. She freezes up, and Midoriya manages to land on his back so his legs are wrapped around her upper chest with one arm pressed against her ear and the other pinned to her side. He leans away, not using his quirk anymore for safety, tugging on her arm and at the same time squeezing her ribs and driving her shoulders into the ground. Noburo fights to break free, pushing along the ground and trying to curl up so she can shoot a spike out at his face, but it's useless. Midoriya knows he's won before almost anyone else. In this position, with her shoulders resting on his hips and pointed away from his body, Noburo can't hit him with a spike without also disrupting her brain and/or heart, and maybe even her lungs. Midoriya has held Noburo in a SBMSSV hold for 10 seconds. Midnight screams into her mic, barely drowning out the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of UA's first-year sports festival. He immediately lets her go and helps her up. Midoriya reaches out to shake her hand, and Noburo takes it. As she pulls him into a hug, patting him on the back, and whispers, "Good fight," in his ear, Midoriya feels like he's on top of the world. "The brat, get down here and get me and your father some more drinks from the fridge. Off, you demon hag. Don't make me come up there." Katsuki shouts back another curse but gets up from his bed anyways. He sets his phone down on his desk, still open to the live stream of the third-year UA Sports Festival, though the medal ceremony is long over. He walks through the hallway and down the stairs, making sure to stomp extra loud to annoy his mother. Katsuki doesn't even bother looking at the TV as he enters the kitchen and opens the fridge. Everyone knows that only the seniors are worth anything, even though most of them had F all talent and B-list quirks. "If, do you want?" Katsuki barks, scanning the fridge. Like always, it's tidy and stocked full, with a shelf in one of the doors dedicated exclusively for hot sauce. "I want a lemonade and you dad wants a ginger ale. And make it fast, I've been sipping on melting ice cubes for 20 minutes. Katsuki pours a glass of lemonade with ice and snatches a can of soda. He walks out to the living room, intentionally standing directly in front of his mother to block her view of the TV. He hands his dad the can of soda and ignores the polite thanks. And there we have it, folks. The top 3 first years. Subconsciously, Katsuki turns to look at the screen, curious to see who'll be the upperclassman worth keeping an eye on next year. He nearly drops the glass when he sees him. Green eyes, messy green hair, freckles, and that stupid FNG smile. "Been a while since I've heard about Midoriya," his mother says, clearly enjoying the shock on her son's face. He certainly grew up. Totally swept the events. Katsuki ignores her, unable to look away from the screen as Deku jokingly bites into his gold medal. His hand starts to shake, rattling the glass as explosion itches in his palm. He squeezes the glass. It shatters. He doesn't bother to register his mother's screech as she's drenched in lemonade, nor the way a few shards of glass dig into his hand. That FNG liar. Midoriya smiles to himself as his foot splashes down into a puddle. The cloudy sky continues to pour rain as he runs, cooling his body and refreshing him. It's technically his day off, and everyone he knows has insisted that he stays home and relaxes, especially since the festival was barely 2 days ago. But he can't sit still for long, and since the gym is locked up, he decided to run. The watch on his wrist buzzes, letting him know that he's run 10 kilometers. He slows to a stop, taking shelter under the canopy of a shop. Letting his heart rate slow, he thinks. A 10K is usually his limit, but since he hasn't lifted in a couple of days, going farther won't be too difficult or tiring. In lieu of a water bottle, he steps out from under the canopy and cups his hands, letting some water pool in his palms. Some spills, landing on his already soaked t-shirt and splattering on his track pants. He stares up for a while, letting the rain hit his face and run through his. Then he starts to run again. Midoriya runs for another 2 kilometers, not really paying attention to where he's going. He knows this part of the city like the back of his hand after over a year of morning jogs, so wherever he ends up, he can make it back home fine. He's just turned into a narrow alleyway when it happens. Something melds out of the shadows and shoves him against the wall. One for All activates instinctively and he pushes back. His assailant stumbles, but Midoriya doesn't let them recover. He decks them across the face at 1% before grabbing them by the collar of their hoodie and pinning them against the wall. Their hands claw at his wrists, but he holds firm and shakes them a bit. He's just about to readjust his grip so he can call the police, but then he sees it. A little spike of ash blonde hair peeks out from under the hood. Midoriya feels his heart stop. It can't be. He quickly releases one of his hands and uses it to shakily pull the hood down. Red eyes. A shock of spiky blonde hair. That all too familiar permanent scowl. A crooked, bloody nose. He feels himself go numb. Bakugo. He drops his attacker. Midoriya wants nothing to do with whatever he wants. Deku, Bakugo growls, taking a swing at him. It's his old right hook Midoriya has seen him use 1,000 times in 1,000 schoolyard brawls. He ducks under and turns away. He starts to walk out of the alley. Bakugo isn't an idiot, he shouldn't do anything out on a public street. Then again, they'd avoided each other like the plague for years before this, so Midoriya can only hope. He's halfway out when he hears. There's a pop crack. And Midoriya turns in time to be blinded by a blast of light. They were never friends. Not truly. Perhaps they may have been close once, but never in a million years would they have called each other friends willingly. But that didn't mean that they didn't change each other. In fact, it was quite the opposite. Yeah, Kaken. That's what 10. The high-pitched voice of a small black-haired boy echoed through the near-empty playground, the sound of a rubber ball bouncing trailing behind. Peesh, try 30, Kaken bragged, kicking the ball up with his foot before letting it hit the top of his head. This is way too easy. You losers could probably do it too. He caught the ball on the top of his foot and lowered it to the ground. The two other boys, one with dark hair and another with bright red wings, cheered. Hey, could I play? A timid voice said. Kaken and his two other friends all turned to look at another boy, roughly the same size as them, if a bit skinny. He rubbed his arm nervously and couldn't quite meet their eyes. Only if you don't SCK, Kaken said, happy with the prospect of getting another person to mock or show off to. Here. He kicked the ball over and the boy stopped it easily enough. Get above 10 and we'll have enough for a game of football. Hey, the boy said. He placed one foot on the top of the ball and rolled it back and forth. Then he flicked his foot back, causing the ball to land on the top of his foot. Tentatively, he began to juggle, first just using his feet but eventually adding in his thighs as well. At one point he tried to head it like Kaken did, but the ball smacked him in the face. Everyone laughed, including Kaken and the new boy, though he was unsure. You can play with us, Kaken said, but if you're a crybaby, then you have to leave. Got it? Got it, the boy nodded, a bright smile overtaking his formerly wobbly frown. The four of them played with the ball for hours and hours, only stopping once the sun began to set. Right before everyone left for home, one of the boys asked, "What's your name?" "Oh, I'm Izuku," he said. "I hope we can play again tomorrow." They did play the next day. And then the day after that, and the day after that, and every day for all of summer break. It wasn't all happy games of football, however. A stone skipped across a river, once, twice, 3 times, 4, 5, 6, before sinking. Wow, Izuku, you're not too bad at this, a boy with draconic red wings said, turning his own stone over in his hands. That's nothing, Kaken said, picking up his own stone. Watch this. The stone was thrown, hitting the water and bouncing across 10 times. That's really amazing, Kaken, Izuku said, picking up another rock. I wonder if I can do that. He threw it and got 9 skips. Ha, USCK. Kaken roughly punched Izuku on the arm. The green-haired boy flinched but pretended that nothing was wrong. But I only got 1 less than you, Izuku said, kicking a rock into the pond. And 10 skips isn't even that good. My mom can do 20. Kaken rolled his eyes. That sounds like something a loser would say. He looked at the other 2 boys. Let's go play heroes in the park. Last one, there's the villain. Come on, I bet I can swing higher than you. Izuku pumped his legs back and forth, easily rising higher and higher. There's no way anyone could go higher than me. Kaken replied, rapidly swinging his legs. The two were at about the same height, and the frame of the old swing set was beginning to teeter. Feeling afraid, Izuku let his legs drag on the ground, slowing to a stop, and urged the other boy to do the same. But Kaken didn't listen. He continued to swing higher and higher, and once he reached the maximum, he leapt from the swing and landed in the grass below with a grunt. Whoa, Kaken, that was awesome. Izuku got up from his swing and rushed over. Ha, that was nothing, Kaken brushed him off. You're just too much of a coward. That's why you'll never be as good of a hero as me. You don't know that. Izuku held firm. Heroes need caution too. How can you win if you never think? You're such a nerd, Kaken said, taking a playful swing at Izuku with his right hand. Let's go do something else before you bore me with your nerdiness. And then they passed a law so quirkless people could carry tasers. Not many do today though. I guess it's just super hard to get one. Izuku carefully climbed up the tree, recounting a documentary he'd watched the previous night. Whoa, I never knew that, one boy exclaimed as he looked up at Izuku. Where did you hear about this? They don't tell us about that kind of stuff at daycare. Oh, my mom records stuff for me so I can watch them after school. Did you know that 20% of the world is actually quirkless? Izuku perched himself on a branch and swung his legs back and... No, I didn't. Tsubasa chimed in. I don't think I've ever met a quirkless person, actually. Did you know that only, like, 0.5% of people in Japan are quirkless? Kaken said from his branch a couple feet above Izuku. His expression was as condescending as a 3-year-old could be. God, that must SCK. Can you imagine not having a quirk? You'd just be a drag on everyone else. Kaken, that's mean. Izuku said forcefully. Quirkless people matter too. No, they don't. Without a quirk, you're nothing. You're wrong, Izuku insisted. They matter even if they're a tiny minority. It said so on the news. Kaken rolled his eyes. You're right. You can't be a hero without a quirk, and if you can't be a hero, or even a villain for the heroes to beat up, then you shouldn't even exist. Kaken, stop. Izuku's voice cracked, and he fought back tears. What you're saying could really hurt someone. No one cares, Izuku, Kaken laughed, not even quirkless people. And that one means dog. Izuku said, pointing to a sloppily drawn character. It was in a row with a couple others, mostly the names of prominent heroes and basic nouns. You can really read that? Tsubasa said, looking back and forth between Izuku and the lines in the sand of the playground. My mom helped me learn them, and now I know what a lot of names mean. Izuku spun his stick around in his hand, but it was quickly snatched away. I can write kanji too, you know, Kaken said, hurriedly scratching something into the sand. What does that day? He asked Izuku, as though daring him to guess correctly. Izuku scrunched up his nose and thought for a bit. Music, he said after a while. And I only know, 'cause my mom helped me read the newspaper once. Kaken kicked away the sand. Yeah, well, I knew because I'm better than you. He snapped the stick and tossed it aside. Not like that's a challenge. One of the boys snickered and Izuku looked down, refusing to meet anyone's eyes. Kaken allowed himself to bask in victory for a moment before going back to look at Izuku's writing. He saw it. It was almost too perfect. Oi, look at this. He got the attention of everyone there and copied the characters in Izuku's name with his foot. You can read Izuku's name as Deku. Do you know what that means? Everyone looked at each other, then to Izuku, whose lower lip began to wobble. Someone who can't do anything, Izuku mumbled. Kaken smirked. I think it sounds like a great name for you, since you'll never be as good as me. It caught on, much to Izuku's annoyance. And to his despair, it proved to be true. Deku, 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 Deku. The boys taunted as his rock sank and Kaken skipped 12 times. Deku! They laughed as he fell from a tree that Kaken had climbed oh so effortlessly. Deku this, they said as he tripped over a ball he tried to kick. Izuku tried not to let it get to him. Really he did. He followed the instructions on the bullying tutorial videos his mom made him watch after that day. He tried to ignore it. Tried asking them to stop. Tried asserting himself. But it stayed. And Izuku began to hate his own name. The first day of school arrived, much to the disappointment of everyone. They'd all be going to the same elementary school, which was great because they all went to different daycares. Great for some people, anyways. When Kaken first got to school on day 1, he was eager to squash Deku like he usually did. But didn't see him at all. Not during homeroom, when the teachers all made them introduce themselves. Not during lunch, even everyone who had a quirk showed off. Not during recess, where Kaken won the race to see who was the fastest boy. In fact, Kaken didn't see Deku until after school, when they all met up in the park. Deku was already kicking a ball around with the other 2 extras who Kaken let follow him around. They were all laughing, mostly at Deku for failing a trick Kaken had done easily the day before. Kaken marched right up to Izuku. Where were you? He said, getting up in his face. Izuku had the audacity to look confused before he made a noise of realization. Oh, I'm a year older than you. Sorry for not sharing. I just kind of forgot. Kaken stared for a while, feeling slightly betrayed. Then he smirked. Oh my god, you're a full year older than me and you still SCK everything. You really are a Deku. It was funny really. Kaken didn't think about Deku's quirk until he got his. Explosion was an amazing power, everyone said so. Mom, Dad, the doctors, his teachers, even Deku, who gushed and gushed about it until Kakin blasted him in the face and made him cry. But Deku never talked about or showed his quirk. Ever. Not when Tsubasa, who got his on the last day of daycare before summer break, glided down from trees. Not when they played heroes. Not when they talked about what happened on the news last night. And certainly not when they skipped rocks or played soccer. Did Deku even have a quirk? He was a year older, so he had to have one. So why did he hide it? Was it because it was a bad quirk? Kakin asked one day after school. He walked right up to him and said, "What's your quirk?" Deku froze and started to shake a bit. Kakin roughly smacked him on the shoulder and repeated himself. "I don't." Deku couldn't meet Kakin's eyes for a while. "My quirk is too destructive," he shouted at the floor. I can't use it without hurting someone, so I hide it." "Then what is it?" "I can't tell you. It could hurt you." It was a lie. There was no way it wasn't. If Deku's quirk was that awesome, then he'd share at the first opportunity. Therefore Deku's quirk must have been weaker than weak. The thought filled Kakin with satisfaction, and he went home that day feeling great. But the feeling didn't last. Deku didn't lie. He never did. Even when it would be easier to tell a lie, he always told the truth. So maybe his quirk was super powerful and better than Kakin's. The thought made him feel sick. Deku couldn't be better than Kakin. It went against the laws of the universe. But what if? He had to know. "Do you know Deku?" "Who's that?" "He's really small and has green hair and eyes. He's also kind of a crybaby." "You're in his grade." "Oh, you mean quirkless Midoriya." "Quirkless? Hiya. That loser doesn't have a quirk. Or any friends. He seeks at everything, so he plays with these daycare kids all the time." "Hey, wait, are you Kakin? You look like the kid he describes when he says he has friends." "My name's Katsuki, and I am not friends with Deku." "Oh my god, you totally are. How does it feel to be friends with a quirkless loser?" "We're not friends. And you have to prove it to me that Deku doesn't have a quirk. There's this card he carries around all the time so people know he's quirkless. It's got his picture on it. It's really easy to steal, just shove him back and grab his pocket." "And you're sure that Deku is quirkless?" "Oh yeah, Midoriya is definitely quirkless. Or maybe I should start calling him Deku now." Katsuki didn't know what to do. Either Deku was a liar, or the whole first grade was playing a prank on him. But he wasn't an idiot. He knew which one was all the more likely. Still, he had to know. "Show us your quirk. Now." Deku flinched as Katsuki yelled at him. "Why you know I can't?" he insisted weakly. "You might get hurt." "I don't care. Show me now." Katsuki shoved Deku against the fence, and let off a few small explosions for good measure. "Kakin, that's really mean," Tsubasa said nervously. "You can't just do that to people." "My name's Katsuki." "And shut up, everyone in his grade says he doesn't have a quirk. I need to know who's messing with me." "I'm not messing with you, Kakin." Deku cried, trying to break out of Katsuki's grip. "I have a quirk." "Then show me." "No. Do it now or I'll blast your face off." "I can't." "Why not? Why can't you?" Katsuki shoved him into the chain-link fence again. "You're what? Quirkless? Spit it out." Deku couldn't speak. He didn't want to tell. Didn't want to admit. So instead he fought back. Katsuki screamed, high-pitched and loud as Deku bit into his hand. The little blonde boy was shoved back hard. He hit the ground. "Get away from me!" Deku yelled, voice hoarse. "You're so mean. All I wanted were friends." Tears began to streak down his face. "And you ruined it." "I hate you." "So you are quirkless," Katsuki said, nursing his bitten hand. "Yeah, I am." Deku puffed out his chest with false bravado. "I'm quirkless. And there's nothing wrong with that. My mom says so." "Your mom's a filthy liar, just like you," Katsuki snarled, getting back up from where he fell. "Shut up." Deku backed up into the fence as he tried to get away. "Get back or I'll hit you," Katsuki scoffed. "Like that'll do anything. What good are fists when I've got this?" His hands cracked, releasing waves of heat and light into the surrounding air. After that day, whatever tiny traces of a friendship they may have had, died. They didn't see each other for a while after that. Elementary school passed with bullying and insults for one, and playground scraps and praise for the other. But once middle school hit, they met again. Izuku knew that Bakugo wasn't really a bully once he got into 6th grade. Bakugo was loud, brash, and full of himself, yes, but he never went out of his way to mock or hurt one person in particular. But Bakugo liked to brawl. A lot. Kids from all grades lined up to take their turn at fighting with him. And he was always victorious. Izuku watched every single one of his fights, waiting. Bakugo wasn't a bully. But he was horrible and sometimes he went too far. A kick slammed into the ribs of the downed boy as laughter filled the forest. The boy rolled a couple of feet, then got up, groaning in pain all the while. He tried to activate his quirk, which was just simple plant manipulation, but a fistful of fire nailed him in the chest. He went down. Above him, Bakugo stood proud. He kicked the boy in the face. "What's the matter? You were talking so much shit earlier, but now you're crying like a little beach." Another kick, another groan of pain. The surrounding students laughed. "You're almost in high school and I kicked your butt. God, you're worthless." Bakugo never got to finish his sentence. Something slammed into the victor's side, knocking him over. Bakugo growled, immediately getting back up. "Deku," he spat. Izuku forced himself not to flinch. "You've already won, Bakugo. Stop hurting him." "Or what?" Izuku bit his lip, then raised his fists. The people who had come to watch all snickered and made a couple of jokes. Izuku pretended not to hear. "You're an idiot," Bakugo said, setting off a few small explosions in his palms, "but someone has to teach you a lesson." By the time it was over, Izuku had a black eye and a burned arm. If anything, he got off easy compared to all the other times he stepped in. Izuku rose from his fetal position on the grass and turned. He offered a hand to the boy Bakugo fought, hoping to help him up. The boy only slapped his hand away and spat on Izuku's shoes before walking off. It was just a normal Friday. There wasn't a single time Deku didn't stand up for bullied people. Katsuki knew everything that went on at Aldra, and every day there was another instance of that liar poking around where he shouldn't, like an idiot. Didn't he know that the strong got the privilege to push around the weak? Apparently not, because he never stopped. Ever. It even got to the point where almost all of the bullying just ended because it became such a chore to deal with him. Even Katsuki stopped fighting as much because of it. Or maybe there were less fights because everyone knew who the best was. Katsuki preferred that theory. Deku graduated middle school at the top of his class. Everyone, Katsuki included, picked on his whole grade for getting lower scores than Deku of all people. No one bothered to tell Deku himself about it. The idiot would have made a scene. When Deku left Aldra to attend whatever D-list high school he lied his way into, no one really cared. No one made a comment about how it was a relief that he was gone, or about how shitty his life must be. Fighting and bullying started right back up like he was never even there. It was almost poetic. Deku made as big of an impact on the school as he would on the world. None at all. Then Katsuki saw him on TV and everything went white hot. A fist slams into Izuku's stomach. He doubles over and he blindly holds an arm out to try and keep Bakugo away. It doesn't work, and instead he's dragged back into the alley. Bakugo grabs Izuku by the throat, shoving him against a wall. "Where the F did you get that quirk?" he screams, spit flying from his mouth. "Or have you always had it?" Izuku replies by socking Bakugo in the face. The blonde boy is forced back, and Izuku pushes the advantage. He throws a couple more punches. To the abdomen, ducking and weaving around explosions as he drives Bakugo to the opposite wall. Bakugo screeches and launches himself forward in an explosion-powered tackle. Midoriya takes the hit, letting himself fall to the ground. The two roll and tumble, trading punches. It's even for all of 3 seconds. Izuku has done nothing but build up muscle mass for over a year. He's gone through intensive training, unorthodox exercises, and fought Gran Torino, one of, if not the fast pro alive, every day for months. Bakugo ends up pinned to the ground in seconds. Izuku makes sure to hold his hands together so Bakugo can't use his quirk without blowing them off. Izuku straddles him, too, keeping their faces as far apart as possible while weighing down his body. "What do you want?" Izuku says, ignoring how Bakugo's feet kicked out wildly behind him. "Get the F off me before I beat your butt? Only if you won't attack me when I walk away." Izuku tightens his grip on Bakugo's hands. "Piss us off. I'll beat you into the dirt just like I used to until you tell me the truth. Where did you get it?" He tries to sit up, but Izuku forces his shoulders into the hard concrete. "How the F did you get a power that's better than mine?" A tiny, near non-existent part of Izuku considers it for a moment. He remembers two kids laughing and joking as they kicked a ball around and played on the swings. He brushes it aside easily. "I manifested it late," Izuku lies. "That's bullshit. Quirks come in at 4. "Well, mine didn't. Are we done here?" Izuku doesn't bother to hide the callousness in his voice. "There we are. You owe me an explanation." Izuku freezes. "Oh, you." His hands let loose, and Bakugo sets off an explosion in his face. He goes flying back into a wall. Bakugo presses forward, but Izuku's had enough. He lets one for all out and hits Bakugo as hard as he can in the chest. His attacker falls to the ground, wheezing. "I don't owe you shit," Izuku says, shaking from head to toe. All you've done is make me hurt. And you think I owe you anything?" Bakugo tries to say something, but all that comes out are chokes and gasps. "I can't even look at you." Izuku kicks the ground, sending chips of cement flying and tearing the sole of his shoe. "How entitled? How self-centered do you have to be? Even if there was a big secret which there isn't, the last person on Earth I'd tell is you." Bakugo gets up unsteadily. There are tears in his eyes now, but he doesn't bother to wipe them as he attacks again. Izuku knocks him down without his quirk and grinds his face into the pavement. Bakugo bites helplessly at his shoe, desperate to keep fighting. "I hope you fail as a hero so I don't have to see you ever again." "I was going to say the same." Izuku steps off of Bakugo and turns around. He takes 3 steps to the exit. "I'm gonna get into UA and show everyone how much of a wimp and a liar you are," Bakugo sobs. "And I'll be a better hero than you could ever imagine." Izuku keeps walking all the way home. He never once looks back.